3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Test, 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 test.
Thanks, mate.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for the next round of matches in the 50 over Metro One Day Cup. I'm Adrian Harms. I'll introduce my fellow commentator Richard Ray in just a couple of moments' time from BBC Radio Leicester, but just a quick shout out to make sure we're going out around the ground. There we are. We've got some waving hats from the top of the Spenkama. So thank you, gentlemen. We know we're going out around the ground. We're going out on the BBC as well, and also on the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. So wherever you're listening to us, a very good morning from a sunny Hove, although there is a thin layer of cloud above the ground. Absolutely delighted, always a great pleasure to welcome to the Crown to Ground Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Good to see you, Richard. Oh.
Always a great pleasure to come here. He says, switching on his mic.
And in fact, the last time you were here, you and I were here, we saw, or very nearly saw, one of the most remarkable run chases, and let's be honest, in the history of cricket with Louis Kimber. That was a remarkable afternoon.
It always seems to something special happen here, one way or another, between these two counties, whether good or bad from Leicestershire's point of view. Leicestershire almost got across the line that day. They've had a couple of close chases, haven't they, in the last couple of years in the county championship, but our last visit for one day cricket here was not a fond memory for those associated with Leicestershire. We were all done by about 2:30, and
yes, we were.
I'm told there were 191 balls left potentially to be played in the game by the time Leicestershire had subsided to victory. That said, that is the last time they lost in their travels in the one-day cup.
Wow.
They have won 11 of their last 12 on the road, and only here is where they lost.
Well, they are the holders of this trophy. They've had a decent start, Leicestershire. We'll get Richard to talk about that in a moment. Sussex, not such a good start. They've lost all 4 of their matches so far, albeit 2 of those defeats have just been by 1 wicket. The game against Warwickshire here last Sunday, and on Friday down at Neath, they were comprehensively beaten at Welbeck Cricket Club against Nottinghamshire, and also beaten at York, although I felt the margin of victory at York slightly didn't do justice to the Sussex performance. However, the team has considerably changed for today. There are 6 changes for Sussex from the side that was beaten down in Wales on Friday. I've lost all track of time, so I do apologise, but a lot of travelling. So into the side come Finn Hudson-Prentice, John Simpson, Tom Alsop, Jack Carson, and returning to the side, Henry Crocombe is, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, that's right. Henry Crocombe, who was with the squad but didn't play. In terms of Leicestershire, what changes for Leicestershire, Richard?
Just the one. Ian Holland has returned from whatever the competition in America is called.
Oh, right, yeah.
Cricket, I don't know what it, there's so many around the world at the moment. But he has returned and is going to replace Harry Swindles at the top of the order, we believe. So he will be opening shortly, Leicestershire having lost the toss and been inserted.
I was talking to someone on Friday who'd been out to the States in a working capacity to see a couple of these games in whatever it's called, the Major League, wherever it was, and I said, oh, are they getting big crowds? And he said, well, there's no one there. I mean, it's all the, I mean, a lot of money's being pumped in expectation it will take off, but players, you can't blame players for players getting vast sums of money out there, Richard.
Yeah. As well as Ian Holland, Vian Mulder went out to play in it, and yeah, he was saying it was quite hard to turn down for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, you can't
work.
You can't blame the players. Now, Sussex are in their change kit. It is Pride weekend in Brighton. If you're down at Pride, the city will be very busy with all sorts of events. So Sussex have got a slightly changed kit today. They've still got the cerise shirts, but they've got sort of slightly different colours on them as well for Pride. Leicestershire in their familiar red and green outfit. The holders of this competition are very briefly, Richard, I mean, it's a competition that a few people sneer at a little, but I'll tell you what, that must have been, we've seen some really good games in this competition this year, some good players who aren't playing in the 100, and this is a competition that must have been fantastic for Leicestershire to win last year.
I don't think you can really underestimate how important that result was for the club as a whole, possibly for sort of the smaller counties as well, you know, across the board really. They took the competition seriously from the start. They were lucky with relatively few 100 call-ups, just the one really, as opposed to 5 this year, and as a consequence, you know, it kind of rejuvenated the club in cricketing terms perhaps, and people looking a little bit differently after a few years very much in the doldrums for the Foxes.
Well, Henry Crocombe is going to get things underway. However, Ian Holland isn't ready yet. He's standing out towards square.
If he goes now, he's got a good chance of getting him out.
But off we go for the Sussex's 5th match, Leicestershire's 4th match in this season's competition. Henry Crocombe is in, bowls to Ian Holland, who dabs that to second slip, and there is no run. A replacement in terms of behind the stumps, with John Simpson taking over the wicket-keeping duties and also the captaincy duties from Tom Clark, who has skippered the last couple of games. I've been very impressed with Tom Clark's captaincy. I think he's certainly laying down a little marker maybe for the future, but John Simpson doing the honours today as Crocombe is in bowls, and the first runs of the day as Holland clips that backward of square on the leg side, fielded way down in the distance by the familiar figure of Tom Alsop, who's been away with the 100 with the Trent Rockets but hasn't played. And it does seem to be a bit of an issue, doesn't it, with players who go away to the 100. You get picked up and that's great, and it's money and you can't blame the players at all, but it's not great when they're not playing cricket, and that's what's happened with Tom Alsop. That's why he's back today.
Sussex look a very different team.
They do.
Compared to the last 4 games, I think they've acquitted themselves, the youngsters, admirably in the circumstances. Wonderfully close games.
Crocombe, 2 slips in place, a third man and a deep mid-wicket for in the opening power play as Crocombe comes in, and that is played rather uncomfortably by Sol Bodinger. It was a little short and looking to pull that away on the leg side. It got sort of a leading edge and ballooned in the air, but there is no run. This is the same pitch that was used for the game against Warwickshire last week, a game that went right to the wire. Sussex making 174, having been 70 without loss. Warwickshire scraping home by 1 wicket. Crocombe in bowls, up on his toes is Bodinger, plays it to backward point, fielded there by the lively Hudson Prentice, and the second run of the innings has been scored. And I guess, you know, I mean, Sussex have got an exciting end to the season. They're going fairly well in the county championship, Richard. They've got a quarter final in the T20 Blast coming up, and I'm sure Paul Farbrace is keen for players to be playing cricket. I mean, it's not much great if you go away for the 100 and you sit for 4 or 5 weeks and don't play a game of cricket.
Exactly so.
Crocombe under cloudy skies, in and bowls and cut away down towards third man. They'll look for 2 here, but Ari Carvelos is pretty quickly round in front of the pavilion fields, and 1 more to Holland. He goes to 2, the total to 3 without loss.
Well, Sol Bodinger is very much in form in this competition in his 3 innings so far. Bodinger has made 75, 18 and 120 last time out. That was against his home county, actually, Essex.
Comes Crocombe, bowls to Bodinger, who again almost seems to get a leading edge to that. The ball slightly balloons back towards Henry Crocombe. It wasn't a chance. End of the opening over, and Leicestershire, having been asked to bat here by Sussex this morning, are 3 without loss. So 2 wins out of 3 for Leicestershire, and you know, I reckon in these group stages you have to win 5 at least to get yourself through. So Leicestershire, you know, reasonably placed.
Reasonably placed. I was thinking, yeah, 5 plus probably a rain-off, so you probably need, you can only really probably only afford to lose 3 games to be sure of going through. Sussex obviously having already lost 4. It's looking unlikely that they can squeeze through.
Yes, I think Sussex are out of it. I think there's no, it would need some sort of a miracle for Sussex to get through.
It's going to be Ari Carvelos who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of Hove, coming down the slope, and he's going to be bowling to Ian Holland, the right hander. In goes Carvelos, bowls straight. Holland just leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. Yes, they started off with a 15-run win over Nottinghamshire on DLS, and they made 369, and then it started to rain, and when Nottinghamshire were 50 for none off 10, and what looked as though it could be a very close game, when it all went very odd, because the Notts were then left 104 to get off 15, just pretty much. In goes Carvelos and bowls onto the legs of Holland. Don't think he got anything on it. Trickles off the pad down towards leg gully and is signalled their leg by accordingly by the umpire. So to a certain extent got away with that one. It's hard to say that was a sort of definitive win. And they were absolutely hammered by Warwickshire, bowled all out for 88, lost by 8 wickets, very similar to what happened here at Hove a couple of years ago. And then a good win over Essex by 3 wickets a couple of days ago at Chelmsford. So still to a certain extent feeling their way into the competition, I think. Carvelas is in 2, Budinger foolish outside off stump to tempt her. Budinger not to be tempted. In his T20 mode, he would have done just what he's rehearsed. He would have stepped out and tried to drive it away. As it is, he's just tempering the excesses of his attacking instincts in this competition and looking that much the better for it.
It was there for the drive, wasn't it? But he showed good restraint.
Carvelas up on his toes is in, but a thick outside edge along the ground all the way down towards third man. Might just give him benefit and say he was sort of semi-steering that one. It was along the ground, as I say, it wasn't a semblance of a chance. Yes, these Sussex shirts, they're a bit like sort of rugby league shirts for those who know the sport, i.e. they've got a sort of V on them.
Yes.
They're what Adrian describes as cerise, the uneducated would describe as pink.
Yeah. Interesting you say that. I'll tell you why in a moment.
Carvelas is in, bowls on off stump. Leaning forward is Holland, pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run. It is a bit sort of darker than pink, isn't it? It's, I'll go with your cerise.
Well, I was rescued by one of our fellow commentators. I think it was Nick Webb down at Neath on Friday, because I'd been saying they're pink, and he said, well, that doesn't, not quite pink, but I think you'll get our drift.
With a sort of navy flat V on them, as Carvelas, tall, is in, bowls looking to drive, and again getting a thick inside edge is Holland. The ball squirts out down towards deep square. In from the boundary comes a fielder, and Holland picks up a single. For Pride Day, which Adrian will no doubt be telling us all about in due course, the numbers on the back of the Sussex shirts are picked out in rainbow, but that means they're completely illegible.
Yeah,
I don't know about
not,
you, but I cannot pick out a number out there.
No, it's not great from a commentary point of view, is it? I mean, I'm lucky in that I recognise the players, so I sympathise with you entirely. I have to say the Leicestershire ones stand out. It's the white numbers on the red shirts. As here comes Henry Crocombe to bowl the 5th over of the morning, cut away to backward point, fielded there by, having said I recognise the players, I think that's Hudson Prentice there at backward point, and there is no run. One very good thing about this one, I mean, there's been a lot of miles, and the Sussex team, backup staff, and indeed the commentators spent a lot of time travelling in the last week. But that being said, we've been to some really nice outgrounds where the games have been really well supported. In comes Crocombe. In and bowls to Holland, who hammers that one away down to third man. Eric Carvelas stops the ball. That was going quickly and does well and gets the throw away. So it's just the single to Holland, who goes to 4, the total 7 without loss. Some
really nice outgrounds, and Sucombe.
Yeah. So that was the thing. The Welbeck Cricket Club, it's referred to as Sucombe, as you say, as to the John Fretwell Centre, who was the gentleman who put all the money into the cricket ground, and Welbeck Cricket Club. But it was a lovely ground, and we were very well looked after there, although Sussex did get a bit of a hiding. Crocombe in, bowls to Budinger, who plays this with a little bit of unease, but nonetheless gets a single through square leg. He goes to 3, Leicestershire to 8 without loss. Then to York, which was lovely. The attendance at York, don't often get told attendances at cricket matches, but the attendance was 3,417.
Played at York.
Have you? Lovely ground. And then there was a good crowd down at Neath, although the weather wasn't great in Wales.
Never been to Neath.
Right.
Was it a
lovely ground? Again, well looked after. In comes Crocombe, bowls and played firmly into the covers. There is no run, fielded there. I think that's Archie Lenham in there. Yes, it was a nice ground. It's on the pretty much on the site of the rugby ground, which is called the Knoll. And so it's the other side of the rugby ground. It was a really strange... The weather here was very nice on Friday, but down underneath it was cloudy, it was drizzly, it was grey. So to be honest, we didn't see the ground in its best light. But I think it's just so important to take, if you can, to take cricket to outgrounds if you can.
I do agree.
It is expensive. as the sun comes through. Crocombe in bowls, driven by Holland into the offside, fielded again by Lenham, and there is no run. And I did take the opportunity to speak to John Philby, the Sussex chair, who was telling me in an interview we're going to broadcast later this week that Sussex are hoping to return to outground cricket next season. Advanced negotiations in place with Arundel. Whether there'll be any others we'll have to see, but that's good news for all of those who like to take the cricket around the county. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Holland, who clips this away, and that could be the first boundary of the day. Clipped away through mid-wicket, slightly over-pitched by Henry Crocombe, and Holland had been waiting for that and clipped it nicely down the slope for 4 runs. He goes to 8. The end of the over. The Leicestershire Foxes are 12 for no wicket after 4. Oh, hang on, let's get that right. The over's going to tick by in a moment.
Crocombe opened the bowling, didn't he? So
yes, he did.
That's 3 then.
Yeah.
12 off 3.
Nice little shot, clipped away. Just one thing to mention, actually, just before you comment on the next over, Richard, the Sussex Cricket Museum is open and the Gillette Cup is in there on show. Yeah.
You have it permanently.
No.
Carvelas is in. Bowls. Oh, goes past the outside edge of Buddinger's bat. Don't think he dropped his hands. I think he just snuck past. Might just have left him off the pitch a fraction. We have our back to the batsman when obviously the bowling is from the Cromwell Road end, so I need to wait and see the replay just to see how that went. I don't think there's been much swing. Walked down to the seafront this morning. It was beautifully sunny down there, but as Adrian has said, there's a sort of covering of light grey cloud. Bit of sunshine around as well. In goes Carvelas. Bowls onto the legs of Budinger. Worked out to mid-wicket. It will be just the single. Man comes in from deep backward square to field. Budinger on to 4. Holland has 8 with that boundary of the last ball of the Crocombe over.
Yes, Sussex got it until the end of the season. The actual Gillette Cup was played for in 1963. And if you want to go in the Sussex Museum and have a look, it'll be proudly on display.
Carvelas over the wicket to the right-handed Holland, who is walking forward into a careful defensive press out into the offside, out towards mid-off. There's no run. Does it permanently live at Lord's?
Yeah, I think it does.
Imagine?
Yeah, it does. So it's been lent here for, as I say, until the end of the season. I've never seen it actually, so I'm going to have a wander over there sometime before the end of.
I hope it's. Well, in fact, I'm certain it's rather more impressive than the current iteration.
Oh, really?
The Metro Bank trophy is a sort of quite a small bowl. In goes Carvelas, bowl straight, and a little bit too straight. And Holland is able to turn the bat face on the defensive push it out into the vacant mid-wicket area and take 1. Yeah, it's not the most impressive of trophies, the Metrobank one-day cup trophy, but what it represents, of course, is impressive enough in itself.
Yeah.
Still got the 2 slips in. John Simpson alongside him. Both wearing elastic arm bandages. As Carvelas is in outside off stump, flashed away through backward point, probably going to go to 4. Third man isn't going to be able to get there, so a first boundary of the day for Sol Budinger, whose confidence, as you might expect, has been hugely boosted by his 2 scores in this competition. Struggled a little bit in the T20, started very well with a 50 against Yorkshire in the opening game, but thereafter wasn't really able to impact a game. So I think despite his natural optimism, as in goes Carvelas, bowls to him, cuts again out into the offside. It stopped, not cleanly in the covers, but stopped it is, and Budinger has to stay in his ground. End of the 4th over, 18 without loss. No obvious issues with the pitch at the moment. No great help for the bowlers so far. You were telling me this is the pitch that was used for the game against Warwickshire.
Yes, it was. And I spoke to Finn Hudson-Prentice after that game, because Sussex got off to a flyer, Richard. They were 70 without loss at the end of the opening power play of 10 overs. And were then bowled out for 174. I was looking at my notes. Yeah, 70 without loss after 10. and it looked like this was a 300 wicket, but Finn Hudson-Prentice was telling me after the game there's always a little bit in there for the seamers, so it'll be interesting to see if that's going to be the case today. Henry Crocombe coming in for the 5th over of the morning, in and bowls to Holland, who defends down onto the onside. There is no run, fielded by Ibrahim, who trots in. Yeah, these shirts make it very difficult to identify the players, and in fact I think I've called Archie Lenham as the fielder on a couple of occasions, and I think it's probably been Charlie Tier, who are not dissimilar in stature, but Charlie Tier in the side for his batting today. John Simpson pulling rank behind the stumps with the gloves as Crocombe is in again. Bowls, and Holland clips this one away, and that's going to be another boundary. Nicely timed by Ian Holland through mid-wicket. It's a relatively short boundary towards the clock tower side of the ground, and Holland picks up his second boundary of the morning. He goes to 13, and the Leicestershire Foxes do 22 without loss. Prompts a little bit of a discussion between Jack Carlson, who's back in the side today. Sussex with 6 changes from the side beaten down at Neath. Those changes in a moment. We've got some we can hear on our effects microphone. In comes Crocombe, bowls, cut away, and that's going to be another boundary. Too much width from Henry Crocombe, and that's clubbed away, and John Simpson's already had to make a change. That ball going through backward point, one of the slips is out. Sussex only allowed 2 fielders outside of the 13-yard circle at this stage in proceedings, in what we call power play 1. 26 without loss. Good start. A good shot by Holland, who's now found the boundary on 3 occasions. The other men out, Zach Leon Cachet, Henry Rogers, Bertie Foreman, who I think is a little unlucky. I think he's played very well in the competition, Bertie Foreman. Ollie Carter. Comes Crocombe, bowls and plays very straight, does Holland, to a better delivery from Crocombe into the covers, and there is no run. Sean Hunt and Jack Campbell, those missing out. The replacements: Finn Hudson-Prentice, John Simpson, Tom Alsop, Jack Carlson, and Eric Havelis and Henry Crocombe, having made those long coach trips last week, back in the side. Neither of those played in Neath. Crocombe again, just the one slip. Ian Holland on 17, in a bowls, pulled away, and is he going to be caught? No, he's not. The ball flies over the head. I'm pretty certain that's Archie Lenham there at short fine leg. Now, that might as well have come off the glove, or maybe very high on the bat, but it ballooned away over fine leg, and Ian Holland picks up another boundary, but not as authoritative as his previous ones. Nonetheless, he goes to 21 off 19, and a good start here for Leicestershire. That have settled for this, 30 without loss in the 5th.
Yeah, they would.
A slightly expensive over here from Henry Crocombe. He's gone for 12 so far. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Holland defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. End of the 5th over. And Leicestershire haven't been asked to bat this morning. Now a sunny hove. The sun is breaking through as a few patches of blue sky. Leicestershire are 30 without loss, with Holland on 21 and Budinger on 8.
2 umpires today. Simon Widdop played a few first-class games for Yorkshire, and Sam Hollingshead, who's only in his early 30s and I think has sort of come through the umpiring system. As far as I'm aware, hasn't played any first-class cricket. He's been umpiring second-team games, but he's had a couple of games in this competition, so gradually being introduced to senior cricket, so to speak. Carvelas is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Budinger's bat with a really nicely pitched and placed delivery. No reaction from anybody apparently out there. No great excitement being shown by Carvelas, or indeed Simpson, with his sunglasses on. It makes a change to see a fielder with sunglasses actually in front of his eyes as opposed to perched on top of his cap. They seem to be in, I don't know whether it's part of the deal, we'll sponsor you and we'll send you sunglasses as long as you keep them on top of your cap. Full from Carvelas on the legs, and turned wristily by Budinger out towards deep mid-wicket. Young Lenham runs across from mid-on to get, I think that's Lenham getting there first.
Yes, it was.
It's, I'm afraid for me, it's going to be
Well, not just you, for me as well, but because some of the lads in stature, say Charlie Tier and Archie Lennon, probably there's a mile of difference between them, but they height-wise, I think they look fairly similar.
Are they actually numbers on their backs?
Yes, they are.
Yes,
they
you
are.
can just see, 44. I can see him now. In goes Carvelas, and bowls pulled around the corner straight to the fielder. So he rather got away with that one.
Yeah, that was Ibrahim who fielded that here at short fine leg.
I've got Ibrahim down as number 40. Is that?
Yeah, well it is, but it's barely
zero?
distinguishable, isn't it? Yeah, it's not.
And he's the closest to us.
Yeah, it's not.
But he was perfectly placed, put it that way, for that delivery, because that was travelling. Pulled around the corner by Budinger, but bounced twice straight into his hands. In goes Carvelas. Bowls very full outside off stump, too full, too wide.
Yeah.
Says umpire Hollingshead, who turns and almost military in the way he stands erect, almost to attention, and extends his arms.
The temporary stands are here, Richard. They go up for the T20 and obviously been kept in place.
The quarter-final.
Yeah, for the quarter-final in a few weeks' time.
I bet that's a sellout already, is it?
Well, if it isn't, I'll be surprised. Sussex, Lancashire, some good players on both sides.
Carvelas is in, bowls down the leg side, and that will be signalled wide as well. There was a little bit of movement, but overcompensated, I think we could say. Harry Carvelas there. That was well down the leg side. It did move slightly off the seam, but from that point, he would have had to move an awful long way to have troubled Sol Budinger, and he let it go through to Simpson behind the stump. So consecutive wides from Harry Carvelas. 34 without loss. Leicestershire. Carvelas is in. Bowls big drive from Budinger, and he's got that one past mid-off out to the extra cover stroke wide long off boundary for yeah. He let the first one go, didn't he, in the first over from Carvelas, but he wasn't going to let that one go. So he is in form, and that was a shot of a confident batsman in form. He moves on to 14 of 14 balls, Leicestershire 38 without loss.
Super shot, wasn't it? He absolutely thumped that one away through extra cover for 4, and Leicestershire will be very pleased with the start they've made here this morning.
It's becoming decent, isn't it?
Yeah, when you're asked to bat, you're never quite sure.
Carvelas is going to try his hand around the wicket. In he comes, bowls very wide outside, from very wide outside the crease, very close to the side crease, so to speak, and bowled quite wide then. Budinger let it go through, but umpire thought that was just cutting the blue line and let it go.
The corporate area is quite busy today, and that's roughly where our effects microphone is. So if you're hearing a lot of sort of background chitter-chatter, apologies, but people are sitting reasonably near to the microphone.
In goes Carvelas, bowls a super delivery that pitches off, just leaves Budinger and beats his outside edge. Just not consistent enough, probably, Harry Carvelas will feel. He's bowling at the moment, so he's producing 1 or 2 super deliveries every over, but also 1 or 2 that the batsman can get away and have. I'd have been worried about an outside microphone next to the hospitality area earlier this week when we were at Chelmsford, that's for sure, where the crowd can get quite lively.
Yes, it can.
And is not afraid of expressing itself, as Leicestershire's fielders on the boundary found.
Yes. Henry Crocombe has been taken out of the attack, having bowled 3 rather expensive overs. I'll give you his analysis in a moment's time. And it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to take over from the C end of the ground. He's coming into bowl to Ian Holland. Just the 1 slip in place. 3 men saving 1 on the off. 3 on the leg. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Good delivery, pitching on a length, and Holland plays very respectfully to mid-off, fielded by Jack Carlson. There's a 3rd man and a deep backward square of the other fielders who are out. My scorecard isn't updating. Oh, here we go. Henry Crocombe, well, it's very slow this morning. It could be my internet. I think that's 3 overs for 21 for Henry Crocombe. Either way, Hudson-Prentice in and bowls. Holland drives. Down the line. Lovely looking shot by in Holland. And a decent bit of fielding by Ari Carvalhos. In fact, Hudson Prentice took a lot of the pace off the ball. But Ibrahim was very quickly round from mid-on to prevent anything more than a single. Holland goes to 22.
Yes, just to confirm, 3 overs for 21 for Crocombe, 4 fours conceded.
39 without loss. The emails are up and running. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. A few people were saying actually that they couldn't hear us down at Neath. Well, the reason you couldn't hear us a lot of these grounds is because clubs operate their own streaming service, which means they can advertise on the live stream from grounds, but they can't take the BBC commentary, so they have their own commentators. We are at every game, and you can find us on the BBC website. As in comes Hudson Prentice bowls and Budgenger defends into the offside to mid-off, no run. So if you want to hear the BBC commentary all the time, that's available, say via the BBC website. Just go to the cricket page and click for a list of games.
Some people have become very adept at doing just that and syncing it up with the stream pictures.
Yeah.
Switching off the volume on the stream and leaving the BBC commentary on. So it can be done, folks, if you're
It can.
computer literate.
In comes Hudson
Just don't
Prentice.
ask for advice from us.
Around the wicket bowls to Budgenger. Good delivery from Hudson Prentice. Just leans into that as Budgenger played into the covers. And there is no run. So yeah, absolutely. But today it is the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. So good luck to Jack, who is the sole operative for all Sussex's home matches. And commentary from myself, Adrian Harms, and Richard Ray from BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester, respectively. Hudson Prentice coming around the wicket. 2 slips are in place, Clark and Haynes. And Hudson Prentice is in, bowls to Budgenger, who cuts away down to third man, picks up a single. Way down in the distance is Archie Lenham, who gets in a good throw right over the top of the stumps to wicketkeeper John Simpson. 1 more to the total. Budgenger goes to 15 and the Foxes to 40 without loss. We've already had a couple of emails in this morning, which I'll rattle through in a couple of moments' time. John Malone's been in touch. Hello, John. Good morning to you. As Hudson Prentice makes his way in. Bowls, and Holland is a bit too close to play that shot, really. Looked to cut it away down to third man, and he didn't time it. The ball dribbled out into the offside, fielded there by Charlie Tier. There is no run, so nice and tidy from Finn Hudson Prentice. Just the 2 runs coming off the over. Leicestershire, after 7 overs, are 40 without loss. So John, who comes from Bexhill in C, says, coming through loud and clear on the stream. Looking forward to the game today with a stronger looking Sussex team, although it's been good experience for the younger promising lads. Thank you, John, for getting in touch. Ian Scales rather has been in touch, and it's a rather more lengthy email which I'll perhaps read at the end of the next over, Ian. In fact, interesting actually, Ian starts by saying, nice to hear your voice again. You weren't at Neath. I got so fed up with the home commentators lording it over Sussex. We came so close. Well, that is one of the criticisms of the home streams, that clearly the home stream commentators want their teams to win. I mean, I want Sussex to win here and Richard wants Leicestershire to win, but you know, we like to be balanced in our commentaries, which isn't always the case.
Carvalhos round the wicket to Budgenger, just outside off stump. He just shapes it just a fraction away from the left-hander, who lets it bounce through to John Simpson.
But I do understand if if a club is playing their home commentator, they want to be very much for the home club. But just to reiterate, Ian, every commentary or the BBC commentary is available via the BBC website. I think the game at Gloucester on Tuesday or Wednesday, they operate their own stream as well.
Carvalhos straight, a lovely delivery that leaves Budgenger. This time is drawn into playing at it, and it does just swing past his outside edge. So 2 very good deliveries to start. Can he keep it up, Carvalhos? Produce 5, 6 deliveries in the same place, move a little bit, tie the batsman up. I think they've gone back to using BBC though, Gloucestershire, this season. Whether that's different in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, I think they have for Championship, but not for T20 and One Day Cup.
Right, you are. Okay. Carvalhos in. Bowls, and that is a poor delivery. It's down the leg side. It's caught behind. No, says umpire Hollingshead. Carvalhos cannot believe it. You have to say, Simpson wasn't particularly excited about it. Carvalhos utterly convinced. There was obviously some sort of noise because there was a little bit of reaction, but certainly immediately the umpire said no, and he's explaining to a not particularly interested Carvelis what it hit. Maybe it flicked the thigh of Budinger as he tried to swing it away down the leg side. Carvelis perhaps got away with it rather than being disappointed about not getting a catch behind. And he goes again and bowls, and that one is pulled high over square leg for 6. Flat, hard pull, and that won't make Ari Carvelas feel any better at all. Maybe just lost his temper a little bit, banged it in short, and Budinger absolutely seized on it. It never went probably much more than about 10 feet high, but it went over the boundary at about 6 or 7 feet high. It absolutely hit that beautifully.
It smashed into the scoreboard as well, didn't it? And then bounced back onto the field of play.
I was waiting for a bit of the scoreboard to come off, but happily it seems to be a fairly hard-wearing thing.
It is. It's a new scoreboard this season, and there's some sort of protective covering on there.
Carvelas is in, bowls, and he's back to his best because that's a super length delivery that just leaves Budinger and beats the outside edge, and Carvelas can't believe his ill fortune.
So I was actually up on York last week. Kevin Sharp, former Yorkshire batsman, was there, and he was our third voice, and he was very entertaining. But he was talking about Ari, because Kevin was coach for a while down at Worcestershire, where Ari Carvelis spent a couple of games on trial, and Kevin said what a nice guy he is, which he is.
And he goes and bowls straight and not quite short, but he just trying to do with that. I think trying to dab it out into the offside, and it was a little bit too straight, came off the thick inside edge and dropped down at his feet. And a little bit ugly from the batsman's point of view, but he will feel, looking at the scoreboard, that he had the best of the over with that 6, although he was beaten a couple of times, maybe 3 times really. The scoreboard still very much in Leicestershire's favour. 46 without loss. The Foxes after 8 overs.
And the sun has momentarily disappeared. Ian goes on to say, so having we've cleared that up, Ian, so we are at every game. So just to reiterate that, every ball of every game right through the season, home and away. But as in comes Hudson Prentice running away from us, coming to bowl to Ian Holland, and Holland drives beautifully. That's probably the shot of the morning. And Jack Castle is chasing it for all he's worth, but he's got absolutely no chance of cutting that off. And it's a boundary that brings up the Leicestershire 50. Nice shot. Holland goes to 26. Yes, indeed, it is beautiful, Hove, and in fact, there's a little bit of cloud around at the moment, but we have had spells of sunshine, and we look set fair for a day's play. The news from here is that Sussex won the toss. They asked Leicestershire to bat first, and Leicestershire are going along very nicely. They're 50 without loss. We're in the 9th over with Ian Holland, formerly of Hampshire, going along very nicely. He's 26. Not out. In other games in the competition today, Surrey are playing at Guildford against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire are 39 for 1 after 7 overs. And Kent playing at Beckenham today against Middlesex. Kent 39 for 1 in the 6th over. Pleasure. Hudson Prentice back to his mark. Just waits and runs away from us, coming into bowl to Ian Holland. He's in and bowls, and Holland clips nicely out to deep backward square, fielded at that by Tom Alsop, who gets in the throw. One more to the total, 51 without loss. I'm sorry, Richard, we'll try and get the music out of your ears. But another single taken. I'm just going to try just pull these out a little bit, Richard, just so you don't have to listen to the radio programme. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Happens it.
Yeah, it does.
Home and away.
Yeah, it does.
I assure you.
Hudson Prentice. I will read the rest of your email in a moment, Ian. In and bowls and defended by Budinger down the onside, and there is no run. So Ian went in to say, wonder of wonders, a home match for Sussex in this competition. Yes, they've got another 2 to come here, one against Surrey next Sunday, and then Essex the week after to finish off. We must win today, but why win the toss on a warm, dry day and choose to field? well, we can ask later on. They have to chase all around the field for 50 overs, which is very tiring, then bat when you're pretty exhausted. It doesn't make any sense to Ian. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, Budinger drives handsomely on the bounce to Charlie Tier, who fields in the covers, and there is no run. He talks about the county championship, says Ian, and talks about some of the points Sussex have lost for a slow over rate, which they have lost a couple this season. Only Derby the only other side to have lost a point in the championship through a slow over rate, which I'm sure Sussex will be keen not to do for the rest of the season. Another change in the field. Tom Haynes has come out of slip as we approach the end of the power play. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and that was short, and Budget looking to hammer that one away on the leg side. Good bounce from Hudson Prentice through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. So the end of the 9th over, and the Leicestershire Foxes are 51 without loss, with Ian Holland on 27, Sol Bullinger on 21. Thank you though, Ian, for your email. We've had another email in from Rowan Grove, who says, you mentioned Tom Alsop not getting games in his 100 franchise. I wondered what the players feel. I could see a range of wider benefits of being part of a 100 franchise, including training with new coaches and teammates. The 100 schedule also seems to me to leave enough days between games to minimise injuries for those playing. Yeah, there is quite a gap, isn't there, between 100 games, not like this 50 over where the games do come pretty much thick and fast. We'll read the rest of your paragraph at the end of the over, Rowan.
Carvelas is in, bowls down the leg side to Ian Holland, who decides to pull out of his attempted pull, raises his bat rather ostentatiously into the air, and it is taken by John Simpson and, of course, signalled wide. Carvelas, 4 overs, none for 22, or 4.1, none for 23 now. But he's bowled rather, been a really mixed bag.
Erratic, isn't it?
Super deliveries, and in he comes and bowls again to Holland, full on the legs of Holland, who looks to work it into the leg side and indicates with his right hand as it thumps off the bottom of the pad and rolls out towards mid-wicket that there's movement there. Movement there still for Ari Carvelas.
Lunch, Jamie, the press
welcome.
officer, came in through the door quite quickly, and I thought, oh no, what have we done wrong? But he's given us our lunch passes, so that's good.
Always good news. Visit to Greg's. Carvelas, very slim, tall man, is in. Bowls very full, driven hard by Holland. He'll feel he missed out on that one. It was a half volley. He crunched it out into the covers, but it was stopped on the bounce by a player without a number on his back. Do you reckon that
Yeah, do you know, I'm pretty certain that's Tom Alsop.
Alsop, the left arm.
But you're quite right, the Sussex numbers are virtually indistinguishable today.
Well, Tom actually doesn't have
Tom
a
doesn't
number
look
on
like
his
he's
back
got
at all.
possibly because they didn't think he was going to be playing, I would imagine, as referenced the 100 there with Rowan.
Carvelas is in, bowl short, and again Alsop saves for, diving away to his right, and again Holland will feel he missed out because it was banged in short, was outside off stump. No sweeper on the offside boundary, was there to put away, and Holland really will feel he's missed out on 8 runs there. They need to get these runs while they can, the Foxes. We are in the last over of the power play when just 2 men allowed outside the circle. They are down at 3rd man and square leg. At the moment, in goes Carvelas, bowls, much better line and length, and all Holland can do is just turn his wrists on the defensive push and work the ball out to mid-on. No run, so wide aside at the start of the over. It's been a pretty good one so far from Carvelas in terms of not conceding runs anyway, as he's gotten away with a couple.
Yeah, I think Sussex will be pleased the way they've bowled in these last 5 overs, or last 4 overs of the power play. At the end of 6, Leicestershire were 38 without loss. So it just dragged the run rate back a little.
Carvelas bowls fullish outside off stump. It was kind of there to drive, but a little bit wide, and he wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball. Holland launched himself at it, didn't get anything on it, taken by Simpson, and an indication also from slip that there was a little bit of movement there for Carvelas.
I can see Daniel Ibrahim warming up furiously down to our right here at 3rd man, which may be suggesting that he's going to come on to bowl shortly. We shall see the right arm seamer.
Carvelas in, bowls, a little bit short of a good length on the back foot, turned out towards mid-on, but there is no run. So a very good over in terms of no runs being conceded, just the wide at the very start. He's probably bowled better overs than that and conceded runs from it.
No,
he came back strongly, Carvelas, in the end.
Yes, I would agree. So just 12 runs coming off the last 4 overs of the power play, but nonetheless Leicestershire getting through the power play, haven't been asked to bat first. Probably about even Stevens, but I think Leicestershire will feel you get through a power play, you haven't lost a wicket. I think that's pretty good going. Rowan, just to read the rest of your email, he says, as a fan, it's been incredible to see Sussex and former Sussex players saying so well as a team for the Southern Brave in the 100. I'm sure James Coles will come back to Sussex a better player, and as ever, Tamal Mills has been an amazing ambassador for cricket and Sussex in his appearances on the microphone. Many thanks as ever to yourselves at the BBC, and Jack, a shout out for Jack, who operates the stream here as well. So thank you, Rowan. That's a very kind email, and interesting. They're talking about the 100. Sussex weren't expecting Tom Alsop, I don't think, and Wigan to be playing today. But the fact he's been released so he can play some cricket is good news. Daniel Ibrahim is coming into the Sussex attack. We thought he was warming up. He's replacing Finn Hudson-Prentice at the C end of the ground. He comes into bowl Sol Bodinger, who clips away nicely. He's going to get runs here, and he's going to get 4 runs. Over pitching is Ibrahim on the leg stump, and Bodinger too good a player to miss out on that, and he clipped the ball wide over wideish mid-wicket, and the ball raced away down the hill for 4 runs. Bodinger goes to 25. The Foxes to 56 without loss. Ibrahim, who has been in good form with the ball, not so with the bat. That's something he'll want to address. But his first ball was a loose delivery. He's in on bowls and pulled away by Bodinger onto the leg side. They've taken a single, fielded out there by Henry Croker. That was a good bit of fielding, actually. He got round very quickly and prevented a second run being taken. 57 without loss. I have to say, Richard, one of the things I have noticed in the 50 over competition, as we see in T20, is the standard of the fielding is exceptional around the counties. I mean, that was really good work by Crocombe. I think you'd have probably thought...
Judged it very well, didn't he?
Yeah, you know, it's a longish boundary out there. And certainly Bodinger and Holland were looking for 2. In comes Ibrahim, bowls to Holland, who sit on the pad. I suspect that's drifting down the leg side. And there is no run. The ball bounces out onto the offside. I can't tell these 2 umpires apart. You're probably more observant than me, Richard.
I think umpire Widdop is standing at this end.
Right.
Slightly older of the 2 men.
They should definitely have their names on their backs. Definitely. That's my big recommendation. Because it's quite frustrating not to be able to tell the umpires apart. Some of them you can, but not these. In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and driven by Holland, not time back to Ibrahim, and it's a dot ball.
Yeah, he started well in Holland, but he's struggling for his timing at the moment.
Is he just looking at the line there that Daniel Ibrahim is running down the line of the leg stump? We'll just have to see here. The umpire made a move down and sort of had a quizzical look at the pitch. He may just need to be a little careful here, Daniel Ibrahim, that he's not running down the line of that leg stump. But he's on his way again, and bowls, and Holland clips the one nicely. Well, that's beautifully timed away through mid-wicket, and the outfield here at Hove is like a carpet. It really is. And when you're clipping the ball down the hill here, the ball just races away. Didn't have to slog it, it was all in the timing. And an expensive opening over here from Dan. 9 runs coming off of it. And Ian Holland goes to 31 on the scoreboard away to our right, where the flags of the 2 counties are fluttering away in a nice breeze. It's an ideal cricket watching weather, really.
From the west, so...
Beautiful.
West to east, the breeze, a nice warm wind.
Ibrahim in again, bowls to Holland, who works this one away through point for another single. So a very productive over as far as Leicestershire are concerned. They are 62 without loss. Holland on 32, Bodinger on 26. And if you've just joined us, a very good morning. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team, and wherever you're listening via the Sussex stream or via the BBC website. Welcome to Hove, what should be a very good contest.
The ground, well, it'd be incorrect to say beginning to fill up, but there's certainly more and more people coming in all the time.
Yes.
Understandably.
I think £20 for adults today. You could buy I think they called it a Metro Pass or something, where you got all 4 games for 40 quid, I think, which is
that sounds
a tenner a game.
Value.
Yeah, it does. But I think today it's 20. I'm sure the lads will correct me if I'm wrong. So if you're listening and you think, actually, the weather looks set fair. We've got a change of bowling. Yeah, Hudson Prentice coming in.
I was going to say, he's swapped ends. It goes in and bowls, and a little bit short to Ian Holland, who gets up on his toes and wistily whips it out towards Henry Crocombe, who's on the square leg boundary and takes his 1. He moves on to 33, 63 without loss. They're building a decent foundation here in Leicestershire. Relatively experienced side, of course, in this competition. The 5 who've gone to the 100, all from the young side of the team, so to speak. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls on off stump, good length. Budinger blocks it out into the offside. There's no run. The 5 who've gone: Rishi Patel, Josh Hull, the tall young teenage seamer, very quick. Rehan Ahmed, of course, the leg spinning all-rounder. Scott Curry, who's on loan at Leicestershire this season from Hampshire and has been a huge success. In goes Hudson Prentice and bowls, and straight again. Budinger content just to play it carefully back up the pitch towards the former Derby all-rounder, Derbyshire all-rounder, but very much a man of Sussex, Hudson Prentice. Who's the 5th? I'm trying to remember. And of course Louis Kimber, who Sussex supporters will know very well from his last appearance on this ground. Yeah. Will recall, I'm sure. Hudson Prentice is in again, accurate, and again all Budinger can do is defend out into the offside on this occasion.
Finn Hudson Prentice is going to be a key member of the Sussex side over the last 2 months of the season. Danny Lamb very sadly injured his shoulder trying to take a catch in the final T20 game here against Middlesex. He left the field. He's since had an operation and won't play again this season. So best wishes to Danny if you're listening.
Was that in the outfield?
Yes, it was in the outfield. Yeah.
Okay. Hudson Prentice bowls outside off stump, driven away, just about got on top of the bounce. Sol Budinger wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but made sure his head was over it. Crunched it away out towards Crocombe, who's I think going to get to know the crowd out there in the pavilion, the front seats of the pavilion, quite well, because he's there for both leg and offside fielding.
Yeah, Danny Lamb had just taken a quite brilliant catch up backward point, and it's a similar. It was a catch, but he went over really nastily on his right shoulder.
Hudson Prentice bowls short, pulled, but not cleanly by Ian Holland. Clothed it right up on top towards the top end of the bat, and it loops gently, apologetically almost, out towards square leg. And that's not the first time it's happened today. I just wonder, just very slightly too paced the pitch, but he got away with it. Holland moves on to 34, 65 without loss after 12. The 2 batsmen converse, but I would imagine it's just a case of saying to each other, just keep going, because this is a decent start for Leicestershire.
Very much so. 65 without loss after 12 overs. I'm going to try and do something with RFX microphone shortly. In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and defended by Holland into the offside. There is no run. It's
speculating now. What could it be?
Well, there's some people down in the corporate hospitality who are quite within their rights. They're enjoying a drink and nattering away, but it's very close to where RFX microphone is, and I could hear them chattering away. So I think I might see if I can get
it not up on the roof anymore, then?
No, it's not. It hasn't.
Okay.
No, it always used to be. But it hasn't
there.
worked this season, and I haven't had an opportunity to get it sorted. So I think what I'm going to do is try and move it slightly further along As in comes Ibrahim, bowls clipped away by Holland. He's a little frustrated that he couldn't beat. No, is that there? It's Charlie Tier in there, and there is no run. Elsewhere in this group, I mean, the two sides who have won 4 out of 4 are Warwickshire and Glamorgan. And today Warwickshire have made a relatively short trip down to Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 40 for 3. Glamorgan the slightly longer trip to Chelmsford, and they're 48 for 1. Glamorgan. In comes Ian Bowles. Well, he's a bit unlucky there. That's a big inside edge from Ian Holland that could so easily have gone into his stomach. He picks up a single down to fine leg.
They do look strong, Warwickshire. I mean, they were the strongest side in the competition last season, to be honest, certainly in the group stages, and then they somehow contrived to lose their semi-final to Hampshire.
Yeah.
And the rest, as I say, is history. But you know, they didn't look to have too many weaknesses.
No.
You very nearly beat them.
Well, we very nearly. I mean, I thought that Sussex were going to lose heavily last Sunday. Ibrahim in again, bowls to Budinger, who pulls away onto the leg side. Henry Crocombe is very quick across the ground. He might cut this one off. I think he's gone for 4 runs. Yeah, it was a good effort by Henry Crocombe. I always slightly hold my breath when Henry Crocombe dives in the outfield. He hurt his shoulder a couple of years ago up at Durham doing exactly that, and all for the sake of a run. However, too short from Ibrahim, and Budinger punished him, pulled it away over mid-wicket before he gets to 31.
He has a long way to fall, doesn't he, Henry?
Yep.
He's a tall and still slightly gangly young man.
He seems to have been around a long time, but he's only 22.
Yeah.
Ibrahim. Around the wicket, bowls, again pulled away by Budinger down to fine leg. He picks up a single. I've got a feeling it might be Daniel Ibrahim's birthday today. No, it's not, sorry, it's later on this week, the 9th of August. He will be 20. And Ibrahim, 71 without loss, Leicestershire. Yeah, Warwickshire, well, I mean, Ed Barnard, one of my favourite county cricketers, actually, he's been tremendous. He didn't make many runs here last week, but he bowled very nicely, picked up a couple of wickets. So he leads their side. In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and not taken cleanly by John Simpson. It doesn't cost Sussex a run. They live there, but 71 without loss. I'm going to leave you for a couple of minutes, Richard, and just see if I can adjust our effects mic so we haven't got quite as much chatter going on. So if you hear some rustling and bustling, it's me.
Good luck. The goals that are very much a feature of watching cricket being picked up in the effects mic here. There's not many around at the moment, just a few. John Simpson having a long chat. Would dearly like a breakthrough soon. 71 without loss, as Adrian said, after 13 for Leicestershire. To come in the upper order, next in will be the skipper, Lewis Hill. As round the wicket goes, Hudson Prentice bowls short and pulled very hard by Sol Budinger for a 1-bounce 4 that fairly rockets into the advertising hoardings. He's very quick onto the short ball. He picks up the length extremely quickly and has hit 2 absolutely crunching boundaries when the bowling is from the Cromwell Road end. The first for 6, a flat 6 off Carvelas, and you know that didn't lack much in comparison. Hit it hard and flat, and it only just bounced before the advertising before the rope, before crashing into the advertising hoarding. So Budinger moves ahead of Holland for the first time onto 36. In goes Hudson Prentice, cut behind square on the offside by Budinger. Crocombe doesn't have far to move to his right to field, so it is just a single for Sol Budinger, who with this innings is moving into the sort of top scorer in the competition overall territory. With that big century last time out, 120, in front of his family, who'd come over from the family home near Colchester to watch him at Chelmsford. Hudson Prentice in to Holland, who's just working it out to mid-wicket, who doesn't pick up the ball cleanly. It might have been interesting had he done so, because it went more or less straight to him, but wasn't able to gather the ball cleanly. Would certainly have thrown. I think it might be Haynes out there. Again, apologies for not being certain, but numbers cannot be read. Holland 36, Budinger 37, 77 without loss. Hudson Prentice back round to Sol Budinger, who is turning that one with an angle bat out through backward point down towards the wide third man boundary. Good throw comes in, which keeps Holland in his place. Budinger was interested in the possibility of a second. I suspect he wouldn't have got halfway if they'd gone for it. Super throw right next to the stumps. Budinger on to 38, 78 without loss. The effects mic being quietly moved by Adrian, not so quietly, trying to do it quietly, bless him, as Hudson Prentice is in and bowls, pushed out into the offside by Ian Holland. He's found the gap between extra cover and backward point, and as a consequence has to come in from the boundary. Alsop has to come in from the boundary, I beg your pardon, to field, and Holland picks up one. Now, I don't know whether Adrian knows, but I can't tell him that he has cut off this. Oh, all sorts going on in the effects mic. It's going on and off now. But at the moment, it's off. As in comes Hudson Prentice and bowls slower ball, foolish as well, driven by Budinger, who picked it up reasonably quickly. It was a good effort from Hudson Prentice, though, trying something new. And did just have to check the shot slightly, Sol Budinger. Did so successfully. End of the over, 79 without loss after 14. He continues to... I might have to switch... Oh, that could be that. That could be that. Sounds like it's reached a place where... a resting place where he's happy with it. He's having to clamber over quite a high white fence. He managed to get across and make his way back through the hospitality marquee. Change of bowling from the CN. We are going to see young, still very much the case, young Archie Lenham. He's got plenty of hair, Archie. He has played both against Leicestershire, both here and up at Grace Road. Now the Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road. It wasn't, I don't think, the Upton Steel when he first bowled on it. Certainly gained a couple of inches in height since I last saw him. Bounces in from the sea end and bowls, drops a little bit short. Doesn't really get up though on Holland, who indicates with his right hand to Budinger that it stayed a little bit low and he was worked back down the pitch. Adrian is back with us and may like to pick up where he left off. We could see him moving things around out there.
Need to catch my breath, Richard.
Sorry. In goes Lenham and bowls, and it's driven by Holland, but only as far as mid-off and no chance of a single. I was saying to the listeners that Lenham has bowled up at Grace Road. I'm pretty sure he played a championship.
Yes, he did.
There.
Yes, he made runs as well.
Indeed. He goes in and bowls, good length, and he raises his right hand to the air as Holland tries to drive it out into the offside. Doesn't really time it. Pushes it out only as far as extra cover. It's a good over so far. 3 docked balls to start with from Lenham. He stops at the end of his run, bounces in and bowls. Good length, driven. He is going to pick up a run this time. It goes through mid-off, who tumbles to his left. Should be a second as a consequence. Budinger turns, sees at the ball as a squeeze through the hands and gone about 4 or 5 yards behind the fielder and calls for the second.
Yeah, Jack Carson, that's a collector's item. He's a good fielder, is Jack Carson. Archie Lenham didn't look desperately pleased to have conceded 2.
Bowls to Holland, who sort of slog sweeps, rather ugly shot, but he got plenty of it out to mid-wicket, and it is fielded cleanly by Tom Alsop, moving smartly to his left, just past the electronic scoreboard, the new electronic scoreboard. Holland has to settle for 1, moves into the 40s, 40 off 49 to him. Budinger 38 off 40, 1 ball to go from Lenham to Budinger in this over. Summons his mid-off up He's got plenty of cover out on the leg side, and he goes and bowls back, but it does turn back into a bit. Not quickly though, it's a slowish pitch from Lenham's point of view, and it's punched out to extra cover, and there is a fielder right there in position. So just the 3 from the over from Lenham. A good start by him. Leicestershire though continue to build reasonably solidly. They're 82 without loss after 15. The run rate is 5.5.
And just in those other games in the group, Gloucestershire in real trouble. 44 for 4 against Warwickshire. Glamorgan 61 for 1 against Essex. Those two counties have got to play each other, and only the top 3 in this 9-team group qualify for the latter stages of the competition. If you do win your group, you go straight through to the semi-finals, which I have to say I really like. I think that you should be rewarded. In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls and driven by Holland to mid-off. They pick up a single. Archie Lenham is quickly round, throws at the stumps. Good backing up by Ibrahim. It's a single though to Holland. He goes to 41, 83 without loss. I mean, personally, I'm a big believer in the T20. That should happen as well. You know, you could win all 14 group matches. You get to quarter-finals, get beat, and it doesn't seem quite right, really. But in this competition, if you win your group, you go straight to your semi-final. As Hudson Prentice wheels around, and he's going to come in to bowl to the left-handed Sol Bollinger. He's in, pulled away, 6 runs. Good shot, too short from Finn Hudson Prentice, and it's absolutely belted away. It's a relatively short leg side boundary, and you have to have your wits about you if you're a spectator here at Hove, because a lot of people are sitting down here eating lunch and having a pleasurable time, but that was pulled away by Sol Bollinger for 6 runs. It wasn't a great delivery. The ball has been retrieved. Tom Haynes might be tempted to look at some lovely lunch people are in a queue for down there, but Tom's got to concentrate on the cricket. Yeah, they're loaded.
They did look good.
Yeah, they're loaded with all sorts of goodies down there. Hudson Prentice back to his mark. Good start this by Leicestershire. Really motoring along. 89 without loss. Hudson Prentice in again. Bollinger let that came a little low, didn't it?
It was a slow ball as well. Might have had something to do with it, but I agree. 1 or 2 have kept it a little low. There's not a great deal of bounce in the pitch. Hopefully there'll be some decent. There'll be plenty left at Greg's, I'm sure, by 2:30, which is the cut-off time for this Leicestershire innings.
Yes, there's generally a bit of a queue, isn't there? We have to get around there a bit sharpish when at the break, as Hudson Prentice is in again from the Cromwell Road end, down the hill, bowls and worked away by Bollinger through the covers, picks up a single. Henry Crocombe sweeping on the cover bird. Is that Henry Crocombe? Crumbs. See, these shirts are great, but it's not great when you can't make out the numbers. And I know these Sussex lads reasonably well. That looked a little bit like Bertie Foreman coming running into field, but it can't be because Bertie's 12th man, unless someone has gone off the field while I was adjusting the microphone. Could be Archie Lenham out there. And comes Hudson Prentice bowls, clipped away, and again it's gone out to that fielder on the leg side, and it's just, I'm pretty certain that is Bertie Foreman, you know.
It's definitely not Crocombe anymore.
No. Throw comes in, and another single to Holland, who goes to 42. Leicestershire Foxes 91 without loss. Been a very good start by the Foxes, haven't been asked to bat here today. The sun coming out. And one of the best ways to slow the run rate, which is currently rattling on at 5.8 and over, is to take wickets. That's what Sussex are striving to do. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Bollinger, plays it out into the offside. That's a well-taken single. It's good cricket. Tom Clark got the throw in. It missed the stumps. He's got his hands on his head, but I rather suspect that Bollinger was home, and that was a well-judged single. End of the over. And Leicestershire are 92 without loss after 16 overs. 10 runs coming from that Finn Hudson Prentice over.
I thought that by now the Sussex seamers would have accepted it's very risky to bowl short to Bollinger from that Cromwell Road end with that short boundary, because he's cracked 3 through that leg side. 2 for 6, 1 for a 1 bounce 4, and he's hit them all very, very hard indeed. Lenham. long conversations with his skipper, John Simpson. The two Leicestershire batsmen have earned a drink, it would appear. The 12th man comes jogging out. I think that's Roman Walker on this occasion. They've had their drink. It'll be Budinger who'll be on strike to Lenham, who's waving his mid-wicket sort of square. Bowls a loosener to his mid-off.
Trying to work out something that looks, for all the world, looks to me like Bertie Foreman. I'm just trying to work out what I can see on the field. It's not easy without the numbers on the shirt. The Clark Haynes I can see because he tear.
Lenham is in, and Budinger is hitting high over long on for 6. Thumps into the black screen, the black material in front of the other side of the media centre, and that is 50 for Sol Budinger. A very nice way to go to it indeed. It was a length delivery from Lenham. It didn't really turn. It was a little bit in the slot, and as I say, Budinger's in form at the moment, and he's gone to his 50 off 46 deliveries, and he's hit 5 fours and 3 sixes, and he works that one out into the leg side, and that's good batting as well to follow a 6 with a single. So 3 times he's gone past 50 in 4 innings in this competition now. Sol Budinger, can he once again go on to 3 figures? Can he make it count? Can he make it a big 50?
Well, it's a good start, very good start.
99 without loss, Leicestershire.
I'm thinking that Henry Croker might be off the field.
Lenham is in, dropped a little bit short on the off stump, but swept nonetheless.
Well
good
fielded.
work down there by Alsop, diving away to his right, not his natural side, so to speak. He's a left armour with a super throw, strong left arm, comes arrowing in, and he saves 3. The single brings up the Foxes 100. It's come up off 16.3 overs. The run rate is creeping up to 6. In goes Lenham, driven back past him. He got his right hand to it, slowed the ball down, and it dribbles out directly, almost directly behind the stumps. Mid-off moves to his left to field. Budinger has to settle for 1. 6.1 the run rate now as Lenham is in 2. Oh my goodness me, was that a chance? It was an impossible on a bottom edge. I think Holland trying to slog sweep again.
I thought it bowled him initially.
Really. Went underneath the bat. I think it was a bottom edge, and Simpson not able to gather, but he hit it. I think it was quite a thick bottom edge, and would have been a miracle catch. In goes Lenham, bowls, slightly shorter of a length, and back goes Holland, plays it with a puff of dust from his feet back down the pitch to Lenham, who hands the ball to the umpire, takes his cap, and of the over, the 17th over of the innings, Leicestershire 101 without loss, over rate pretty much 6s. They'll be looking to accelerate from here because it's beginning to look as though they're going to need sort of 340, 350 to what could be par on this pitch.
Well, it's so difficult. I mean, last week I sat here with our colleague Mike Taylor from BBC WM, and when Sussex got off to a flyer, we were saying, well, this is 300 plus, and indeed after the game, the Warwickshire camp said they thought they'd be chasing, 330, 340, and Sussex suddenly bowled out for 174, and Warwickshire got there with a wicket remaining. So it's difficult to say, but certainly looking today, it's the same pitch. It's a quick outfield. Absolutely, you'd have thought that from this sort of a start, Leicestershire would be looking around the 300 mark. We've got Jack Carson coming into the attack for the first time from the Cromwell Road end. Rowan's been in touch. He says, we were talking about Danny Lamb earlier on, and he says, I'll echo your best wishes to Danny Lamb. He's made a great impression in his first year at the club. Rowan goes on to say, your mention of Dammy got me thinking about who is ready for promotion to the Championship team to replace him. I'm presuming you mean in T20 cricket. In comes Carson, bowls, Budinger's forward and plays this through the offside. They've picked up 1, and that's all they'll pick up. Ibrahim is in from the long on boundary to field, 1 more to the total. Budinger goes to 55, 102 without loss. Rowan goes on to say, although it feels slightly harsh, my feeling is the backup bowlers in the one-day competition haven't looked good enough. I wonder if we put more responsibility on Coles or maybe Haynes to bowl overs. And comes Carson bowls, hammered down the ground. Is it going to be caught? No, it's not by Ian Holland. It's going to run away for a boundary. I just thought for a moment there, Richard, that the mid-off might have been interested, but it was driven firmly enough and high enough. And in the end, it was way over the head of the mid-off fielder. And it's another boundary to Ian Holland, who's now within 3 of a half century. And the Fox is 106 without loss. Good shot. Filled up inside the boundary on that offside. Carson in again, bowls, and Holland this time, a bit of an ugly snitter to be honest, down the line, but he picks up a run nonetheless down to long on.
It's brave from Carson to have his mid-off. To have a mid-off rather than a long off. Holland stepping away to make room for himself.
Comes Carson in and bowls, and Budden just steps away and cracks that one away through the offside. Now there could be a couple of runs here. The throw comes in. I'm certain that's Bertie Foreman out there, who is a brilliant fielder. He was in very, very quickly then and prevented more than a single being taken. 108 without loss. Leicestershire going along very nicely. Ian Holland, 2 short of his half century.
So I think that is Crocombe coming back down the steps.
Ah, thank you. In comes Carson bowls, and Holland places onto the onside. And it is a dot ball. Yes, Henry Crocombe's on the boundary edge, so Bertie Foreman may have done his bit of work for the day. I imagine he's the fastest runner in the Sussex side, I would imagine, Bertie Foreman, who's performed well in this competition. Carson in bowls, and using his feet is Holland. Good bowling by Jack Carson, just dropped that a little shorter. Holland nudged that to backward point. There is no run. End of the over, 108 without loss at Leicestershire, with Holland on 48, Puttinger on 56. I'm sorry, I've made a bit of a hash of reading your email, Rowan, so I'm just going to say, your mention of Danny got me thinking about who is ready for promotion to the Championship team to replace him. What would your view be? Although it feels slightly harsh, my feeling is the backup bowlers in the one-day competition have not looked good enough. I wonder if we put more responsibility on Coles and Haynes to bowl overs and play an extra batter in place of Lamb to rebalance the side in the absence of Cheteshwar Pujara, who has gone back to India, missed the last 2 championship games as well. We'll have a little natter about that perhaps at the end of the over.
Lenham is into Budinger, drivable delivery, fullish outside off stump, and it is driven. Also makes the stop on the boundary. Budinger settles for 1. Yes, we expect, with respect to these first 3 Leicestershire batsmen, that numbers watching on the stream will increase rapidly when Ajinkya Rahane comes to the crease, batting at number 4 for Leicestershire. Lenham is in, drops a little bit short, and it's pulled for 6. Well, I say a little bit short, and I was probably being a little bit generous to Arch Lenham. It was a short ball, it can happen, and although again it didn't really get up that much, he had plenty of time to get underneath it. Ian Holland lofted it for 6 and go to his 50. And he'll be very pleased about that on his return from America, his home country. He was born in Wisconsin, curiously.
They want another
Brought
ball
up in Australia.
Yeah, they want another ball brought out. Tom Alsop has taken the opportunity to go to the loo as well. He just pointed to the far side where Brenda Lower, here she comes, good old Brenda, who was very busy here. For those of you who don't Brenda, she's responsible for bringing the balls onto the pitch when they get lost. And the game here against Leicestershire, she was regularly onto the field because Louis Kimber kept hitting the ball out the ground. And that's what Ian Holland has done now.
6 or 7 times, I think, during that innings.
It was 21 sixes in the innings from Louis Kimber, a record in the county championship, eclipsing Ben Stokes. So that's a record to be very proud of. The umpires are just looking to decide which ball. It was a poor delivery by Lennon, wasn't it? And Holland had oodles of time just to pick his spot really, and heave the ball away for 6 runs.
Standing the young man at the moment with his hands on his hips, looking a little downcast. Understandably.
Yeah, I mean, just to go back to Rowan's email, Sussex do play 2 spinners in the Championship, so it's quite possible that Coles and Carson could bowl more overs. Finn Hudson-Prentice will have a key role to play. But probably the most economic bowler, although he hasn't been economic today in the 50 over for Sussex, has been Daniel Ibrahim. but you really feel that he needs to make a few more runs to force his way into contention. So much to ponder for Sussex with the weeks ahead.
I should say Ian Holland's 50 came off 59 balls, 7 fours and 1 6.
Well, he's batted very well, hasn't he, from the outset. This pair are really laying a good foundation for Leicestershire.
Well, they're increasing the run rate as well steadily. It's up at 6.3 now.
Very good.
Lenham in again to Holland, much better. Len just outside off stump, driven by Holland, but only as far as mid-off. Sends in a nice throw, as you would expect, over the top of the stumps. Bowls, Holland slugs, sweeps, it's in the air, over, long on, only just over long on. I thought he was going to be in the game again for a brief moment, but it was just over his leaping, reaching right arm and into Cow Corner, one of the hospitality marquees down here at Hove. So another 6 in the over, and beginning to cause serious problems now for John Simpson. In goes beg your pardon, Lenham, and it's driven back to him by Holland, not timed at all. One bounce, bounces back up to the young man. Options for Simpson maybe slightly limited. Leicestershire have been having that sort of risk themselves slightly. Lenham is in. Holland, a horrible heave at the ball, which stays low outside off stump. He rehearses the shot he should have played, a drive through the offside. Either way, the attempted slog missed, but a successful over as far as Ian Holland are concerned. Took a couple of 6s from it. 121 without loss after 19. Leicestershire, the run rate up to 6.4 now. Holland on 60, Budinger 57.
Archie Lenham's 3 overs have gone for the last 2 balls of that over. He's gone for 25. So he's got some problems here as John Simpson.
Yeah,
13 off the over.
Just thinking.
Casting in, sorry, Richard. Budinger plays down the offside of the track, no run.
It's very difficult. It becomes difficult if a spinner is hit out of the attack, isn't it? If he can't bowl him anymore.
James Kirtley.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I just see James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach, just coming wandering around the boundary edge. The Cromwell Road end. In comes Carson Bowles, cut away by Budinger to backward point. Good bit of fielding there by Daniel Ibrahim, prevents a single being taken. Yeah, I mean, other options, Tom Clark to bowl his medium pacers. He's bowled in the last couple of games. Carson again bowls, Budinger cuts away firmly through the covers, picks up a single to the sweep on the boundary, fielded out there by Henry Crocombe. Gets in a throw to Simpson, 1 more to the total. Budinger 258. Leicestershire 122 without loss, as Richard was saying. Going along comfortably over 6 and over at the moment. Carson, the sun has just disappeared momentarily. Lots of high level cloud, and it's very pleasant cricket watching conditions, not like some of the heat of last week when it was really too hot to sit out in the sun and watch too much cricket. In comes Carson Bowles and swept away, and that's going to be 4 runs, and a really good shot by Ian Holland. Swept the ball away backward of square on the leg side. He goes to 64, and this very good opening partnership for Leicestershire continues. 126 without loss, and it prompts more field changes from John Simpson. So there's now a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, a short fine leg. Sussex only allowed at this stage, this is power play 2, you're only allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Carson in again, bowls, and Holland dabs that onto the onside. That's a good call by Sol Budinger, who picked out the fact that Ari Carvelos at short fine leg had to move a little further to his left of field, and they were very quickly through for the single. 127 without loss. Carvelos has now got to run back to his fielding position for the left-hander, which is at deep backward square. Carson in again, bowls, and Budinger again just nudges that onto the onside and picks up a comfortable single. And good batting by Leicestershire in this over, Richard. I mean, they've picked up, what, 7 runs without really taking a risk. 8 runs without really taking a risk. End of the over, 128 without loss. Holland on 65, Budinger on 59.
Yeah, they have to be targeting 350. The Foxes here, whether it be enough. So the pitch looks pretty good, and the Sussex batting lineup looks pretty good too, but I know that would at least be competitive, more than competitive perhaps. But a couple of wickets and it will look very different. Lenham is into Budinger, back he goes, chops it off the stumps. Lenham has his hands on his head, understandably. He manages to squeeze it through the gap in the covers to Allsop coming in off the ropes and takes his single, moves into the 60s, joining Holland. Sol Budinger 60, Ian Holland 65, a runner ball 65. Out goes wide, long leg. So 3 men out on the leg side for Lenham as he goes in to Holland and bowls outside off stump. He goes back and cuts, but good stop falling to his right at backward point means no run. So just Crocombe out on the offside. 3 men out on the leg side. Wide, long leg, square leg and long on. Lenham is in. Edged, should be caught, is caught. Went for the big slog. Got the edge, it looped up very nicely in a comfortable catch at backward point for sort of Dan Ibrahim. Sort of, it was Dan Ibrahim in a sort of backward point position, almost short third man really, a little bit wider than that. And deserved reward, I think, for Lenham, who sort of got his length right in that over. 3 good length deliveries, and the third of which Holland tried to wipe over. Long on, top edge, and a comfortable catch for Ibrahim. Holland 65, off 67 balls, 8 fours and 2 sixes.
Good knock, wasn't it? You're asked to bat this morning. I think Leicestershire would bite your hand off when you're sent in to be 129 for 1 off of 20 overs and 3 balls. Well done, Archie Lenham, coming back from that previous over when he took a bit of a pasting with 2 sixes. But you're right, you were saying about wickets change things, and they certainly slow run rates, and if you had a couple of wickets onto it now, suddenly Leicestershire perhaps can't quite play with the abandon that they are. But at the moment, I think good tactics from Ian Holland. He set the foundation, he's looking to get on with it.
129 for 1. The skipper comes to the crease. He's been busy in this competition. Lewis Hill, he had the T20 off, didn't play at all, so he had a holiday and has come back looking like a man refreshed. 81 in the first innings, in the first match against Nottinghamshire, 9 against Warwickshire, and 42 off 35 last time out against Essex at Chelmsford. Viewing figures on the stream will start to tick up now. The anticipation of seeing Rahana shortly,
yes,
potentially. But hopefully, from Lewis Hill's point of view, and indeed Sol Budinger's, not quite immediately. Well, he's going to have a slip.
I think that's good captaincy.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit of pressure on his opposite number being put on by John Simpson as Lenham goes in. Bowls to Hill. Was that the googly? But it was from outside off stump, and it just seemed to drift back. But again, very low, the bouncing.
Yeah, I mean, I actually credit to John Simpson. It'd been very easy to have dragged Archie Lenham out of the attack after that previous over, but he kept faith in him.
Wood. In he goes, bowls, drops very short and cut away by Hill. Should pick up a couple, maybe even 3. Oh, Crocombe missed it. Should have stopped that. He went running down the ropes, but he is that sort of gangliness, and he sort of reached down for it slightly awkwardly, and it went underneath his right hand, and that's disappointing from Crocombe and indeed Lenham and Sussex's point of view.
Yeah, it was.
Gets off the mark. It probably only cost a run. They would have got 3 probably, but just not great. Lenham is in, back goes Hill, cuts again, this time more or less straight to Crocombe, who jogs in to meet the ball, and it is just one, but well bowled Archie Lenham, and he gets a sort of low 5 from his mid-off running up, but he still looks just a little down as he takes his cap from the umpire. 134 for 1 Leicestershire, and we have had 21 overs.
Yes, he has that slightly sort of hangdog expression, Archie Lenham. You know, when things aren't quite going his way. I mean, I think he takes it very much to heart.
You were saying he's sort of quite fiery or fiery out in the field.
Yeah, well, he is. I mean, up at I forget where we were, Neath, on Friday, and he bowled an over and he kicked away at the ground. I mean, I just think he likes to win, and there's nothing wrong with competitive spirit, but he gets very frustrated when he doesn't get it right. Jack Carson coming in from the Cromwell Road end. The sun is behind some cloud and driven this time by the new man, who's Lewis Hill, drills the ball to short extra cover where Lenham himself fields, and there is no run.
Maintaining a famous family tradition, isn't he?
He is.
Lenham?
Yeah. Or the third generation. In comes Carson bowls, and Lewis Hill just plays that, cuts the ball away through the offside field. Tom Alsop ambles in from the scoreboard to field. One more to the total. Hill goes to 6, 135 for 1.
And he reckons he bowled his best ever delivery against Leicestershire, and he bowled Colin Ackerman with a leg spinner that hit the top of off.
Right, okay. And that must have been a championship game. In comes Carson bowls, and Bollinger flays that one away through the offside. They've taken one. They're going to come back for the second. That's very good running as the throw comes in. It was thrown in very, very hard by Henry Crocombe. Jack Carson was happy to let the ball go. I don't blame him, actually. Archie Lenham was backing up, but Bollinger very quickly back for the second. He goes to 62 or 57 balls, 137 for 1.
He did take 4 for 84 in the championship against Leicestershire at Grace Road in 2022.
Carson in bowls. Forward comes Bollinger, plays to the offside, no run. If I remember rightly, it was a game that was quite heavily affected by the weather, and Archie Lenham held out for quite a while, I think, at the end.
And he made 48. It's his best batting and best bowling in the county championship, that match.
There we go. Carson in again, bowls, and again Bollinger just makes room, and just ticking the score along here, you know, not really taking any risks since the departure of Ian Holland, as so often is the case in limited overs cricket. You know, wickets go down in a clatter, but they picked up 4 runs in this over just by nudging the ball around. And now going along at 6.3 runs and over. Carson in bowls and defended by Hill to mid-on. So nice tidy over from Jack Carson. 138 for 1 at the end of the 22nd over. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms, Richard Ray, your commentary team on a now cloudy Hove, with not too much sign of blue sky, but the cloud is high, and the weather forecast good for the rest of the day. I think Archie Lenham's going to carry on, I guess, as you would, having picked up a wicket in that previous over. I'll give you his bowling figures in a moment.
1 for 31 off 4.
Yeah. There you go.
Long on goes back, mid-wicket goes back. Lenham is in 2. Bollinger drives in the air just short of mid-off. Good stop to his left. It almost drilled it through the chest of Lewis Hill. And it bounced, well, no more than a yard away from mid-off, but it was travelling. Really good work at mid-off. Two-handed to his left to make the stop cleanly.
Charlie Tier in there.
In goes Lenham. Good length delivery that is pushed back to him by Sol Bollinger. I still can't, I mean, he's no more than 30 yards away from us, and I still can't see the number. I can't work out what the number is.
I think it's 26.
26, possibly. Yeah, in goes Lenham and bowls outside off stump, and it's left by Sol Bollinger, and the umpire comes out and inspects where Lenham's follow through, and he has a word with him, and he's saying to him, move to your left please when you have delivered the ball. Do not go on the line of the wicket. Lenham is in, bowls down the leg side, and appeal for a catch behind. Quite how that could possibly be a catch behind. It might have, I think it was John Simpson saying, oh, it might have flicked the pad, therefore it can't be a wide, but he actually lifted the bat out of the line of the ball.
I think that was the experienced keeper trying a bit of kidology with the umpire.
Which is signalled wide. Lenham is in, cut. Again, almost off stump by Budinger. Out towards Alsop, who's spending all his time out on that boundary on the east side of this lovely ground.
Charlie Tier should be number 28, so maybe that's an 8. It really is almost impossible to tell these numbers. As I say, Richard says we're very close.
Still can't see them. Lenham is in to Hill, who plays a premeditated, attempted sort of paddle around the corner and misses it. Might have got a bit of a bottom edge onto the front pad, which was hit well outside the line of off stump, but either way, it's a dot ball. Still got the slip in for the new batsman. Lenham is in, Hill goes back and plays it firmly and correctly this time out towards Crocombe, coming in from the offside boundary, and one is taken. So that was a pretty decent over from Lenham. A wide and 2 singles, the only ones which he conceded in it. 141 for 1 Leicestershire after 23.
Yes, he looked a little happier, didn't he, Archie Lenham, as he wandered away at the end of that over. So the Sussex spinners just trying to put a bit of a break on.
It has just dropped back a bit, the run rate, from 6.3, 6.4 to 6.1. So
yeah,
effective at wicket, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. The last 2 overs have just gone for 7 runs, but Leicestershire still in a very good position here. Jack Carson's going to carry on. 3 overs, no wicket for 18 to bowl to the right-handed Lewis Hill, skipper of Leicestershire, in and bowls, and Hill pulls that one away from out. Is he going to be caught? That's a good catch. That's a very, very good catch by Henry Crocombe, coming racing in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was a very fine catch. It was pulled away onto the leg side. Crocombe needed to make up a lot of ground coming in from deep mid-wicket, and he caught the ball literally inches, centimetres probably, off of the ground, and Lewis Hill goes, and a second wicket goes down. Hill goes for 7 off of 9 deliveries, just with the 1 boundary, and Sussex picked up a couple of wickets and just sort of fought themselves back into the match.
That was a super catch from Crocombe, and more than kind of redeemed himself. He gave Hill a 4 instead of a 3 to get off the mark, but Hill, well, he might consider himself a bit unlucky, but it was a bit of a premeditated dog sweep again at Carson on this occasion, and young Crocombe did brilliantly, running in, flinging himself forward, got hands just underneath the ball, and one has brought 2, as is so often the case. 141 for 2 now Leicestershire, but it brings to the wicket the first of Leicestershire's international overseas players, and not many more illustrious. Ajinkya Rahane.
Yeah, as you say, I'm sure we'll get quite a few people tuning in to our commentary as Rahane makes his way out. I guess when you've made a start like Leicestershire you have got a bit of a licence to play. I just wonder whether Lewis Hill, he'd attempted that in the previous over, hadn't he? You know, and in fairness, you're probably thinking, I don't want to give the spinner a chance here to just settle into too good a line and length, but you know, it was a very, very good catch by Henry Crocombe, who came in a long way off of that leg side boundary, and he's now just adjusting Crocombe a little bit, saying just move a little bit squarer. So Rahane takes guard. We can clearly see the white number 3 on the back of his red shirt. As he surveys the field, he will see that there are 6 men inside the circle, which Sussex don't have to have at this stage. Carson in bowls to Rahane, who's forward and defends into the offside. There is no run. Tom Alsop sweeping on the cover boundary. There is a deep backward square. Oh, in fact, they're the only fielders out because there's a slip in place as well. Carson in bowls, and Rahane drives nicely through the covers, picks up 1. They'll think about 2. They'll be ill-advised because Alsop's got I'll say he's got a very good arm, Tom, so that was a dreadful throw. He got very quickly to the ball that prevented Rahane and Budinger to coming back for a second, but the throw, it always seemed to slip out, and it was a bit of a shocker, but it didn't cost Sussex a run. 142 for 2. Budinger on strike. He's on 64 of 63 balls. Waits as Budinger just eases that one nicely away through the covers and picks up another single. Henry Crocombe has a far simpler piece of fielding to do on this occasion. Gets in the throw to John Simpson. One more to the total. 143 for 2. Budinger 65 of 64 balls. Brings Rahane back on strike. Carson waits. He's on his way. Bowles. I think I've just missed my update. Actually, I had my earphones unplugged. Do you mind just taking over for 2 ticks, Richard?
Not at all. Carson would dearly love to pick up a batter of the quality of Rahane is in. Rahane goes back and nice high left elbow. Elegantly, every shot he plays is rather elegant. Strokes the ball in defence, back up the wicket to Jack Carson, bowling in his sunglasses. It is the end of the over, successful one for Carson. Leicestershire 143 for 2 off 24 now, so run rate back down to 6s. Those 2 wickets will just slow Leicestershire up for a while. Rahane and Budinger have a chat. This is sort of the way the innings went against Essex with Budinger. They played around Budinger to a certain extent, although 1 or 2 eyebrows were raised about the number of batsmen sort of who were prepared to hit the ball up into the air. Lenham is into Budinger, goes back and cuts firmly and for 4. Also running down the rope on that side of the ground. Couldn't quite get there. Ball gathered that little bit of pace. It was moving slightly downhill, and Budinger, sweet piece of timing, picks up 4, moves on to 69, 147 for 2. Very good shot, wasn't it? And
You know, it's very difficult when you're chasing down the hill, and Tollsop's pretty quick across the ground, but he had no chance of cutting that off. Well, it's good to get a boundary off the first ball of the over as well, Richard.
Yeah. And wants his point to go to extra cover on the edge of the circle, really, or cover on the edge of the circle, and he brings his extra cover in much closer, maybe only 4 strips away as Lenham is in. Budinger is looking to drive, rather slaps the ball down into the ground though as he reached for it, and it bounces gently out towards mid-off. Very young man. Fields, is that Mr. Tier?
I think that's Charlie Tier. I think that's an 8 on his shirt, I think.
Lenham is in, and a rather ugly attempt on drive from Budinger. Ball down into the ground, bounces out towards between mid-wicket and mid-on. Very slowly, Budinger refastens his gloves. Lenham in, bowls, fraction short perhaps, but his hands go into the air as Budinger went back and worked it off the stumps behind square on the leg side out towards wide long leg and takes his single. Almost a sort of deep backward square position. Budinger into the 70s now. Ooh, strange things in my ears. One has gone sort of slightly dead now.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. I'm waiting for them to come for an update in a couple of minutes. I was just saying that at least you would hear the cue when they come over.
I'm with you. Okay. Lenham is in, a little bit short outside off stump. Back goes Rahane. Doesn't try and never tries to sort of overhit it, and just chops it out through point and jogs his single. His second single. 149 for 2. Lenham. Nice loop to that one. It's foolish though, and it's driven out into the offside, and Budinger takes 1, and here comes Adrian's update, I think.
Yes, thank you, Richard. So, the end of the 25th over. Yes, apologies. I think that was a technical glitch at this end. Well, Sussex are fighting back slightly. Leicestershire were asked to bat here this morning. They're 150 for 2. Sol Bollinger going along very nicely. He's on 71. A couple of wickets for the spinners, one apiece for Jack Carson and one for Archie Lenham. In other games at Beckenham, Kent are 122 for 4 after 24 overs against Middlesex. And at Guildford, Nottinghamshire going very nicely against Surrey. Last we heard, they are 148 for 1 after 26 overs. Yeah.
Halfway stage in terms of overs bowled.
And they talk, don't they, about you know, well, actually they talk about doubling the score after 30 overs. So I mean, of course you never know. There could be a clatter of wickets, but I think of the two sides, Richard, I think Leicestershire will be the happier of the two, having been asked to bat here this morning.
Yeah, there's nothing much in it though, is there? You kind of feel it's quite nicely balanced at the moment. Another wicket or two quickly, and Sussex will have ambitions of sort of anything under 300. I think would be sort of in these circumstances a chaseable target. Once it gets over sort of 320, 330, and then it becomes an awful lot more difficult. So nicely in the balance.
I've got the what Leicestershire have got is a real foothold in the game, but as I say, they want to throw this as well. It's one of the things I really like about 50-over cricket, that it can still be a tactical game. You know, from here...
Yeah, it can still swing, can't it?
Well, definitely. You know, there's still opportunities. Leicestershire will think, well, they don't want to go mad here and throw away wickets and ending up being bowled out for 250. You know, if they're nudging the ball around the next 10, 15 overs, get to 40 overs with sort of 6, 7 wickets in the bank, then you can have a real thrash. Difficult to know with this pitch. As I say, last week there was a bit more help for it in the for the seamers than there has been this week. I mean, it looks, the old bowler's kept a little low, but in the main it's looked a decent track.
Yeah, no terrors in it for
no
Leicestershire batsmen, and obviously therefore not for the Sussex batsmen either. So it could be a run fest for the Hove crowd to enjoy, as is often the case between these two sides.
No, it is.
Red ball or white. Right.
It is.
Mostly red ball.
Yeah, they were saying they thought there were going to be a couple of thousand people in the ground today. I don't know. I think there's a few people going in for their lunch away to our right hand side. And having done my job of moving the effects microphone, the people who were sitting on the table have now gone in for their lunch. But anyway, they'll be back, I'm sure.
And possibly more raucous after lunch. So probably it was a wise move.
Totally. Yeah.
Whatever.
So 150 for 2, and it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to get us underway from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
There was a long gap, wasn't there, when these two sides didn't play one-day cricket against each other until 2022. I think it was something like 17 years.
Right.
We didn't play each other with.
Great step.
In one-day cricket. And then
is it you or me, Richard, here?
Well, we kind of swapped because you were doing your
right.
You were doing your update. So whichever you prefer.
Okay, well you're our guest, so you go.
Okay. Jack Carson from the Cromwell Road end into Sol Bollinger. Bowls. Bollinger just goes back and pushes it off the stumps out into the covers, and that is no run. Bollinger 71 off 70. Say this is pretty much exactly what he did against Essex last time out again, and Leicestershire we're pretty happy if he goes on to score similarly. 120 got against Essex. Carson is in. Well, that isn't similar because he drops short and it's pulled for a mighty 6 by Bollinger. No question that his form in this competition has done his, or his finding of form in this competition has done his confidence a huge amount of good, and his pulling, whether off the seamers and now off the spinners, has been a beautiful timing. That one crashed into the advertising hoardings. Carson is in, driven off the back foot out into the covers, but a good diving stop away to his left by the fielder on the edge of the circle means that it is no run. Bollinger 77.6. Carson steps in and bowls. Bollinger goes back, cuts, and again it's going to be stopped in the covers, but this time not cleanly, bounces off the fielder, so Budinger seizes the opportunity to dash a quick single. The old adage, never run on a misfield, is ignored, and in with reasonable safety. Fielder comes back in to slip now for the new batsman Rahana. 2 off 5 for him as Carson is in, tosses it up outside off stump, driven pleasantly out to also up on the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard. That one is taken, so 8 off the over so far.
And without taking a huge amount of risk either.
No, the 6 was pulled off a just slightly short ball, but again it was hit like a tracer. Carson is in and Budinger is forward, content with 8 off the over. 78 to him off 74 balls. 3 off 6 for Rahana, 158 for 2 Leicestershire off 26.
And if you've just joined us, very good afternoon. Welcome to Hove. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester, respectively, I should say. Sussex's 5th match in the One-Day Cup this season, haven't won a game so far. Leicestershire's 4th, they've won 2 of their previous 3. On a nice day down here, it's not too warm, there's a bit of high level cloud, a bit more blue sky now. The sun is just trying to make an appearance, but very pleasant cricket watching weather as Archie Lenham is in and bowls to Rahane. He drills the ball to short extra cover. Good bit of fielding by Tom Clark. Prevents any runs. 6 overs, 1 for 41 Archie Lenham, so nearly 7 and over. But he has picked up a wicket. And he's in again, bowls, Rahane with a flick of the wrist plays this away through mid-on, and that's a very good bit of fielding on the edge of the 30-yard circle by, we think that's Charlie Tear, the young Sussex wicket-keeper batsman, who's not got the gloves today, quite obviously. John Simpson, the regular Sussex keeper and captain, is fulfilling both of those roles today. Rahane goes to 4, 159 for 2. Lenham in again, bowls to Budinger, who, I'm sure that came off the pad, where there's a bit of inside edge onto pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, and it is indeed a leg by, 160 for 2. Leicestershire asked to bat here this morning. They've lost Ian Holland for a very good 65 that got Leicestershire off to an excellent start, a partnership of 129 for the first wicket. Lenham is into Rahane, who places very respectfully down the offside of the track. Archie Lenham dives away to his right to field, and there's no run. Then Lewis Hill was very well caught by Henry Crocombe at deep mid-wicket, running in off the boundary, catching the ball millimetres above the turf off the bowling of Jack Carson for 7. Lenham in again. Rahane pulls away, and that's going all the way for 6 runs, and 2 short really from Archie Lenham, and you can't bowl there to Rahane. He does get cross, Archie. Did you see that? He kicked away at the crease. A big cloud of dust come flying up. But it was too short, wasn't it? And, you know, it's a relatively short leg side boundary.
I think I'd be cross with myself if I bowled a half tracker to a batsman of Rahane's class.
Yeah.
Proven class. I saw the ball bounce as it sort of, I think it went into the gardens of the club.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's come back.
Oh, there we go. Well done. Perhaps someone was out doing some
Stewart's
gardening. And, yeah. But what Leicestershire are doing here is picking up 7 and 8 and over without taking a huge amount of risk. 168 for 2. Is it 168 or 166? 166, I'm sorry. And the applause is not for the cricket, it's something that's going on in the corporate hospitality away to our right-hand side. Lenham in again. Rahane drives, but straight into the covers where it's fielded by Tom Haynes. There is no run. A very dejected Archie Lenham gets his cap and wanders away to his fielding position. 166 for 2, so 8 off the over. And Leicestershire going along in their merry way.
Rahane in this competition so far. 71 off 60 against Nottinghamshire. 3 off 10 against Warwickshire and 37 off 42 at Essex. Got the ball of the day there. Super delivery and edged behind. He'll be keen to go on. He's with Leicestershire until the end of the season, so he'll play in the final 5 championship fixtures as well. Carson is in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls and is smashed over mid-wicket for 6. It was a length delivery, but well, it was a little bit in the slot for Budinger, and well, already said how well he's timing the ball through the leg side if he gets the opportunity, and that was another instance of that timing. It wasn't a short ball, but it was in the slot, and that's Budinger's 5th maximum. Moves into the 80s now, onto 84. Carson is in. He's hit that one up into the air. Should be caught running across from mid-on, and is. So Carson celebrates happily, having gone for a 6, and Budinger will be hugely disappointed. Didn't need to do that. He had got the 6 off the first ball of the over, tried to repeat the dose with the second, hit it up into the air, and has given his wicket away. 84 off 77, an excellent innings from Budinger, but he's well, holding his bat by his blade with his head down. A little bit of a rush of blood for Budinger. Well bowled though by Carson, who wasn't afraid to give the second ball air as he had the first and seen it disappear. 5 sixes in fact for Sol Budinger, 6 fours and 5 sixes in his 84, but there was a second consecutive 100 there for the taking. Really, he'd done the hard work, and he'll be hugely disappointed not to have gone on. And a big blow struck by Sussex, 172 for 3 now, and that partnership between Budinger and Rahane was just beginning to build. But out to the crease comes another Test batsman, Australia Test batsman on this occasion. Peter Hanscom comes out to join Ajinkya Rahane. Leicestershire's 2 premier batsmen at the crease now. Rahane has just about got in, 10 off 11, but Adrian returns a hugely unnecessary shot really from Budinger, having hit the previous delivery for 6. What he'd done well previously at having picked up a 6, he'd then usually either played next ball defensively or picked up 1. Tried to repeat the dose, but brave bowling from Carson gave it air again and got the reward.
I was obviously out. Where was he caught?
Mid-on, rang across and caught it at pretty much mid-off, to be quite honest. It really did skew very high up into the air. So
second wicket for Carson.
And it was bravely bowled. Got another international to bowl at now in Hanscom. As the sun comes out fully, bowls, and it's turned in the air through mid-wicket by Hanscom out towards deep mid-wicket. Crocombe runs round to field, but there was always going to be 2 in those circumstances.
Yeah, that wasn't a million miles away, was it? I mean, it wasn't. I mean, it was nothing to interest Tom Clark, but just for a moment, Jack Carlson just with a little skip in the air as if to say, "Oh, that was not far away."
In goes Carson, bowls. Simpson comes out from behind the stumps as Hanscom just blocks it out into the offside. It was young Charlie Tier who took the catch, running across from that mid-off position. He had a lot of time to think about it as well, but he did have quite a lot of ground to make up to get to the ball too. Carson is in. Forward goes Hanscom. No, says Rahane as he sees the ball going straight towards backward point.
When you go for a 6 off the opening ball of the over, you do wonder, but actually he's picked up the wicket, and he's the opportunity to bowl here to the new player.
Carson is in. Hanscom is driving hard down into the ground comfortably, but neatly, cleverly stopped to his left in the air at cover. So another successful over. Didn't start well, but it's certainly the last 5 balls were good ones from Jack Carson. 174 for 3.
Yes, Sol Budinger gone for 84. Jack Carson with his second wicket of the innings. So 28 overs gone, as Rich is saying. 174. Those 3 wickets. Rahane and Hanscom having a little natter in the middle of the pitch, and Archie Lemon has now been taken out of the attack, having rolled 7 overs, 1 for 48. And Sussex are taking the opportunity with a couple of relatively new batters in to reintroduce Finn Hudson-Prentice, who bowled 5 overs for 28 earlier on today. Very good afternoon. The sun out here at Hove on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray on commentary duties today. Leicestershire off to a very good start, 129 for the first wicket, but Sussex just chipping away here, picking up those 3 wickets, just trying to slow the run rate, which is already 6.2 and over. Hudson-Prentice in to Rahane, who has oodles of time and punches that away into the offside, fielded by Tom Clark at extra cover. There is no run. So 5 fielders inside the circle. There's a backward point to cover mid-off, then a mid-on and mid-wicket. The 2 fielders out on the leg side are a deep, well, a fine leg right on the boundary and a square leg on the boundary. Then on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary and a 3rd man. Plenty of sun hats now on in the Spen Karma Pavilion away to our left, because the sun is now out very brightly as Hudson-Prentice wheels around and comes running into bowl to the right-handed Rahane, who's 10 not outed in bowls, and Rahane just plays that very firmly through the offside, picks up a single as Crocombe comes in and fields, throws on the bounce to John Simpson. Rahane goes to 11, 175 for 3. Just a reminder of the Sussex Cricket Museum, which will be open today. It's free, completely run by volunteers, and I can see some trestle tables set out today, as is so often the case here at Hove, with various photographs and books. And there's a very good exhibition in the museum at the moment as Hudson-Prentice makes a change in the field. He's going to bring his sweeper on the cover boundary up into a 1-saving position in the covers for the new man, who's Peter Hanscom. 2 off of 4 deliveries. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls and then pitches that around middle and leg and steered by Hanscom out to deep mid-wicket. Picks up a single. He goes to 3, 176 for 3. Yeah, very good exhibition of photographs. The gentleman's name, I think it's Arthur Sandman, who was a photographer down here in the 60s and early 70s, and it's an exhibition of some of the really excellent black and white photographs he took of some of the really great players who have played here down the years. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls to Rahane, hits him on the thigh pad, bounces out onto the onside, and it's a single. Just wait to confirm that is a leg by. Oh, it wasn't. Well, there we are. I got that completely wrong. Must have got a little bit of an inside edge onto pad. Total goes to 177 for 3. Rahane goes to 12. All sorts of great players who have played here down these, and I mean overseas players: Gary Sobers, Lance Gibbs, Roy Fredericks, Gordon Greenwich, Rowan Canai.
So not just Sussex.
No, Alvin Calicheran, Ian Chappell, Barry Richards. It's a real who's who of cricketers. Hudson-Prentice in and bowls. Pulled towards the leg side by Hanscom, 4 runs. A little too short by Hudson-Prentice, and Peter Hanscom on the back foot just pulling the ball away through mid-on for a boundary. Nice shot. He goes to 7, 181 for 3. Yeah, a real who's who. And that's a really nice display of photographs in the museum. So if you're listening around the ground and you want something to do at the break, please go and have a wander and enjoy those photographs. And I'll try and find out. The club might be able to let me know, actually, or one of the guys working in the museum, who that display is by. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and Hanscom nudges that to backward point. There is no run. Fielded there by, I think that's Tom Haynes. End of the over. 181 for 3. What on earth? That doesn't sound very clever, does it?
Not too healthy.
Oh dear, sounds dreadful, doesn't it?
No, it stopped then.
Well, it's stopped, but I think our line might have gone down. So let me. That's not good news. Oh, we're back at. No.
Well, we'll possibly still be able to be heard on the stream, so I shall keep going if you want to redial.
Yeah, you keep going on the stream. There's obviously a problem with the. Dial that down.
Jack Carson will continue from the Cromwell Road end. 2 for 36 from his 6 overs for Carson, who steps in and bowls to Ajinkya Rahane. Gives it lots of air, waits for it, Rahane, and makes sure that he plays it along the ground, clips it away. In, out, through mid-on, out too long on 4-1. Rahana onto 13. Hanscom has 7. He's on strike as Carson is in. Hanscom uses his feet but then defends the delivery out towards wide-ish mid-wicket. No run. Carson bowls, quicker, flatter delivery. Again, Hanscom just leans forward and blocks it out towards mid-wicket. So, good over so far from Carson, just the single conceded from it so far. Steps in and bowls, uses his feet, Hanscom, but then can only turn it to mid-wicket again. So it's another dot ball. 3 consecutive dots from Carson. That sounds more hopeful. In terms of the line being back up, fingers crossed we are.
I think we are.
Nothing. Carson is in. Back goes Hanscom, and mid-wicket, having gone back to boundary, can now work it at long last into that gap for 1. Hanscom on to 8, 183 for 3. Rich just beginning to creep up again, 6.1 it is. Carson is in, gives it some air. Rahana is forward, dropping it out towards point. He's momentarily interested in the possibility of a quick single, but he's sent back by Hanscom. So very good over from Jack Carson. Just the 2 singles conceded from it. 2 for 38 in his figures now off 7 overs. That's a pretty good effort in the circumstances. And Leicestershire after 30 overs, 183 for 3. I beg your pardon.
I'm just going to.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I'm just going to dial this down so you won't hear us for 2 seconds. Maybe a second. I'll let Richard carry on. I think you can hear us on the stream, which is good.
Hopefully, but we are having struggled to connect to Tinterweb as Hudson Prentice is in. Bowls, goes past the outside edge of Hanscom's bat. Ball doesn't do too much, but Hanscom played down the wrong line. He remains on 8.
Oh, I think
Double it from this point. 30 after 30 and 20, then they would get something around about, well, 320, 330. Is it par? Is it above par? We shall see. In goes Hudson Prentice, drops a fraction short and defended on the back foot by Hanscom. Hudson Prentice fields, are we
yeah,
back?
my apologies. I don't know why, but we had a problem with the line, but I'm pretty certain we're back up. And if you are listening online via the BBC website, can you just drop me a line, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, just let us know that you can hear us loud and clear. That would be appreciated.
Are we still on a sort of loop around the ground in those
Yes.
circumstances? In goes Hudson Prentice, worked by Hanscom, but not timed very well, and it trickles out towards Ibrahim at mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that the only place the commentary doesn't go when that is the case is on the BBC website.
Right.
So I think it goes out around the ground and it keeps going on the stream as well. But it is a bit frustrating when that happens.
Hudson Prentice is in. Bowls, good line, good length. Hanscom has to defend. Well, he doesn't have to, but feels obliged to do it and blocks it out into the offside. Haynes fields, bowls the ball to mid-off. Just a little squeeze going on at the moment. Carson conceded just 2 from his.
Yeah.
And Hudson Prentice has bowled 4 dot balls, sends Ibrahim back from mid-on to long on. Runs up the slight slope and bowls. That doesn't really get up, just outside off stump to Hanscom, who, as a consequence, can only dab the ball out towards point. Can it be a maiden? A mid-innings maiden.
It'd be the first maiden of the innings if it is. Yeah, they've just put us. I mean, these two vastly experienced, aren't they? And I'm sure there's oodles of time here for Leicestershire. What they won't want to do is lose another wicket here.
No, Hanscom has mopped up 16 balls for his 8 runs so far. Hudson Prentice is in, bowled to him, and he's going to get a slightly fortunate single. Comes off a thick inside edge. Rahane, who was running to the danger end, there was a lot of hands on heads when that throw went past the stumps. And it certainly would have required a decision of the umpire had it hit. So it wasn't quite a maiden, but it was still an excellent over from Finn Hudson Prentice, who's now bowled 7 overs, none for 36.
Yeah.
His figures, which is a pretty good effort in the circumstances. He and Carson have certainly, I suggest, been the pick so far.
I would agree. Clive has been back in touch. Hello, Clive. Clive Jacobs, good to hear from you. He says, great to have some cricket on the TV via the wonders of modern technology. Hats up to the Sussex guys for the great footage. Just wondering if anyone else is finding that the comms are out of sync, about 2 minutes behind the picture. Actually, we've just rebooted the equipment here, Phil, so hopefully it's a little better now. And Phil Brown has been in touch and it says, yes, we're back on the stream. It was silent for about 5 minutes, says Phil Brown, listening in Leicester.
Yes, hello, Phil.
Carson comes in and bowls, and that's going to be a couple of, well, in fact, they're not going to, don't think he played a shot. So Dead Lubin is herring towards the boundary, gets the throw in, but didn't play a shot, and the umpire signals that is a dead ball. So much ado about nothing. Dot ball goes into the book, 184 for 3. Have I pinched your over here, Richard?
No, I think we've
sort of got out of sync.
Got out of sync, so you crack on.
Carson round the wicket, bowls, and Hanscom uses his feet, drills the ball away into the onside. They pick up 1, and that's all they'll pick up very quickly in from the boundary edge. Is might have been Charlie Titter all the way out there, gets in the throw. Or was it Tom Haynes? We're struggling with numbers here, and I really ought to know, but he's a long way away over in the distance, and the numbers on the Sussex shirt are very unclear. In comes Carson bowls, and Rahane works that down to mid-on. There is no run. These are the shirts that Sussex are weighing. It's Pride weekend in Sussex. Good weather for it, which is great news.
Will they auction them after this or something like that?
A good question. Very good question. There's one for the lads in the media team. Carson in bowls and clipped away by Hanscom again. Just picks up a single to the field down there at deep mid-wicket. Again, it's just one more to the total. And which is right, Sussex have just got the squeeze on a little. I think that's tempered slightly by the fact that these two very experienced players, they'll have a figure in their mind about what they think Leicestershire need here. And just keen not to lose any wickets. Carson in again bowls, and Rahane again just works that with the spin onto the onside to Henry Crocombe, who comes jogging in from deep backward square. 4 runs off of the over so far. 188 for 3. The run rate down to 5.9 an over. So as Richard was saying, it has just dropped a little in the last half dozen overs. Carson waits and then comes in, bowls, and that's a 4 toss, and Hanscom clips that one away through mid-wicket and picks up another run. So 5 singles off the over. I think everyone will be quite happy about that. A low-risk over as far as Leicestershire are concerned. They're picking up 5 and over. Sussex, nice tight stuff from Jack Carson at the end of the over. And at the end of that, Leicestershire are 189 for 3. That's the end of the 32nd over. So 18 to go.
Leicestershire chased down 291 to beat Essex a few days ago, but that was with Budinger going through to 100 at the top of the order, and you kind of feel that they probably needed him to stay out there for a little bit longer. Hudson Prentice is in to Hanscom, who drives out wide of backward point, turns for the second and actually makes his ground fairly comfortably as Crocombe runs a good 30 yards to his left, to the north, if you like.
Yeah.
In front of the Spen Karma Pavilion.
The problem for Sussex, Richard, has been scoring runs. Their scores so far in this competition: 216, 174, 212 and 200.
In which case, a sort of a score of 300 plus might be a little bit daunting, but much more experience in the side now as Hudson Prentice bowls and is defended by Hanscom out in 2 that covers, you know, the old firm back at the top of the order, I suppose, Haynes and Allsop and Simpson's experience and Hudson Prentice, and it's a very different Sussex lineup for this game.
It is, yeah. Yes, but don't know with Haynes and Clark. I'd imagine Allsop will probably come in 3. Hudson Prentice 4, you say John Simpson.
Yeah, no, very different. In goes Hudson Prentice, looking to drive is Hanscom, not really timing it, goes straight out to mid off.
Well, just
14 off 24 for Hanscom.
Hasn't really made runs in the competition though, John Simpson. He's only played in 2 games. He was out for a first baller at Welbeck Colliery against Nottinghamshire. Then last week here against Warwickshire, he made 7. So
always makes runs against Leicestershire. Always. Whoever he's playing for. In goes Hudson Prentice bowls. Doesn't really get up too much.
No, it doesn't.
Turns in dismay as he blocks it out into the offside. Times it quite nicely, but goes straight to extra cover. And he's starting to cut a very slightly frustrated figure. Peter Hanscom. Rahane wanders down, has a word, says don't worry about it. Or something to that effect. 14 off 25 for Hanscom now. Hudson Prentice is in. He's going to be 14 off 26, as all he can do is block that one out into the covers again. Absorbing these balls is okay up to a point, as long as once you've got in, you make
totally.
the most of it. But if you then get out,
yeah,
there's a sort of doubly negative effect.
Someone moving behind the bowler's arm.
I think he's waiting for Rahane just to.
Oh.
He apologises.
Well spotted. Doing up his bootlaces or something.
He was indeed. Hudson Prentice is in. And bowls driven back past him, but not past mid-off, moving to his right behind the stump. So an excellent over again from Hudson Prentice. Just the 2 runs from it, from the very first ball of the over. 8 overs, none for 38 for him now. And this squeeze is just coming at the right time for Sussex and very much the wrong time for Leicestershire, who were 174 for 2 when Budinger got out, and they've rather limped on ever since.
Yes, that wicket came.
7.2.
Yeah.
What are we now?
So we're now
33.
33. So what, 5 and a bit overs? We've added
20. Less than 20.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, about 17. In comes Carson, bowls to Rahane, and as if to make the point, takes a step down the wicket there, looking to attack Jack Carson. I think Carson just dropped that in a little shorter. He saw Rahane come.
Well, he's putting pressure on Rahane, isn't it, who hasn't faced much of the bowling.
Rahane again waits as Carson is in over the wicket, bowls and clipped away with the spin to backward square leg. The throw comes in from Ibrahim, misses the stumps, but it's just a single. Rahane goes to 16, 192 for 3. It's absorbing stuff. Sussex trying to fight their way back in. Jack Carson is in his 9th over. Before this, figures of 2 for 43. He's in again. Bowls, Hanscom down the wicket driving, and that's a lovely shot. Into out, and that's sailed away, and that's gone all the way for a maximum. That's a very good shot by Peter Hanscom, using his feet, getting down the track to Jack Carson, driving the ball sort of between mid-off and extra cover, high, wide and handsome, and it's carried all the way to 6. Lovely shot. He goes to 20 off 28, and Leicestershire to 198 for 3.
High, wide and Hanscom.
Oh, very good. Very good. Carson waits and is now in again to Hanscom, who sweeps, and he's going to get more runs here, and he's going to pick up another boundary. I think Henry Croker is very quick across the ground. it's another boundary. I'm not sure that was the best bit of fielding by Daniel Heber, if I'm being fair, at short fine leg. It was tucked around the corner by Hanscom, and having had the squeeze on, all of a sudden there's 11 off the over. And the 200 up for Leicestershire, 202 for 3. Am I being a little harsh on Ibrahim there? Just thought that he was a little slow getting down, but that may have been a little unkind. Carson again. Waits. Is in and bowls, and Hanscom drills that one away through mid-wicket. Picks up another single, does Peter Hanscom. He goes 225, 203 for 3.
Right. He made quite a lot of ground to his right, Ibrahim, there, and having done so, it looked like he was going to get there, but just reached over the ball.
In comes Carson, bowls to Riley, who punches that back down the track. Carson fields off his own bowling. There is no run. So Jack Carson's got a good spell here, but that was expensive over. 12 runs coming off of it. Leicestershire 203 for 3. 16 overs remaining. They're going along at a rate of exactly 6. Well, it says 6 and over on the scoreboard. So we'll have to assume that's right. And there's going to be a change, I think, at the C end of the ground. Little surprise, because Hudson Prentice has been very economic. His last 2 overs have only cost 3 runs. But we are going to get a change in bowling, and it looks like we're going to get Tom Clark, who has been captaining Sussex in the last couple of games, who's going to come in to bowl his medium pacers.
Might just want to keep those 2 overs of Hudson Prentice back for the end. John Simpson, 8 overs, none for 38, as you say, has been a good effort. And Carvelis was a touch expensive early on. Crocombe was very expensive. He's got 7 overs left up his sleeve, but 3 overs, none for 21. Simpson might not entirely trust him. He's going to try and fiddle a few overs out of Clark. 7th Sussex player to have a bowl. Tall right-hander goes in and bowls very short, and he's pulled 4-4. Almost cleanly stopped in one of the hospitality marquees. Gentleman bounced just in front of the ropes and sat up nicely for the gentleman who's seated there. 2 hands to his right, but he couldn't take it cleanly. And,
Be disappointed with that.
He's explaining to his friends and colleagues why he didn't quite take it cleanly. Hanscom on to 29. Clark is in, drops short again. It's pulled, clothed slightly, but might just have the legs to get over the ropes. It is, because it's landed on the slight downward slope, and although it didn't exactly gather too much pace, it just maintained enough to beat Ibrahim and go over the rope. So, having struggled in the early part of his innings, Hanscom is accelerating nicely. He's got his score up past par in that he's got 33 off 32 now. He's waiting because Ibrahim has been sent out to excuse me, long on. Clark is in again. It's short, and again it's pulled for 4. So it has not been a successful choice of bowlers for John Simpson, who has his arms folded rather angrily across his chest at the moment. Clark has bowled 3 short balls, and they've all been hit to the boundary.
And they've all been hit to exactly the same place. I don't quite understand why they didn't move the fielder there in the first place, to be honest. But
well, he's there for a bad ball, isn't he? He has gone out there now, too deep mid-wicket, but don't bowl short.
Yeah.
The short leg side boundary. In goes Clark and bowls, and it's edged for 4. But well, I'm saying edged. Shall we say edged, or shall we say guided?
no, I think he's played that deliberately, Richard.
It was straight through, sort of second slit. Simpson couldn't get across, and yeah, I agree with you. It was a late and delicate dab from Hanscom. So 4 consecutive boundaries, and Hanscom, having been 14 off 29, something like that, has hit, I think his last, well, I'll have to work it out, but he's taken something like 24 off his last 6 or 7. It's been ridiculous. But that's 4 boundaries in a row.
Yeah, so a few hands
Clark.
on hips.
who is in and bowls, and that's pulled for 6. Well, again, he's dropped short, and this is becoming an absolute disaster for Sussex and personally for Clark as well. 4-4, 4-6.
22 off the over. That's poured into the hospitality suites over there, or the corporate boxes. And wow.
Extraordinary change, because the squeeze up to that point had been outstanding, really, from Hudson Prentice and Carson.
Well, he bowled very well on Friday, Tom Clark. 4 overs, 1 for 17 at Glamorgan. He bowled in the game at York. What did he do at York? 6 overs, 1 for 27. So he's bowled pretty tidily, but he's been absolutely belted out the attack here.
He's dropped short, 4 out of 5 balls.
Oh, Brenda's been called upon, I think. Brenda Lower, the lady with the spare balls. Has she got a sun hat on today? I think she has.
She has, bless her heart.
Yeah, she's coming wandering out. Have they found the ball?
She got ticked off, didn't she, at in the championship game slightly by one of the umpires for coming onto the pitch.
Yes, that's right. That was.
Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Which seemed a bit harsh.
Oh, it seems
she was trying to help.
Oh, look now. There's Rahane's gone running off the field here.
He doesn't know where the loos are, perhaps. It would have been quicker to go there, but he's asked permission to go all the way back up the stairs to the pavilion.
Yes, I think there is a loo over here to our right-hand side, where periodically in games you see a sort of the other Sussex player disappearing in there. But Rahane's gone running off, and if he was having something bought for him, you'd imagine that he would have been bought out. So I can only assume that he's going to the loo, or doesn't wear contact lenses or anything, does he? You're never quite sure.
Not that I'm aware of.
No. So, either way, poor old Tom Clark is getting consoled by his teammates, but I like Tom enormously, but that is not his finest hour in this over.
Not so far. 22 off 5 balls.
Leicestershire have a habit of doing this against Sussex. We think back to earlier this season when poor old Ollie Robinson went for 43 in an over when Louis Kimball was in full flow. I did actually write an article for BBC Online about that, because he got a really hard time in the press the next day.
Now the umpires are explaining to John Simpson, the Sussex players, how long perhaps Rahane has. Well, here he comes. Whatever he was doing, and we can only speculate, having gone back to the pavilion, but
He probably needs to sprint back. Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Yeah.
He was given permission
was.
during the ball change, while the ball was being changed, and
I'm sure he'll hold up his hands and say, sorry about that, chaps.
he won't be on strike, so
No.
he won't have to sort of recompose himself too much.
Yeah.
But something seemed, I mean, he didn't go straight away, did he?
No, he's just saying to the umpire, thank you, and I'm sure he would acknowledge the Sussex players as he comes down to the non-striker's end. Sussex players in a huddle. Haynes, Carson, Clark, Carvelos all having a natter. Probably saying something like, don't bowl another short one, Tom.
Yes.
Because you've already gone for 22 in the over. Anyway, the Leicestershire total is suddenly looking very healthy. 225 for 3.
Can he find a length? In he comes to finish his over. Bowls to Hanscom. He does find a length, and there's an ironic cheer from the Sussex faithful as the ball is played defensively, and Clark appreciates the irony. He claps himself above his head and grins slightly sheepishly as he takes his cap and sunglasses from the umpire. But the young man can laugh at himself, and that is always a good thing. End of the over. 225 for 3 after 35. That may be his one and only over. We shall see.
But Jack Carson's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road. And just going back to that Ollie Robinson over that went for 43. And, I mean, the press are very quick, aren't they, to latch on to various things. What they failed to admit was that outside of that over, I think in 31 overs, Ollie Robinson took 5 for 88 in the match. And I remember at lunchtime, as Louis Kimball walked off, he went up and shook his hand. So, you know, sometimes people who write things aren't necessarily at the game. In comes Carson, bowls to Rahane, who looks to sweep that one, fielded by Ibrahim at short, fine leg, and there is no run. And then, of course, he came back and he got the wicket of Ben Cox, which was almost the beginning of the end for Leicestershire. But it was a brilliant game of cricket. 225 for 3. If we have much the same today, no one will be complaining. Carson in bowls. Rahane probably feels he misses out there, and Tom Clark redeems himself somewhat with a very good sliding stop, diving stop at mid-wicket.
2 years earlier, we'd had that ludicrous stand between Ackerman and
Yes.
Mulder, hadn't we? That seemed to, well, it did go on all day, essentially, didn't it?
Yes.
Broke championship records.
Carson in bowls. Short pulled away, but not timed by Rahane. Gets a single out to deep square leg fielded by Henry Crocombe, who arrows a throw back in on the bounce to John Simpson. Just the one
Did
off
they
the
put
over.
on 400 or something? Was it 400? Something ridiculous.
Oh, Leicestershire. This year.
No, that stand between
Oh yeah, ludicrous, wasn't it?
Ackerman and Mulder.
Yeah, I mean, it was just crackers, wasn't it? I remember it was.
Ackerman made 300 and something, didn't he?
And comes Carson. Bowls. Full toss clipped away by Hanscom, who picks up a single to the deep mid-wicket. I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice all the way out there. Gets the throw in. One more to the total. 237 for 3. Carson again. This is his final over. So can do some juggling here is John Simpson. Carson in bowls. Rahane uses his feet and just dabs that onto the onside. A very good bit of fielding by Tom Clark, who is an excellent fielder. Diving away to his right, and he prevented a single being taken. Just the 2 runs off the over, but Leicestershire will feel, having taken 22 off the previous over, that they can allow themselves a couple of overs where maybe they just pick up 2 or 3 runs. In a very powerful position here. 227 for 3. Carson. Final ball of his spell. In and bowls, and Rahane drives through the outside. He doesn't quite time it, but he picks up a single nonetheless. So nice and tidy from Jack Carson, who is now bowled out. His 10 overs are done and dusted. Figures of 2 for, we go, 2 for 58, I think that's going to be. Yes, there we are.
I think in the circumstances you'd take that. Anything below 6 on a good pitch and a couple of wickets.
Yes, I guess you're going at 6. That's the important thing, is he's picked up a couple of wickets. But you're quite right. John Simpson's got to juggle things around here. Now, is he going to give Tom Clark another over? He's not. He's going to bring Archie Lenham back into the attack, I think.
He is.
Yes, he is. Archie
3
Lenham.
overs left.
7 overs, 1 for 48. To the ball, the leg spinner would be turning the ball away from the right-hander. So with the spin, you're hitting towards the longer boundary. But the boundary on this leg side is pretty short if they decide to go against the spin.
It is a bit risky to bowl length, but as you say, it doesn't have too many options. If Clark was just going to bang it in short, and it's going to sit up nicely for Hanscom.
Well, Leicestershire will feel from here that, I mean, they'll probably have their eyes, Richard. They'll be thinking, well in excess of 300. They'll be very disappointed if they don't. They'll be thinking, another 100 runs from here in the final 14 overs. Sussex really do need some wickets to stem this flow of runs.
Well, Lenham has brought his long on into mid on, and he has sent mid off back to long off for the sort of very correct Rahane, and that makes sense if he's going to bowl outside or on off stump. In he goes, bowls, fraction short, goes back Rahane and clips it away in the air for a long way through sort of wide-ish mid on, and if that's young Tier, he dives away to his right to make the stop. Stops it.
In fact, it's Bertie Foreman who's back on.
Foreman's back.
Yeah, so someone's gone off.
Lenham is in. Rahane is down the wicket, slogging, thick inside edge, goes between the batsman and the stumps out towards short fine leg. Well bowled. Lenham, who has his shirt up to his mouth, thinking he did almost have Rahane there.
He's not quite got his timing right here, is he, Rahane?
He doesn't. He finds slogging is so against his nature, I think, that he can suddenly sort of look slightly ugly. 18 off 28. Hanscom. Extraordinary cricket sometimes, isn't it? Who was struggling has now got 48 off 37.
Yes. Just prompted some field changes here, hasn't he?
In he goes, Lenham. Bowls to Rahane, who hits him over mid-on for 6. Well, he had long on back, but he would have cleared long on, I suspect, anyway there. It was the wrong ball for young Lenham. It was too straight. Needed to be outside off stump.
And having said Rahane isn't timing the ball, he then effortlessly just pumps one over long on for 6.
Yeah. Cricketer's ability to make us look daft.
Yes, it doesn't take much.
It doesn't take much.
Well, not well. Company accepted, certainly myself. The amount of clangers I've dropped in the last couple of years, but that wasn't great. And it is a short leg side boundary. We did say that, even though he's hitting against the spin, it's not a long carry.
A lot of 6s in this innings. Lenham is in, driven in the air over extra cover for 4 more by Rahane. That was a nice shot. Just gave himself a little bit of room. He did go outside off stump, understandably, Lenham, but his hands on his hips as he did over pitch slightly, and Rahane lifted it over extra cover for 4. How many 6s have we had in this innings? Carvelas 1, Hudson Prentice 1, Lenham
2 now.
2, no, 6s.
Oh, sorry.
So 5, I think now. Carson 3, Clark 1, 4, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
I think 11, but
I think that might have made it 12.
Yeah, something like that. Lenham is in, driven hard for just the single, I think, or might just turn for the second. They will turn for the second as Crocombe ran to his right to field. Not a great throw, and Simpson, such a clean wicket keeper, had to sort of parry it away, and Rahane kindly walks across and picks it up for him.
You were right, Richard. It is 11. Suddenly
40 for 3.
Oh, he's stepping on the accelerator here. 12 off the over.
Lenham is in. He drives pleasantly to the other side of Crocombe this time, but didn't put his full weight into the shot, so Crocombe again, not a great throw, and parried again by Simpson past Hanscom, and he sort of clambers over Hanscom. They figure he stayed on one knee, Hanscom, and didn't move, and Simpson had to sort of step over him, which he managed to do. End of the over.
Well, Paul Farbrace spoke to me at length on Friday after the defeat in Glamorgan, and was saying that what they're looking for in these games is some of the players who haven't been playing much. You know, Paul said, who wants to put their hand up? Who wants to play in the T20 quarter-final? Who wants to play in the remaining 5 county championship matches? And there's plenty of opportunity here. Archie Lenham looks very downcast standing there at short extra cover. He does seem to get very down on himself, Archie. Haven't spoken to him this season, but he's been expensive here. He's going over 7.5 and over. I think Hudson Prentice is going to have a little word with him.
Well, the run rate's up to 6.5 now, and as Hamish points out from Aberdeen, 350 really does have to be the target for Leicestershire now. They have 13 overs. To get that, another 109, that would be, I would think, a minimum aim, really. 13 overs, sort of 8 and over, 9 and over, even 10 and over gets them.
Phil Tibbs has been in I think I said there was a 2-minute delay on the commentary, and it's a 2-second delay. But he also goes on to say, Richard, your colleague should be ashamed of that high, wide and Hanscom line. Oh. And he says, laughing emoji.
I'm extremely proud of it, I have to say.
Henry Crocombe in, bowls to Rahane, who clips that one. That might have come off the thigh pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, and it is a run off the bat. Rahane goes to 33, 240. Well, that's up very quickly, actually. 242 for 3. Yes, the signal has gone up quickly. Rahane to 32. Oh no, we've got our problems again with the line. I don't know what's going on.
Wicket might be temporary. I think it's almost.
I'm told that the sync is back on the pictures, so oh lord, I think it might have gone off online. I'll double check that in a moment. As in comes Crocombe down the hill and bowls. Oh, good delivery. That's a really good delivery. Rahane plays all around it, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. I'm going to redial the line. I don't quite know what's. In fact, they'll soon be coming to me. That could be the problem, you know.
Shall I?
You keep going, Richard.
They're necessary, and what we think is necessary. Down the slope he comes, bowls to Hanscom, who's driving pleasantly out towards extra cover. In fact, that's so pleasant it's going to go for 4, running up the road this time. Also not able to get there. And Hanscom picks up 50 for the first time in the competition this season. His 52 has come off 39 balls, includes 7 4s and 2 6s, and given the struggle he had at the start when he was scoring at a strike rate of about 50% up until he made his back into Hanscom a fraction, and all Hanscom can do is drive it to mid on. Might feel he missed out a bit there. Peter Hanscom, 52 or 40 now for him. Crocombe is in and bowl short, pulled by Hanscom. Got it off the bottom part of the bat though, bottom half of the bat, and it rolls fairly slowly out towards square leg, and so it will be just a single on that occasion. 1.4.1 in the over for Henry Crocombe. 247 for 3. I think we may be back with you as Crocombe comes down the slope, bowls to Rahane. Well bowled, just held it back a bit, and Rahane just turns his bat on the ball and defence and pushes it out towards mid-on. End of the over. Hanscom asked permission of Simpson to change his gloves, I think, and Simpson looks up. Yes, that's fine. End of the 38th over. 247 for 3. Hanscom 53 or 41. Last wicket fell with a score on 174. And Leicestershire 12 overs. If they score at 10 and over, we'll get 367.
Wow. I think we are back online, so we've had a couple of interruptions to our coverage, which I do apologise. Often I know it's the technology, whatever it is. So we're doing our best here, and I hope you're hearing us back online, which will be good news if you are. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms, Richard Ray. Sussex really need wickets here, I think, Richard, to halt this. I mean, these two have batted very well, haven't they? They've taken their time, they've assessed what they make of the pitch, and rattling along here at 6.5 and over. Rahane and Hanscom, and it's interesting innings on Peter Hanscom. I mean, when he hit 22 in 1 over, well, that certainly helps. But he certainly took his time. He chewed up a lot of balls, and you made the point in commentary. That's all well and good, provided you then go on to make a score.
Which, in fairness,
he has.
He's very much done.
No, he absolutely has.
The scoreboard's gone off now, so perhaps it's a
ground problem.
A Wi-Fi thing.
Ari Carvelos is coming back into the attack. Bowls are driven beautifully. That is a shot and a half from Peter Hanscom. Drilled away through the covers for 4 or through extra cover. That's a lovely shot. Slightly over pitched by Ari Carvelos, but that's the great thing that I love about 50 over cricket. You can see proper shots, and that was a proper shot. Drilled away through the offside. I think we're going to do an update in a minute. So, but a lovely shot. I'll just keep going here for a little longer. This is our final update of the day. As in comes Carvelos. Bowls. Oh, and he gets a big inside edge down to short fine leg. Well, that could have so easily drifted onto the stumps. But it didn't do so. 252 for 3. Hanscom 258. Rahane on 32. As Carvelos wheels around down in front of us and is on his way to bowl to Rahane, who clips this wristily through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, wasn't it? Lots of bottom hand in that, Richard. He just clipped the ball beautifully away, and the ball rolling down the slope, and even a fielder as good as Tom Alsop had no chance of getting there. Rahane to 36. and it prompts another change in the field. 256 for 3. We're still in power play number 2, which means Sussex are only allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, and 3 of those are deployed on that leg side boundary, the other sweeping on the cover boundary as Carvelas is in again. Bowls to Rahane, who plays this very easily and comfortably down to long on, fielded fouled in front of us by Charlie Tier. Rahane goes to 37, 257 for 3. Carvelas wanders back to the end of his mark. In comes Carvelas, bowls, and that's an ugly smear by Hanscom onto the leg side, played onto the onside, picks up a single. Yes, sorry Mike, we've had all sorts of technical problems here this morning, but we're back with you, so apologies for that. Leicestershire are going along very nicely. They're 258 for 3. We're in the 39th of their 40 overs, and Peter Hanscom is playing an excellent innings here. He's on 59. Sussex winning the toss this morning and asking Leicestershire to bat. So on a sunny day, Sussex will have a lot of work to do when they come to bat. Elsewhere at Beckenham, Kent are 175 for 8 against Middlesex, that after 36 overs. And at Guildford, Nottinghamshire going on very nicely against Surrey. They're 271 for 3 off just 39 overs. Yeah, we need one. Thanks, Mike.
Need a new box in due course. It looks fairly old and battered, the old QB as we call them. So 11 overs for Leicestershire to try and extend their score somewhere close to or even past 350.
Was it 12 off that over?
I'm not sure, to be quite
Yeah,
honest.
I had it
quite a lot.
Yeah.
Carvelas didn't do his figures any good anyways. None for 35 now from 6. Crocombe. From the Cromwell Road end is in to Ajinka Rahane, who's blocking it over mid off, and it's going to run up the slope towards long off, and he's going to pick up a couple. I think he stopped for a minute having played the shot, because I think he thought it was going to be taken by mid off above his head, but it was just over it. It just blocked it firmly, and he has a good middle on his bat clearly, and it just dropped over mid off, and Rahane moves on to 40. Crocombe is in short, pulled around the corner. Crocombe not Crocombe, because he's bowling. Who is it down
Jack
there?
Carson.
Jack Carson runs across the ropes and manages to make the stop, and as a consequence Rahane is kept to 2 instead of 4. Good work by Carson, running down from in front of the pavilion. Two off the first 2 balls of the over, 2 off each of them, that is. Crocombe is in, full driven pleasantly but without really aggressive intent by Rahane, out to the sweeper, and 1 is taken. Rahane sort of quietly has moved on to 43 off 40. The fireworks have come from Hanscom, who is a genuinely extraordinary player. He can sort of go from looking like, well, in goes Crocombe, bowls to him, he drives but only as far as mid off, from almost sort of village standards to the international batsman that he is in the space of a couple of deliveries. Really, he is, I don't know quite what it is. It can't be a confidence thing. He's so experienced. It must be a timing thing. Just something must click. Crocombe in, bowls short, pulled, got right on top of the bounce. There did Hanscom, but in so doing he didn't quite get it as cleanly perhaps as he would have liked, and Carson down there at deep backward square is able to make this stop. Hanscom on to 60, as I say, his best score of the competition so far.
I mean, that run rate, Richard, now 6.7 and over. So Sussex aren't going to have a lot of time to, you know, they're going to have to, I say not go hell for leather at the beginning, but they're going to have to keep that scoreboard ticking along.
Crocombe in, bowls, Rahane tucks him off middle and leg behind square. In comes Carson and fields Rahane. Takes one, moves on to 44, end of the 40th over, so 10 to go, 266 for 3. Well, 10 and over gets Leicestershire to that sort of 360 mark. Out come the 12th men, Harry Swindles and Sam Wood, with bibs and drinks and gloves, and perhaps instructions, but I suspect not really, when you've got so much test and international experience and ODI experience between Rahane and Hanscom. There's not much you could send out to them. It's
No.
really.
Well, this partnership worth 90. This partnership worth 92, and we did say, didn't we, when Sol Bollinger was out, that it was maybe about these two making sure that Leicestershire didn't lose any more wickets. Had they gone 4 or 5 down, it might have been a different story. But they were very cautious to start with. They've stepped on the accelerator, and Leicestershire in a very powerful position with 10 overs remaining. The next one going to be bowled by Ari Carvelos. Just talk about the amount of sixes here. A lot of sixes at Guildford as well, where Notts are 283 for 3 in this group. Ben Slater 144, including 8 sixes. In comes Carvelos. That's a horrible ball, wide outside the off stump.
It's a bit unlucky, I think. It was attempted slower ball, and you saw him roll his fingers across the seam, and it was just outside the blue line, but it looked horrible,
Yeah,
didn't
it did.
Because of the way it looped down. But
The unbeaten sides in this group, Glamorgan 201 for 4 in 39 overs. That against Essex at Chelmsford. Carvelos in again, bowls better delivery, and Rahane just eases that one through the covers, picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 45. 268 for 3. And Warwickshire, the other unbeaten side, not having it all their own way at Gloucester now. Gloucester did lose early wickets. They were 40 odd for 4. Now 188 for 5. Jack Taylor, very fine player, 86 off 88 balls. I'm assuming that game's being played in Bristol. Yes, it is. Carvelos into Hanscom, who pulls that onto the leg side, doesn't time it, but nonetheless he picks up a single. Fielded by Tom Alsop in front of the scoreboard. One more to the total. Rahane on 45, Hanscom on 61. I really feel that wickets are crucial here for Sussex, not least just to try and stem the flow of runs, get someone new to the crease, but these two are so experienced. In comes Carvelos again, bowls to Rahane, who's beaten outside the good delivery by Ari Carvelos, playing a miss outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. In terms of down the order here, Richard, if someone's going to come in and have a thrash for 5 overs, who might be the man to do it?
I'd be surprised if they changed it. So Ben Cox will probably come in next. He's busy and has scored at a good rate. The all-rounders all hit the ball a long way, really. Then Mike, I suppose, might be the big hitter, the boundary clearer.
Carvelos in bowls, pulled away onto the leg side, 4 runs, 2 short from Ari Carvelos, and it's really meat and drink to Rahane, to be honest. He goes to 49, and this partnership moves to 99 between the pair, but that was, I think Harry would be disappointed with that delivery. That was a little bit of a gimme with this short leg side boundary. He just pulled away for 4 runs.
Travaskis is sort of a bit like Cox, but he is left-handed. They like to have the left-hand and right-hand combination sometimes.
I like Liam Travaskis. Has he been a good signing for Leicestershire?
Well, he's been injured an awful lot of the time, but he showed signs with his bowling in the last game against Sussex of how important he could be in this competition.
Carvelos in bowled and stylishly driven by Rahane out into the offside, and that is a very fine half century. 50 in 45 balls. He's carried Leicestershire to 274 for 3. 3 fours, 2 sixes, a class player. And together with Peter Hanscom, these two are showing what class players they are. Not only does it bring up his half century, it also brings up the 100 partnership between the two. And it's a partnership Sussex really need to break if they're going to stem this flow of runs. Carvelis in again, bowls to Hanscom wide outside the off stump. Driven but not timed by Peter Hanscom, rather off the bottom of the bat. But he picks up a single, end of the 41st over. 275 for 3, and really in that over, which without taking any undue risks, Leicestershire have taken 9 runs from the over.
Well, what they will be learning is you must not drop short from the C end with the leg side boundary. We're saying it's short, what is it, maybe 55?
Yes, I mean, it's
like
not as,
it's
yeah.
not ridiculously
I mean,
short,
the track
but
the Kimber track, I think we can call it, I think was a couple more towards, I mean, that was a short edge. I'm taking nothing away from Louis Kimber because he was brilliant. But it was this side of the square. For those who watch from the Spen Karma, it's quite a long way away, the wicketers. Alfonso Thomas goes for a little wander around the boundary edge. He'll be feeling very pleased with the way Leicestershire are playing.
Crocombe from Cromwell Road End will continue. Bowls to Peter Hanscom on 62. And he goes short, clubbed, baseball style by Hanscom out towards mid-off. I think he was trying to hit it a little bit straighter than that. And as a consequence, mid-off, somewhat awkwardly, can make the stop on the bounce. Does. Hanscom showing his intent. Steps back into his guard as Crocombe is in. Bowls bouncer, pulled by Hanscom off a thick bottom edge. It trickles down towards fine leg. Carvelis comes into field, just a single for Peter Hanscom. Moves on to 63.
I mean, 8 overs left after this. He's got Hudson Prentice with 2 up his sleeve. Dan Ebrin hasn't bowled much today, 2 overs for 16. Archie Lenham's got 2 to bowl, but I'd be surprised if they bring him on again with these 2 in full flow.
So would I. Crocombe in, bowls, good length ball, slightly slower ball, pushed firmly by Rahana, but only as far as wide-ish mid-off. 1 is taken. So good so far in this over from Crocombe, just the 2 singles from the first 3 balls. Knows how to bowl at the death, Henry Crocombe, clearly. Varying his pace. Shortish run down the slope, bowls to Hanscom, slower ball, pulls over the top of the ball, goes over the top of the stumps. Again, very well bowled by Crocombe.
Yeah,
excellent over so far. 36 conceded from 5.3 overs, but just 2 from this. Sorry, from 5.4 overs, but just 2 from this over so far. Jogs in and bowls, helped down to the finest of fine legs for 4 by Hanscom. Crocombe can't quite believe that. He stepped right across his stumps and nibbled it neatly around the corner past Simpson. No chance at all for Carvelis. Running to his right from fine leg stroke long leg. Crocombe concedes a boundary for the first time in the over. 281 for 3. Still just a 6 from the over, which isn't bad if he can come out of it with another dot ball. Down the slope he comes, bowl short, pulled. He tried to follow Hanscom there, and Hanscom pulled the short ball out towards deep backward square for just the 1. So 7 from the over, which, given there was a 4 off the 5th ball, isn't a bad effort really from Henry Crocombe. 282 for 3, 8 overs remain.
I mean, I'm just looking at this Leicestershire side, and it's a good side, Richard. I mean, look at the bowling. You've got the experience of Chris Wright, Matt Salisbury, Tom Scriven, who I think is an excellent cricketer. Ben Mike, you've got the spin from Leon Travaskis. You've got Ian Holland, who opened the bowling here in the county championship. So he's got plenty of options, hasn't he, in the side, Lewis Hill. So, you know, this
Mike is the other bowler.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't going to be an easy run chase for Sussex because it's a quality attack. Well, plenty of quality in there.
Yeah, Holland's return gives them another option, which has been important.
Archie Lenham's warming up at the short 3rd man. 8 overs to go. Carvelos comes in and bowls to Hanscom and clubbed away by Hanscom through the offside. They've taken one. That's all they'll take. And there's Jack Cosmer, is it Henry Crocombe out there in very quickly, prevents a run being taken. Sorry, he doesn't prevent a run at all. He prevents a second run being taken. I apologise. Hanscom to 69. And now these two are in, and they are so experienced, they'll feel that always they want to see this through. You know, someone else coming out to have to get used to conditions. In comes Carvelos, bowls, who drives through the offside, picks up a single again to the sweeper. Again, it's Crocombe. One more to the total, 284 for 3. I often think that, I mean, it seems, you often get situations like this, don't you think, oh, they should be getting 330, 340, but you lose a couple of wickets and suddenly all the momentum goes.
Yeah, if these two stay together, they will go past 350.
Yes, I think they will.
For sure.
Yeah, 7 overs left after this one. In comes Carvelos, bowls to Hanscom, a shorter delivery. It's pulled away. It was a shorter, slower delivery. And Peter Hanscom sort of short-arm jabbed that one through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
From about 1.5 foot outside off stump.
Yes, it was.
Quite well, and it didn't get up that much. It did remarkably well to get it where he got it.
He goes to 73, 288 for 3. And Carvelos wanders back to his mark. Lenham continues his warm-up at short third man. Carvelos in again, bowls wide outside the off stump. He rather got away with that, Harry Carvelos, and it was wide outside the off stump, and Hanscom decided to play it. Carvelos fielded off his own bowling, then made as if to shy at the stumps. Didn't do so. John Simpson clapped his hands behind with his big wicket-keeping gloves. Plenty to ponder over these last 7 overs and 2 balls for John Simpson. Had a really glorious afternoon here at Hove. Carvelos in again, bowls wide outside the off stump. He had to rather reach for that, did Hanscom. That was well bowled by Harry Carvelos. And Hanscom had to reach, and he played the ball to Tom Clark, who's the only fielder close from the offside in front of square. The field is well scattered now. 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. There's a long off, a sweeper on the cover boundary, and a deep backward square on the offside. Then there's a long on and a fielder at deep mid-wicket, almost cow corner, as Carvelos in for the final ball of his over, in and bowls, and it's a full toss. It's hammered away into the offside, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. It was a full toss, belted away over extra cover by Peter Hanscom, who goes to 77. And at the end of the 43rd over, Leicestershire are in a great position here. 292 for 3, 7 overs remaining. Leicestershire having lost the toss this morning and been asked to bat first.
Well, there is a 100 there for Hanscom. But he'll be thinking, I'm sure, just about the sort of overall impetus that Leicestershire can find in these last 7 overs. But 10 and over, again, takes him over to 360.
It is Archie Lenham, you know, who's coming back on.
But he has got the long boundary
yes,
on his
he
leg
has.
side this time. I think it makes a bit more sense to have him bowling from the Cromwell Road end.
We'll see 8 overs for 61. Yeah.
Fielders are at mid-wicket. This is on the boundary, that is. Long on and backward of square. And he also has a sweeper on the offside boundary, and he has long off as well, because we are in the 3rd and final power play when you can have 5 men outside the circle. He's a fiddler with his field, Lenham, and he's going to have 3 men behind square on the offside. It is the most curious of fields. And he bounces and bowls, and it's reverse swept. It's top edged by Rahane, but it's still going to go to the boundary for 4. Well, the 3 men turned, 2 of them chasing back. It only just dropped over their head, but again, it's on the downslope towards third man. And although I think Hudson Prentice put in the dive and dragged the ball back, got a good hand to the ball, he didn't stop it cleanly, and its momentum just took it into the ropes. So Rahane picks up 4, moves on to 56. Lenham in again to him. He's reverse sweeping again, or attempting to, but he got a bit too much of that, and it trickles out towards point. There is a sort of backward point, so that's a dot ball. It's a strange outfield.
This is.
It's also got short, fine leg. In goes Rahan, in goes Lenham. It's full and it's hit high, over, long on for 6. Well, for a second, Lenham had hopes that the man at wide-ish long on was going to get across, and he did get across, but it dropped over his head. Rahana knew straight away. He judges the distance to perfection. And that brings up the Leicestershire 302 for 3. Rahana onto 62 off 50. 12th 6 in the innings. Still 6.3 overs. Still 39 balls left to be bowled.
Well, good to see Jack Carson running across and having a word to young Archie Lenham, maybe suggesting a fielding change, or he's run all the way from deep backward square to speak to Lenham.
Who is in and bowling to Rahane, who is just content having hit his 6 to work it out towards mid-wicket, asking Hanscom for the second. The throw is wild, and Lenham again shoulder slumps slightly as he sees the throw go past him. There's plenty of backup. There are no overthrows, but it does mean that Rahane's 2 is a comfortable 2. It was Hanscom running to the danger end. Lenham in again to Rahane, who again is working it towards mid-wicket. I'm sure they'll go for 2 again. Hanscom turns for the second. What is the throw like? This time it's a horrible throw. It's a bullet-like, but it bounces and it's quite high, and it would have taken off Lenham's hands, I suspect, if he'd taken that one cleanly. It didn't do him any favours at all. Again, there was backup, but again, Rahane picks up 2. He moves on to 66.
Quality batting, isn't it? You know, he's picked up a 6 and a 4 and just a couple of 2s.
14 off the over, 14 off 5 balls as Lenham is in. Rahane is back and working it out to the cover boundary for a single. Allsop the fielder. So 15 off the Lenham over. He takes his cap and he doesn't look back as he.
Well, he storms off, doesn't he? I'm not sure. As I say, we were saying he clearly wears his heart on his sleeve, Archie Lenham, but he, you know, body language isn't great, I've got to say.
76 conceded now.
Yeah. From
his 9 overs, but he does have the wicket. Ian Holland to his name.
Ian Shin's been in touch. Hello, Ian. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send Richard and I an email. He says, hi, Adrian and Richard, enjoying the commentary, which is unaffected by the technical difficulties. I'm very pleased to hear that. This is obviously a batting pitch, and I think Leicestershire are on target to make 360. I wouldn't disagree with that, unless Sussex can take some wickets. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that Sussex have the firepower to chase that down, but here's hoping. Wishing Sussex good luck. Says Ian, thank you, Ian, for your email. Why not join our conversation? Henry Crocombe coming back into the Sussex attack from the C end of the ground, and John Simpson has got a job here to try and juggle his bowlers around and prevent too much more damage here. 6 overs remaining. It's going to be Henry Crocombe. Sussex now allowed 5 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. 6 overs left. Crocombe in, bowls to Rahane, who that was eventful. He was looking to play the ball down the offside of the track, and the ball very nearly bounced onto his stumps, and he helped the ball away in the end. The net result of that it's a dot ball, and Rahane's still there on 67.
But you can't then run.
No.
And he sent Hanscom back into
yes,
his
he did.
ground.
This partnership between these two now worth 133. 2 experienced players who are guiding Leicestershire towards a mammoth total here. Crocombe in. Bowls to Rahane, who swings that away onto the leg side. It's going to be fielded by Ibrahim running around on that leg side boundary. Prevents anything more than a single. Sussex will settle for that at this stage of proceedings.
It came together at 27.3 overs. So
wow,
it's come quickly.
Crumbs, yeah, 27.3 overs. So what's that? They've been together for about 18 overs. So they've been rattling on at 7 over, and that's the current run rate for Leicestershire. Crocombe in, bowls Rahane with an ugly shot really onto the leg side, but he's going to pick up, what I say, an ugly shot. He's picked up 4 runs. I think John Simpson's not desperately happy about that behind the stumps. He said he didn't time that brilliantly, did he? Hanscom, apologies. Picks up a boundary, but it was... he didn't time it brilliantly, but it's just eluded the fielders on the leg side, has run away for 4 runs. Hanscom goes to 81, 312 for 3.
Yeah, he's a batsman of extraordinary contrast, Peter Hanscom.
81 off 59 deliveries, and as Richard was saying, he was very slow early on in his innings. Crocombe in again. Bowls to Hanscom, who plays that beautifully away through the offside. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Diving around the boundary edge is Tom Clark, who's very quick across the ground and sends a bullet-like throw in. That was very good fielding. Nonetheless, Hanscom comes back for a second run. 83 off just 60 deliveries. 314 for 3 are Leicestershire. The field, there are 2 men on the leg side, 2 men on the offside, both saving singles, the other 5 scattered around the boundary. As Crocombe is in, bowls to Hanscom, slow delivery, and Hanscom just steers that to the fielder, who is Tom Clark, on that cover boundary. 1 more to the total, 315 for 3. On a glorious afternoon at home, wherever you're listening or watching from. Just a few high-level clouds, some cotton wool clouds in the distance over the downs to the north of the ground, but plenty of blue sky and a lovely afternoon for watching cricket. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and is he? I thought for a minute he'd bowled Rahane. The ball bounced back down. Did it go off his bat or a pad? Either way, it's the end of the over, and as things go, that's a relatively inexpensive over for Sussex. 8 runs coming off of it. 315 for 3. Rahane on 68, Hanscom on 84, and there are 5 of the 50 overs remaining.
I'm not sure I'd necessarily bet against both these batsmen going past 3 figures if they can hang around, although I still maintain it doesn't really come naturally to Rahane to basically try and hit every ball to the boundary.
But a lot of these runs have been made with proper cricket shots, haven't they? You know, there's been the odd sort of, I'm loath to use the word slog, but there have been a couple of slogs, but in the main, it's been just very good batting.
Hudson Prentice, who has been, I think, the pick of the seamers,
I would agree,
is coming back to bowl his remaining 2 overs, the first of which will be from the Cromwell Road end. Down the wicket goes Hanscom. Hudson Prentice follows him. He swings it around the corner. Should be 2 comfortably enough. Carson runs. It's a lot of ground to make up to the ball. And by the time he gets the throw away, Hanscom has indeed picked up a second to move on to 86. 2:05 on a glorious summer's afternoon in early August here at Hove. The beach will be full, I'm sure.
It will.
It being a Sunday.
Plenty of picnics down there, I expect.
Hudson Prentice is in again. A swing from Hanscom, thick bottom edge. He gets it out to directly to Carson on the deep square boundary. Obviously it's going to be deep if he's on the boundary, Richard. Just say the square boundary. That was a bit of a slog from Peter Hanscom, taken off the stumps. Didn't really get up at him. Rahane on strike as Hudson Prentice bowls a slower ball. Should be caught by Simpson. It is. Rahane stepped back, made room for himself. He was deceived by the slower ball. He swung anyway, got a top edge. It flew up into the air. Simpson had a fair bit of ground to make up to the ball, running towards a sort of short fine leg position, but make it up he did, and Rahane's innings comes to an end on 68. Caught Simpson bowl Hudson Prentice, Leicestershire 318 for 4.
And a sharp but cheap partnership between the two, I make that 142.
Pretty good time.
A very good partnership indeed, and as Richard was saying earlier on, 142, that partnership coming, the 3rd wicket went down in the 27.2 overs. This is now 45.3, so what's that, just about 18 overs, 184, so they've been rattling on at, well, over 7 and over during that partnership. So,
And it will be Liam Travaskis. I recognise that walk anywhere. It's a sort of gunfighter's walk, isn't it? Sort of.
it is a little bit.
You actually see him in the field. The gunfighter's strut. You can see him in the OK Corral with a 6-shooter on his hip.
Just working that out.
But he's from the northeast, so probably he's...
Yeah, best part of 8 and over they've scored at in that partnership, Richard.
Yeah.
And the current run rate required is 7 and over for Sussex. So, well, a decent sized crowd, and if Sussex can make a decent fist of the run chase, they could see a lot of runs here today.
Well, Hamish would now like to see Ben Michael, Tom Scriven, but it is Travaskis who comes to the crease. Off 12. He hasn't really had an innings so far, other than that, I suppose, 12 off 12 balls against Essex. So perhaps it's not really an experiment to promote him, but if it doesn't come off, I suppose they'll send in Mike. Round the wicket comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Travaskis, who just blocks it out into the offside tip and run, as you would expect, to get Hanscom back on strike. And kind of makes sense.
Yeah, totally. And I always think in these sort of situations, Richard, you know, it's very, very easy in the last 3 overs to go gun-ho and suddenly lose sort of 4 wickets for 20 and don't really capitalise. Leicester will be thinking here that there's 350 to be had with probably some sensible batting, to be honest. Still another, 26 balls to go. A run a ball virtually gets you there.
Hudson Prentice is in, pulled out towards mid-wicket. Good work by Carson. Is it Carson or is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is Carson. Gets there just before Crocombe along the boundary and keeps it 2-2. Hanscom on to 89. Yes, they don't want to sort of to peter out for less than for something like 340, do they? Or
no, totally.
Which could happen, but they've got to make sure they get that sort of 350, 60 figure. Hudson Prentice in again to Hanscom. Slower ball. Hanscom waits for it, tips it out to wide-ish mid-wicket, and they settle for 1 because it does mean that Hanscom keeps the strike. But an excellent over from Hudson Prentice. Conceded just the 6 runs from it, and he took a wicket.
Well, he's been by far the most economic of the Sussex bowlers, Finn Hudson Prentice. He's going at a little under 5. Jack Carson went for 5.8 in his, or 58 in his 10 overs. He's only got 1 left to bowl, Hudson Prentice, so 4 overs to go. And Henry Croker's bowled 7 overs for 49, so he's going exactly 7 over. Ari Carvelos, 8 overs for 54. I suspect they won't turn to Archie Lenham again. 9 overs, 1 for 76.
A risk.
So I think it's going to be a combination of, you know, Crocombe, Carvelos, and 1 more from Finn Hudson Prentice to get Sussex home here. It's just a question of how many Leicestershire score. Peter Hanscom on strike. He's 90 off 65 balls. In comes Crocombe bowls and driven away to a backward pull. Oh, it's a misfield. That's Archie Lenham down there. They're going to come back for a second of runs. Henry Crocombe doesn't look desperately impressed. Hands on hips is the bowler, but it's 2 to Hanscom. He goes to 92.
We thought he was going to have a new batsman to bowl at there,
He
didn't
did.
he? So.
And that's it. And little things can change like that, can't they? All of a sudden, you know, you've got Hanscom on strike. If this goes for more runs, you might think, well, hang on, he shouldn't really be on strike. It's a nice breeze across the ground here at Hove today. The flags are fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard as Crocombe is in. Bowls to Hanscom, who pulls this one away down the ground to long on. There's Charlie Tier very quickly round, but slight misfield by Tier. I think he did pretty well to get there, in all honesty. But 2 more to Hanscom, and I'm going to hand to you, Richard, because Hanscom's on 94, a 6 for what would be a terrific 100.
It could happen. It could happen that he goes to his century with it.
Well, he's hit 2 6s already.
A 6, but I suspect he might go in 2s or 4s. 94 off 67. In goes Crocombe. Bowls to him. It's full outside off stump. Driven out to the offside boundaries. The field out there in the athletic form of Carson. So it is just the 1 on that occasion to Hanscom.
Which brings Liam Travaskis onto strike. Travascus just faced the one ball, of which he took a single, and that's his role here, to get Peter Hanscom on strike as much as possible. 327 for 4. We've still got another 20 balls to go in the innings. As Leicestershire, well, they'll have a figure in their mind here, round about 350. But that's in any game of 50 over cricket, that's a good score, and that's going to take some chasing.
He does have 4 List A hundreds to his name already, Peter Hanscom. Try and find out what the highest is.
Crocombe makes his way in from the C end of the ground, bowls to Liam Travascus. Short pulled away by Travascus, and it's good cricket. Just picks up the single, gets Hanscom back on strike. 328 for 4. Let's hand back to Richard. Should Hanscom go to this 100? He's surveying that leg side boundary,
140 is his List A best, so be happy just to go to 3 figures, I suspect. Crocombe is in, bowls to the Australian, very wide outside off stump, reaches it, and there's an appeal for a run out as it's kicked onto the stumps by Crocombe. But Travascus, who was running more or less next to Crocombe, clearly just managed to, well, either outpace him or reach with his bat to get his bat into the crease. And as a consequence, Hanscom does pick up 1. Travascus isn't run out, and he moves on to 96.
Ben Slater in this group for Nottinghamshire is now out. He's made 164 and 119 balls, 12 fours, 9 sixes. Notts racking up a big score at Guildford, 347 for 5 in the 46th over. Not a million miles ahead of what's happening here. Crocombe's bowled the fine low ball of the over to Liam Travascus. He's in and bowls, and Travascus tries the ramp. He's hit on the pad, and he's going to go. And Henry Crocombe picks up a wicket. Not sure that was the best shot from Liam Travascus. I suppose if it goes for a boundary, we say well played, but Leicestershire just won't want to surrender the impetus too much here. 329 for 5. Travascus goes, a wicket for Henry Crocombe, and now 3 overs remaining in the innings.
Yeah. I'm in front on the foot, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if that comes off, we say it's a clever shot. But when you're out, you think doesn't look the best.
And they have sent Ben Mike out for the final 3 overs, or as many of them as he is out there for. He does hit a long ball, Ben, on his day. Did a couple of good sixes in the competition so far, but he won't be on strike, and Peter Hanscom's having a word with him. Oh, is it Cox?
Oh, it's Ben Cox, yeah.
Oh, it is, I beg your pardon. It looked like Ben Mike who's coming out there. Should be able to tell the difference, but it is in fact Ben Cox. Apologies. It is a long way over there to
No, it is.
That making excuses.
No, it is a long way.
Basically, Adrian,
Right.
really, but should have been able to see from fairly quickly that it wasn't Ben. Hanscom on 96, pulls it around the corner, and that is the 4 he needs for his 50. Hudson Prentice very kindly served up a short ball on the body for Peter Hanscom. It sat up nicely, helped it round the corner. Fine leg was up on the edge of the circle. He couldn't have asked for more from Finn Hudson Prentice. Hanscom's 100 has come off 70 balls, includes 13 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, what an innings, and a beautifully paced innings, Richard, because Peter Hanscom really took his time to get going. We made the comment in the commentary that he was chewing up quite a lot of balls, but he took Tom Clark for 22 in an over, and after that he just hasn't looked back, and it's been a tremendously paced innings. Very well played.
Hudson Prentice down the slope, bowls again, and again it's short, and again it's pulled to the boundary, this time in front of square by Peter Hanscom. Well, this is very odd from Hudson Prentice, who's bowled so nicely up to this point. If there's one thing Hanscom has shown, it's that he doesn't mind a shortish ball on this pitch. And, well, Hudson Prentice is obliged with 2 in 2. First to get him past 100, and then to serve up another to get him going again after going past 100.
As well as Hanscom played, it hasn't been the best bowling performance from Sussex. I think we have to say that.
Hudson Prentice is in this time, full outside off stump. Hanscom can only jam it out, really, guides it out towards the point boundary where Allsop is waiting. He moves on to 105, 3-3-8 for 5. 15 balls remain. 12 off those 15 gets that 350, but they'll be looking for nearer 30, which would get them to 368.
Yeah.
Certainly 360 should be the target. Cox, busy batter, but not necessarily a big hitter. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls to him. He waits for the length delivery and turns it around the corner. Out towards deep square. Carson comes into field, so it's just the single.
Cricket that though, isn't it? You know, you come in, you pick up your single, you get your man who's got the 100 to his name back on strike.
So it looks as though, would you reckon, Crocombe will bowl the last over?
I would.
Or the penultimate?
Well, yeah, then Carvelos, I presume.
Carvelos. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls lofted by Hanscom, chipped really out into the offside. Long off, runs around deep extra cover to field, and Hanscom takes 2.
Well, we were saying that Leicestershire would have been aiming for 350, and you're quite right, Richard. They you know, still 13 balls to go in the innings. A run a ball gets you pretty much up to 360, or not far off. This is going to take some chasing down. It looks a good track. The other one is kept low, but I mean, in the main, quick outfield. But 7 and over is going some.
Hudson Prentice bowls, dancing down the wicket is Hanscom, and driving pleasantly. Should be a comfortable 2, because it's Cox who's running to the danger end, and long off had a bit of work to do to run across the rope to get to the ball. End of the over. 343 for 5, Hanscom on to 109. Doesn't mean that Cox will be on strike, but 12 balls to go. Hudson Prentice finishes with 1 for 59 from his 10 overs, and first 2 balls of that over aside, he has been the pick.
Well, he has. I mean, yeah, sorry, Richard. He went for 14 in that over, and I noticed as he sort of threw the ball down. I don't know if it was in disgust at his own over or quite. I know he's walking off the field, I think, unless that's his fielding position. Well, perhaps he's going to get his. No, he's going off. So Bertie Foreman is on. He bowled the over, Finn Hudson Prentice. He threw the ball down and just walked off.
He's going quite athletically up the
stairs.
It doesn't look. Isn't he? Taking 2 or 3 at a time, but he looks very cross.
I don't know whether he's tweaked something or. But he looked all right, didn't he? 2 overs to go. 343 for 5, and the Sussex heads are dropping a little here because they've been under the pump, mainly due to this man, Peter Hanscom, who's 109 not out. He's on the non-strikers end at the moment as Ben Cox is on strike. In comes Crocombe, bowls and clipped away onto the onside by Cox, who will pick up a single, giving the strike to Hanscom. Cox goes to 2, 345 for 5. 344 for 5, I apologise. Ben Cox, was very much part of that amazing partnership with Louis Kimber here in the championship game. Well, he didn't quite carry Leicestershire over the line, but Leicestershire in a very strong position here. Crocombe coming into bowl to Peter Hanscom. He's in and bowls wide outside the off stump, and Hanscom up to that full toss, plays it down the offside. Ben Cox wants a second run. The throw comes into the far end, and Hanscom gets home. Good running by the pair. He'll be worn out, will Peter Hanscom, but he picks up another couple of runs. He goes to 111. A total of 346 for 5. I'm just looking at Peter Hanscom. Oh, he's worn out, Peter Hanscom. He's sort of leaning on his bat. And Peter Hanscom will know John Simpson from their time at Middlesex over the last couple of seasons. When Peter Hanscom's back, just as as the bowler is approaching, he seems to have his bat, the bat edge.
He does it before each ball.
Yes.
It's just a little
right.
habit he has, maybe to say if he's getting in line, watch him.
There you go.
Yeah.
In comes Crocombe, bowls and hammered away through the offside. That's a lovely shot. He's only going to be a single though, because Tom Clark is very good out there. The throw comes in. This could well be run out. No, well done. Got back very quickly. Clark is very good, but Hanscom was Peter Hanscom looks worn out, doesn't he? He's probably saying to Ben Cox, just hang on a minute, Ben. He's got his hands on his knees if he just run the 10,000 metres in the Olympics. Peter Hanscom, yeah, he's absolutely out of puff. Reminds me of Cheteshwar Pujara in this competition a couple of years ago up Edgbaston, when he made 100 Cheteshwar, and he was absolutely shattered.
Cox is trying to buy him some time.
He is.
Like wandering down for a word. But
Yeah.
yes, Pete's blown, as they say.
How old is Peter Hanscom?
He's not so very old.
113 off 76, 348
Say
for 5.
113, not quite, but...
Well, he's got his breath back now, and he waits again as Crocombe is in. Bowls, well, that's wide outside the off stump, and is that going to be signalled to wide? He's probably a little fortunate to get away with that. I think he might have played all around that.
He's 33.
Peter Hanscom. Okay, yeah, so he's not...
Not exactly...
No.
An old man.
No, absolutely. 348 for 5.
Series of sprints, I think that was it.
Yeah.
It was interval training that did for him.
Bleak test. 8 balls remaining. Crocombe in. Bowls to Hanscom, who's hammering that away for 4 runs. Well, he's decided he's not going to run anymore. And that was a clever shot, wasn't it? He just swiveled and helped the ball away through square leg for 4 runs. He goes to 117.
Extraordinary shot.
350 up for the Foxes. 352 for 5. And, well, Richard said some time ago that Leicestershire should be targeting 350. They're going to get a few more than that. 7 balls remaining. The holders are on the charge here. 9 off the over. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Hanscom's driving this one firmly to deep mid wicket, fielded out there by Tom Alsop. I think it's a day, you know, if you're in the Sussex side, you're probably quite glad that you're not a bowler. 353 for 5 at the end of the over. Hanscom to 118, so 10 off at Henry Crocombe over. 1 over remaining. I don't know what... Leicestershire must be honing in somewhere close to their best 50 over score, I would think, but they're going along at 7.2 and over.
They got over 400 last season.
Did they?
And late 300s a few times.
Right, okay.
So it's good, but it isn't, close.
Isn't record breaking.
Close to being a record.
Well, Harry Carvelos is going to bowl the last over.
Their success last season was pretty much built on big scores and defending them, so to speak. So it's what they were trying to do here.
Well, if they win here, Richard, they'll have 3 out of 4. Still a lot of cricket to be played, though, and Sussex will be hoping they can get off to a good start and try and put Leicestershire under a bit of pressure. But it's a good bowling Leicestershire attack, and they'll do well to chase this down, Sussex, but not impossible.
Carvelos is into Hanscom, who's going to have to try and run 2 there as he dabs that one out to mid-wicket, so presumably he's recovered. Oh, he's gone, he's run out. He hadn't quite enough puff to make it. It was a decent sprint attempted second run by Peter Hanscom, but the 33-year-old did just, in the end, run out of steam. He's walking slowly. It was his call, in fairness, and I think it probably earlier in his innings would have been 2, but well, he has done his job and then some for the Foxes. He's gone for 119, just picks up the single rather than the 2. His 119 came off 80 balls, included 15 fours and 2 sixes. 354 for 6.
And he's getting a standing ovation. Is Peter Hanscom as he wanders off. Lovely to see all the Leicestershire players on the balcony applauding as he makes his way off. People standing in the seats at the far end of the ground. A couple of stewards applauding as well. People in the Spenkama pavilion standing and applauding. Isn't it just the great thing about most sports that people like to applaud good play from whatever side it is? I was going to say it's been a feature of the Olympics, actually, that when people have lost gold medals or lost in finals, the way that people congratulate each other, and the only time that hasn't happened, and I haven't got a downer on football at the minute, was that game between Argentina and France in the quarter-finals, and the final whistle goes and they're all pushing and shoving each other. It's the only time, I think, in the whole Olympics that, you know, people haven't... Why do they have to do that? Anyway, rant over.
They do have something of a track record, don't they, Argentina?
Yes,
big footballing competitions to go back to 66. And
doesn't do the game any good, does it, that sort of thing? But there you go.
Desperate desire to win that can sometimes get the better of them. Well, Ben Mike has come to the crease now to join Ben Cox. So the two Bens out there. 5 balls remain in the Leicestershire innings. 354 for 6. What can Mike do? Can he get hold of a couple? Long on, long off, both posted as Carvelas is in. Mike's got hold of that one. Got hold of that one big time into the pavilion, onto the roof. It lands next to the old score box up there and trickles back down. Well, Carvelas gave Mike the opportunity to get underneath it. He took the opportunity.
Well, your correspondent got in touch earlier and said they should have sent Ben Mike out. I'm sort of beginning to think why now. That's a huge blow, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't a great delivery from Eric Carvelas, it has to be said, but it is the long boundary. That must be a good 80-85 yards onto that roof. Carvelas is in and bowls slower ball, clubbed out towards long on. It's going to drop short of the fielder, who comes running in and throws underarm. Good effort really in the circumstances. Did really well running in from long on towards mid on. He got there and then as he fell managed to shovel the ball along the ground, keep Mike to 1. 361 for 6. So 3 balls to go. Can Leicestershire get up, pick up another 6 or 7 runs? Can Carvelas pick up a wicket? In he comes, bowls to Cox, who's down the crease, clubbing it out towards long off, and he's caught. Baseball style hit, and more or less straight to long off, who made no mistake. Did have to make up 4 or 5 yards to make sure he got the ball a foot or 2 off the ground, but he did so, and Carvelas will be relieved to have picked up that wicket. 361 for 7.
I think that's Archie Lenham all the way out there, who took the catch. It was straight to him.
Is he a bit tall for Lenham? Let's have a look, see. Waiting for it.
Oh, it's Bertie.
It's Foreman. There you go.
Okay,
Sub-Foreman.
What do I know? Well, they're a similar size, is the only excuse I'll give. He's a long way in the distance, Bertie Foreman. He's obviously come onto the ground as a replacement for Finn Hudson-Prentice, so apologies for that. And Tom Scriven coming out, who played a wonderful innings here a couple of years ago in that wonderful county championship match. In fact, it was last season. Doesn't seem like it.
It doesn't seem like it, does it?
No, it doesn't. I was going to make some sort of... Oh yeah, he's out for 2, Ben Cox. I think Ben might be quite keen to get on strike here.
Yeah, Cox might have... Well, I suppose you've got to go for it at that stage, haven't you? But he just might have been better in the circumstances to just try and push one, really. But I suppose you have to go for it if you get the opportunity. So Carvelas has a wicket to his name now. Can he pick up another? Comes in and bowls to Scriven, gets a short ball, pulls it out towards mid-wicket, top edges it, bounces gently out. And as a consequence, it is just a single.
Well, the 2 highest, this is now the 3rd highest score against Sussex in List A cricket, eclipsing the 355 for 5 by Hampshire at Southampton in 2019. They need another 5 to equal the 2nd.
Carvelas is in, 2 Mike bowls very wide, good ball, full outside off stump, and Mike has to reach for it, having backed away to make himself room. All he can do is pump it out towards extra cover and take 1. So the innings comes to an end on 363 for 7. Sussex will need He gave it his all.
He did. And Sussex need to give it their all as well, because they need 364 if they're going to win this game. And the applause is for the singer who makes his way off, so well done, sir. Ian Holland is going to open the bowling for Leicestershire. Sussex 363 for 7. I think the feeling around the ground at the interval was that that's an awful lot of runs. And Sussex didn't bowl particularly well, but all is not lost. But they will need a good start. A lot of people came up and said hello during the break. None least Stuart McPherson, who's a Sussex supporter, who's travelled over this morning on the 7 o'clock flight from Belfast, where he said the weather was awful, to watch the game. He's going to have to leave before the end of the game. He always comes and says hello. So Stuart, if you're listening to us around the ground, thank you for coming and saying hello. Hugely appreciated. And Ian Holland is going to get us underway, bowling to the left-handed Tom Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark defends into the offside as well. And a thank you as well to Rosie, who came and said hello, and her husband, I think, was Peter. I do apologise. And thank you for your kind comments and inquiring whether I went to Glastonbury this year, which I didn't. Couldn't get a ticket. But thank you, Rosie. Nice to see you. And who else did we speak to? Oh, Neil, big Sussex fan who didn't go to Neath because he was at Goodwood last week, glorious Goodwood, which got rather overlooked really with all the sport that's going on. In comes Holland, bowls, and Clark lets that go outside the off stump. Good leave, taken by Cox, and there is no run.
So you didn't go to Glastonbury, but you did go and see Bruce Springsteen.
I did, and he was great, yeah, at Wembley a couple of weeks ago.
The Boss?
Yeah, the Boss was good. You know the Boss is 74, and he came on at 7:15 and went off at 10:30. So he's got some energy for a...
Ken Dodd-like longevity.
Well, that's great, isn't it, when people stay on for a long time?
It is.
In comes Holland, bowls, and Clark drives to mid-off, fielded by a scrambling Lewis Hill.
So he came out at 6:45, that's very early.
7:15. So he's on for 3, yeah. And a friend of mine who's a huge fan of Bruce Springsteen said, when it says on the ticket, concert starts at X, it will start at that time. There's none of this sort of, oh, you know, concert starts at half, so when you get there, they're a support act for about 2 hours. None of that. He comes on, and so good for him. Oh, someone's talking to our effects microphone. As in comes Holland, bowls, and Clark is caught. Oh, is he dropped?
Oh, unbelievable.
Oh, my word. Well, he should have been on his way, Tom Clark, and he was walking off. He's drilled that into the offside, and he's been put down in the covers. A straightforward chance to Ben Mike.
I'm afraid. That's incredible, because he's got such a good pair of hands. Oh, that is unreal. Absolute goober, as they say in the dressing rooms. Wow. Well,
that was, well, in comes Holland bowls and clipped away to mid-on by Tom Clark. And there is no run, so there we are. He can't believe he's put that down.
Well, he...
I thought he was out. I mean, and Tom Clark had already turned and was on his way back to the pavilion.
He must have had 5 grabs at it, something like that, and it seemed to bounce up off his body, off his legs as he went down to the ground and grabbed again, and he couldn't hang on.
In comes Holland round the wicket, bowls, and Clark drives and hammers that away to 4. Well, he had every right not to think he was going to be there, Tom Clark. But he's belted the final ball of the over through the covers for 4 runs. So Sussex are on their way. They are 4 without loss. Adrian Hums, Ray from BBC Radio Leicester next to me, and we're going to see you through the next 49 overs.
Well, is that a little omen that things are going to go Sussex's way in their reply? It's going to be a huge chase, comfortably Leicestershire's highest list day score against Sussex. My thanks to Jack Gabriel from the club, who confirmed as much. Their previous best was 324 for 4, made at Horsham back in 2004. As I said, there was a huge gap between a huge number of years when Leicestershire and Sussex just didn't meet in one-day cricket. After the sort of start of T20 and the North and South groups. Chris Wright from the Cromwell Road end comes in and bowls very full outside off stump, driven by Haynes, reaching for it a little bit, but only as far as Tresvaskis even. One day I'm going to call him Trescothic, and I very nearly did there, but it was Tresvaskis at backward point who made this stop. Cox has 2 slips Hanscom and Rahane alongside him. Ben Mike still wandering around, shaking his head. He's at short fine leg at the moment, Ben. Right, hair flopping is in. Bowls to Haynes, who flashes it away down to third man in the air through gully. Down there is Matt Salisbury, fielding in front of the popular stand, if you like, which is now sort of serenading the half-time entertainment. Who, as I say, wasn't particularly tuneful, but he went through his medley of big hits with great enthusiasm. His high notes were I suspect you could hear them down on the seafront. In goes Mike, and bowls are nicely whipped around the corner for 4 by Tom Clark, who is going to take full advantage of that drop. That absolute sitter missed on naught, and well, he's already made Leicestershire pay by hitting 2 very hard 4s. And as Adrian he's made the point that they have to get off to a bit of a flyer, or they feel they have to get off to a bit of a flyer, and Clark's clearly going for his shot straight away, and he's connected with 2 quite beautifully. Right, turns, runs in and bowls. Oh, a big attempt to carve it away through the offside. A big drive, and lucky not to edge through to Cox there. Tom Clark. Sometimes it's a I don't know whether you've found this, Adrian. It's a curious thing, but sometimes when a batsman is dropped badly, they react in as though they don't really have a right to be there and and go for their shots. And some put it straight behind them. Others less able to do so. It'd be interesting to see what Clark's approach is. In goes right and bowls to him. He blocks that one out towards mid-on. In comes Tom Scriven to field.
Yeah, it's almost as if you're thinking to yourself, well, this is my day. If it's a, you know, no one means to put a catch down, but that was a, but perhaps he just lost concentration there, Ben Mike. He just thought it was a straightforward catch, but
it was, but whether, yeah, it was very early, wasn't it? What, the 4th ball of the innings, 5th ball of the innings. Right, is in and bowls very straight and driven out through a very straight mid off the 4 more by Clark. So intent, it would appear, Tom Clark, on making the Foxes pay. He has hit 3 4s already since being dropped, and Sussex, well, early days, but it's a decent start to their reply. They're 13 without loss.
yeah, and Tom Clark with 12 of those. Was it off the first over? I didn't make a note, and I was making some notes about something else.
4.
Thank you. Yes, because there was the drop and then Tom Clark hit the boundary, didn't he? Thank you, Richard. Well, Ian Holland, he's going to carry on, probably the second over, or his second over, I should say, from the C end of the ground. See, about 400 yards behind us. As in comes Holland round the wicket, bowls, and Haynes defends into the offside. There is no one. Hasn't really made his mark in this competition, Tom Haynes. He doesn't play in the T20 side, so this is a real opportunity for him to sort of keep form going in this competition as we look ahead to the resumption of the county championship in a couple of weeks' time. And hasn't really played an authoritative innings, sort of a couple of 30s and 40s, but not the beginning. So maybe this is his day. Holland in bowls. Oh, was a loose shot outside of the off stump. Didn't really move his feet. The ball goes through into the gloves of Cox, and there is no run. 13 without loss are Sussex. I'll give you the scores on the other group games in this group, and everyone pretty much around the ground saying if Sussex lose this, they're out. Well, I think, to be honest, with 4 defeats, you're probably out anyway, really, particularly with Warwickshire and Glamorgan having won 4 games already. Holland in bowls. Well, Haynes gets a fortunate single. He was going to turn that on the leg side, and he got a leading edge. The ball ended up down at third man. So Haynes goes to 2, the total to 14 without loss. So in this group, Glamorgan made 283 at Chelmsford against Essex. Bristol, in comes Holland bowls, and Clark plays onto the onside. The thing about a single, it was never there though. That would have been absolute suicide to take into that, fielded by Salisbury, and there is no run. Bristol, Gloucestershire making 267, Warwickshire 14 without loss in reply. Warwickshire and Glamorgan going for 5 wins out of 5. And at Guildford, Nottinghamshire 378 for 6 in their 50 overs. Surrey 10 without loss in reply. Not a big ground at Guildford, but you still got to score the runs. Holland around the wicket bowls. Oh, he beats Haynes. That kept a little low. Through to Cox, and there is no run. Yeah, Ben Slater made 164 in 119 balls, 12 fours and 9 sixes. So Notts, who are not out of this competition, it's going to be very tight at the top of this group, Richard. If Leicestershire can win here today, they'll be 3 out of 4. Not quite sure when your next outing is.
Tuesday at Kibworth against Surrey.
Right.
Club ground.
Kibworth.
Kib with a B. Yeah.
All right. In comes Holland and bowls. Short, tucked away by Haynes, but straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket who gets in the throw. One more to Haynes, who goes 3, the total to 16 without loss. Actually, 15 without, that must go up to 16. Sure, I'm sure Tom Haynes had 3 before that delivery. By the way, the scoreboard says 15 without loss at the end of the 3rd over. So where's that near to, Richard?
It's only 10 miles, if actually maybe 8 miles
right.
South of Leicester. So super ground, super club ground with a pavilion. They sold their ground in the centre of the village for a great deal of money a few years ago. As Chris Wright is in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls outside off stump, driven down into the ground by Tom Clark, bounces up nicely at backward point for Travaskis to make the stop. And he obviously went for housing. They bought a ground on the or potential ground on the outskirts of the village, Kibworth, which and built themselves a super new pavilion. There's actually 2 grounds there now. They have a second ground there for the juniors and the women's side. In goes Wright, bowls, and it swings a little bit inside the attempted draw from Clark. There was a little bit of swing for Holland in the previous over. Wright did swing it against Essex as well a few days ago. But yes, we played Essex there last season. It was a huge success, really. I think what Kibworth have done is pay Leicestershire a fee to bring Leicestershire to the ground. In goes Wright and bowls, driven but only as far as made off by Clark, and they take all the profit. I think I stand corrected if I'm wrong, but from any sort of corollary activities, so to speak, ticket sales, etc., 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 catering such as it is, and hire of chairs and so on and so forth. But they had over 1,000 people, I think, came to watch last season, and it was a really big success. As in goes Wright, bowls advancing down the wicket and trying to hit it away through the leg side is Tom Clark, not really getting hold of it, and it bounces out towards mid-wicket. Scriven has to move across to his left of field. Clark takes 1, moves on to 14. Dick Davis, who came to commentate for BBC Radio Essex, said it was his best day of the year in cricketing terms, and Sol Budinger made a big 100 there. So Leicestershire hoping for a similar day, a similar weather, and a similar result against Surrey outside off stump, driven away, but a really good diving stop to his right by Budinger, saves 4. Beautiful piece of fielding by Sol Budinger to his right at cover, really, sort of back between point and cover, trying to cover both positions.
What a stop that was. I mean, that was 4 runs written all over it.
Yeah, with his weak hand, so to speak, as well, being a left-hander with his right hand. 16 without loss. Just the single from the over so far from Wright, who is in and bowls. Again, it's cut away, and that one it will go for 4. So Wright couldn't come out of the over strongly. Haynes, given a little bit of width, managed to get it wide of Budinger. This time he had no chance, and no man out there on that boundary. Always going to be 4 in those circumstances. 20 without loss after 4. The Sharks.
Well, Sussex are ahead because after 4 overs, Leicestershire were 18 without loss. But there's a long way to go. I think it's tremendous, isn't it? I mean, it's a lot of effort. What I really liked when, particularly at Welbeck, was
The pizzas from the oven.
actually
Did
no,
you
I
have one?
didn't. No, I didn't. They didn't have that. We didn't have the pizza oven. What I did like though, they had a tent there selling teas, coffees, and cakes. As in comes Holland around the wicket, bowls, and Clark. Oh, that's a poor shot. He was beaten on the inside edge there. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Ben Cox, and there is no run. Beaten all ends up. Was obviously the members and Welbeck made all these beautiful cakes that were all set out, and the club were cooking sausages and burgers, and it was you got the feeling everyone had pitched in. And I think they played a couple of games there. They played Yorkshire as well after Sussex. In comes Holland, pulled away by Tom Clark down to deep backward square. Picks up a single.
Yeah, it's my view of Welbeck's been a little bit sort of formed by the weather on the two occasions we've been there when it has been icy cold in the wind.
Yeah, and we were very lucky. I have to say, it was in fact, funnily enough, we were hiding away under the gazebo because it was so hot. It was the same at York as well, where our colleague Jonathan Doidge said to me that last year they were sheltering under an umbrella, but this year they built a rather nice awning, and we sat on the balcony, and it was all in front of us.
Splendid.
Yeah, and at Neath we had the benefit of a BBC engineer there making sure it all worked. In comes Holland bowls, and Haynes just nudges that down to third man. And there is just a single to Haynes. He goes to 6, the total to 22 without loss. And when I say works, outruns do bring broadcasting. Technically it can be quite difficult with various equipment relying on Wi-Fi. So to have an engineer on site, which we never ever have.
BBC Wales for you. Different budget.
Well,
very different budget.
Well, the engineer was there all day, and he'd come down from Bristol to do it.
Oh, okay.
In comes Holland, bowls. Clark lofts that down the ground. That's going to come into our commentary box. Whoa! 6 runs from Tom Clark. Well, he's making the most of having been dropped before he'd scored. I don't think he got all of that, to be perfectly honest. But he's drilled it down the ground. Now, the fielder can't see the ball.
Well, he got plenty of it.
Lewis Hill now. Oh, he has found it. Someone's down here below us. I hope they're not going to trip over. Oh, well done, sir. One of the spectators came and retrieved the ball, which was very kind. I've got an effects microphone down there, which fortunately they avoided. Clark to 21. Yep. Sussex 28 without loss. Holland in the game bowls, and Clark nudges this to backward point. Fielded there by the man who put him down, Ben Mike.
Every scoring shot played by Clark will be a little knife wound.
It will, won't
for
it?
Ben Mike, won't it?
Yeah. Yes, it will. And I'm sure his teammates are saying, "Don't worry, Ben." One of those things. But underneath, he'll be really hurting. Holland in again, bowls, and Clark drills this one again, fielded by Mike at backward point. There is no run. It's the end of Holland's over, and after 5 overs, the Sharks are 28 without loss. Just as a comparison, at the same stage, the same stage. Get your words out, Adrian. Leicestershire were 30 without loss. So not much in it at the moment.
Well, if these two stay together in the same way as Holland and Budinger managed to do, this game could be very close. And the Sussex crowd very much getting their money's worth at the moment as Chris Wright is in, outside off stump, top edge down to third man on the drive by Tom Haynes. One bounces once, it's fielded by Matt Salisbury. Ball bounces around about 5 yards in front of him as he comes from third man. Haynes 2, prepared to go for his shots, 8 off 9 for him. Clark 21 off 22. Looks around him, sees changes being made to the field. Rahane, well, Leicestershire now have no slips already. He's gone out to mid-wicket. The 2 men out are at square leg, and third man as Wright is in. Carved away for 4 by Tom Clark. Just that little bit of width, and the tall, powerfully built left-hander cracked it away off the front foot, but behind square, and Travaskis still down on one knee as though he's about to be knighted. But it was away to his left, he couldn't get there. Clark on to 25. Very much making Leicestershire pay at the moment.
couple of tweets come in. One from Scott who says, what are your thoughts on the Foxes playing 7 over 30s and 2 world-class overseas players in a development competition, Adrian?
It's not officially a development competition.
No, well that's it. And I mean, people have got different views on the competition. I mean, Leicestershire are perfectly entitled to put up the strongest side that they can. Sussex have chosen to give some of the younger players an opportunity who haven't been playing much. But I would just reiterate that Paul Farbrace has made it very clear that Sussex want to do well in this competition. It's just a case of pulling out the youngsters and saying, oh, we don't care. They certainly do care. And one or two of the players, the likes of Crocombe, Ibrahim, Clark, Haynes, they played a good amount of first-class cricket. But it's an opportunity for the likes of Lenham and Foreman to see what they can do.
Right is in. Bowl, slower ball. Cut, but not cleanly by Clark. It goes straight to Travaskis at that sort of backward point, deepish gully position. The only thing I would sort of add to that is that Leicestershire lost 5 to the 100, and they have this year they have a much smaller sort of first team squad. They let 6 players go at the end of last season and didn't really sort of bring in anybody new. Travaskis came in, but he came in for Parkinson. In goes right, bowls again a slow ball. Clark advancing down the pitch, dabs it out into the offside, but it goes more or less straight to Hanscom at extra cover, and there's no run. So if they did bring in youngsters, they would be academy players rather than sort of established second team players, so to speak. And as a consequence, they're doing what they can with what they've got, really. The Foxes, all their young players were taken into the 100. Goes right, and bowls again. He held it back. It's pulled strongly by Clark, but slightly bottom edged, and it runs out to Ben Mike on the deep square boundary. Single taken.
I mean, I guess in terms of Sussex, a couple of players who would be playing if they weren't in the 100, because Jofra Archer wouldn't play in this. Tamal Mills wouldn't, because he only plays T20. So does Harrison Ward. So the only players really missing in this game are James Coles and potentially Ollie Robinson, really, if Robinson hadn't been picked up in the 100.
Right, to finish his over is in. Haynes defends on the back foot, pushes it as far as Budinger at cover, and it is the end of the over. 34 without loss. The Sharks after 6.
Paul Farbrace did say at the beginning of the season that Sussex would play without an overseas, and the idea of that was to give some of the younger players, the likes of Henry Rogers and Zach Leon-Cachet, an opportunity to play. That's why they've gone out without the overseas Daniel Hughes, who's done so well in the T20 competition, top scorer in the country in T20 cricket this season. Will be back for the championship and will play for the rest of the season. In comes Ian Holland, bowls. Oh, that's a horrible hoik across the line by Tom Clark. Didn't need to play that, really. The ball's ended up at mid-on. That was a hoik, and there is no run. Holland wanders back to his... It was a good lagging line in length, Ian Holland. Good cricketer. Made 65, getting Leicestershire off to a good start. He's in and bowls, and Clark works that one away down to deep backward point and picks up a single. Total goes to 35 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms, Richard Ray, thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in to all the BBC commentaries throughout the season. Today we're on the live stream provided by Sussex County Cricket Club, and Jack, our operator, who's feverishly working away on his own to bring you the pictures. In comes Holland, bowls, and worked into the offside by Haynes, who's on 8 off 11 deliveries. Sussex 35 without loss. And after a fairly blistering start, Leicestershire have just done well in the last couple of overs. 9 coming off the second over. I have to say that Tom Clark, we don't want to rub it in for poor old Ben Mike, but he did drop a sitter. Put Tom Clark down before Sussex, or indeed Clark, had scored. Holland in, bowls to Haynes, who again works that one out into the offside. He just bowls this nagging line and length, doesn't he, in Holland? I mean, he's pitching the ball round about middle and off. He's luring Haynes forward. I think Tom Haynes is just indicating there to Tom Clark that maybe the ball is just swinging a little bit. As often these white balls do, it's a different ball from each end that means effectively This ball is only in its 4th over. Holland in, bowls, and Haynes again drives. This time he does get a single down to the sweeper at deep backward point. Who gets in the throw? One more to Haynes. He goes to 9. The Sharks to 36 without loss. Just keeping you up to date with everything in this group. Essex 8 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 283. Warwickshire 32 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 267. Surrey 33 without loss in reply to the massive Nottinghamshire total of 378. For 6. Holland around the wicket, in and bowls, pulled away by Clark, but again it's straight to the fielder. You'd have to say here that one thing that Leicestershire have done in these early overs is they're bowling to their field. There's only 2 men allowed outside of the 30-yard circle at this stage in proceedings. But this is power play 1. I mean, there's power plays all the way through the innings. The second power play between overs 10 and 40, when you're allowed 4 fielders outside of the circle, and the final power play, the final 10 overs, when 5 fielders allowed outside of the circle. 37 without loss are Sussex after 7 overs. At the same stage, Leicestershire were 40 without loss. So pretty much sort of nip and tuck at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. Lewis Hill, excuse me, having a chat with his bowler, Chris Wright, and as a consequence, and with Clark looking to drive that ball away behind square on the offside, they've decided to send Travaskis back to the backward point boundary and bring Salisbury into short third man. That is punched into the offside. Beautiful piece of timing by Clark, but another piece of excellent fielding from Sol Budinger, diving away to his left this time, his strong side, and making a clean stop.
Very good, wasn't it? I mean, that's 2 fours he saved in there. I remember listening, Richard, last year when you got to when Leicestershire won the trophy at Trent Bridge, and listening in the early overs and thinking about you, because Leicestershire were in all sorts of trouble, weren't they, in that final?
19 for 4. Yes, it looked as if it was beginning to get embarrassing as Wright goes in and bowls, holds it back again a little bit. Clark gives it everything, trying to smash it over mid-wicket, has to check the shot, and it gets a little bit ugly. He manages to smear it away to mid-wicket, where Rahane is on the edge of the circle, and take 1.
I remember I was taking my dog for a walk and listening to your commentary and thinking, oh, come on, Leicester, just at least post a score, make a game of it. And then didn't sort of finish doing that. I was doing some other bits during the day, and suddenly, you know, a great finish to the game as well.
It was. From Leicestershire's point of view, in goes Wright, again a slower ball. Haynes is leaning forward, pushing it out into the offside. It's almost getting like Clint Mackay, who, Australian fast bowler, who almost in the end in white ball cricket just bowled slower balls all the time. I remember in T20 an entire over of slower balls, batsmen swinging and missing at each and every one. But that was a sort of deception thing as much as anything. I think Clark and Haynes are probably reading the slower ball now, but they are still struggling to get it away. It can be very effective if bowled well. In goes Wright, again it's a slower ball, this time it's cut away off the back foot by Haynes out towards Travaskis, who's out there on the boundary just in front of the museum, to which neither of us managed to get to go and see the Gillette Cup during the relatively short interval we have in this competition.
But as Richard said, it's there until the end of the season, so if you want to go and see the Gillette Cup, first played for in 1963, that Sussex won, please go and have a look. It's there until, say, the end of the season.
Right is in. Clark again looking to club it away into the offside. It bounces down towards point. No, 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 shouts Haynes as Clark advances towards him, thinking about pinching a quick single, but Budinger is quickly onto the ball, and Haynes's call is surely correct. So again, it's been a very good over from Chris Wright so far. Just 2 singles from the first 5 balls.
Very good.
But he went for 4 from the last ball of his previous over. Can he avoid so doing this time round? In he comes and bowls, and again it's held back. It's clubbed straight, and it's going to be 4. Well, Hill couldn't get across. He dived across the advertising sheet that is spread out there, and I don't think he quite got all of that, Clark, but he's so strong, and he managed to muscle it away. And he moves on to 33. 43 without loss. The Sharks after 8. There is nothing in this game at the moment.
No, at the same stage, Leicestershire were 46 without loss. If you're listening around the ground or via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream or via the BBC website, welcome to Hove. Just a reminder, Leicestershire making 363 for 7. The third highest score conceded by Sussex in a 50-over game, or a list A game. Of course, list A games haven't all been 50 overs. Wonderful innings of 119 from Peter Hanscom, 84 from Sol Budinger, and 68 from Rahane. And the Sussex bowlers really taking a bit of a clatter. But it looks a good pitch. It's a quick outfield. And Sussex are off to a decent start. They haven't lost a wicket in the power play, as indeed Leicestershire didn't either. And in comes Holland, bowls to Haynes, who drives. There's a sweeper or a third man, a wideish third man, who fields and gets in the throw. Way down in the distance. Who's that all the way down there? Is that
Scriven?
Tom Scriven. Picks up a single, does Tom Haynes. He goes to 11, 44 without loss. Sussex. Clark waits. Tall man, left-hander. As in comes Holland round the wicket, bowls, and Clark clips to mid-on, but he played it with quite firmly, and it was fielded by Matt Salisbury, who was very quickly in from the edge of the circle to field. They thought about a single, but it wasn't there. I like to see that when, you know, I'm a firm believer you're either on the one or you're on, you know, or you're not. And you're on the edge of the circle, and it was played very firmly to Salisbury, but he was walking in and prevented the single being taken. Holland again, in and bowls wide outside the off stump. Clark has a little look towards the umpire, but in truth he stepped away to the leg side, was looking to belt that one through the offside to the shorter of the two boundaries, but the ball went through to Cox and there is no run. So another tidy over here from Ian Holland, who made 65 at the top of the order for Leicestershire. Prior to this, 4 overs for 17. He's in again and bowls. Clark pulls onto the... So well, he's got away with that, Tom Clark. He's got a boundary. You probably heard the cry of catch it. The ball went in the direction of mid-on Matt Salisbury. He certainly didn't intend for that to go there, Tom Clark. He was looking to pull that one away through mid-wicket, but he mistimed it. He got plenty of bat on it, which was the key, and it flew away past Salisbury at mid-on, and Tom Clark picks up another boundary. He goes to 37 off of 36 deliveries. He's had by far the lion's share of the strike, nearly twice as much of the strike as Tom Haynes. Holland in again, bowls, and again beats Clark outside the off stump, and again Clark just took a step away to the leg side there, and it was just inside the tram lines. And a dot ball, flags sort of really blowing away on the top of the clock tower scoreboard, the tree swaying away outside the ground. It's very pleasant here at home. It's not too hot. I mean, certainly hats and sun cream very much the order of the day, and there's lots of sun cream around the ground if anyone's listening and thinks, oh crumbs, I forgot to pack mine. And plenty of water stations as well, but it's really idyllic cricket watching conditions. In comes Salisbury again, bowls to Clark, and that's good bowling. It's not Salisbury, Ian Holland, good bowling, because what he'd done, he'd moved his third man up, so Leicestershire had 5 men inside the circle. He was bowling to a leg side field with 2 men back, and he gets a pat on the back from his skipper Lewis Hill, and I suspect that might well be the end of Ian Holland, the way that he was patted on the back. End of the over, end of the 9th over. And the Sussex Sharks are 49 without loss. At the same stage, Leicestershire were 51 without loss.
First change then. Tom Scriven will bowl on over during the first power play. They missed the young all-rounder who was very much one of the players of the year last season. Tom Scriven, a real breakthrough year for him in all forms of the game. Picked up a hamstring injury. Seems a long time ago now, towards the end of April, was it right at the beginning of May? 4th or 5th game of the championship. As a consequence, basically missed pretty much all the T20 really. Down the slope he comes, slightly angled run, bowls to Clark, who drives, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, but it goes just slightly wide of Budinger. Hanscom covers behind him. Clark picks up 1, moves on to 39, a runner ball, brings up the 50 for the Sharks without loss. Solid start as they look to chase down. Oh, well, it certainly would be a record chase for the Sharks against Leicestershire, that we can say, because we know it was a record score for the Foxes against the Sharks. In goes Scriven and bowls, and that's driven very nicely. Square, can Travaskis get there? Puts in the dive, he can't get there. You'll know from the cheer he didn't get there. Put in the big dive, sprinting up the ropes in front of the pavilion, but it never quite looked like he was going to get there, did it?
No.
He gave it his best, but Haynes also going at pretty much a runner ball, 15 off 17 now. Sharks chase gathers momentum.
Yeah, good shot by Haynes.
Scriven bustles in, bowls. Haynes drives again.
Oh!
Stopped to his right by Budinger, who has saved 3 fours out.
He has. He saved 12 runs in this power play. That was brilliant. He's got a reputation as being a good fielder.
Well, he kind of has, but his confidence is so much boosted by his form with the bat that it's reflecting in his form in the field as well.
Very good stop.
He comes across as a sort of confident individual even when things aren't going well, but I think that's a little bit of a front, really. In goes Scriven and bowls. Square drive off the front foot by Haynes, goes straight out to Travaskis, who's not exactly copping a little bit of flack or stick out there, but 1 or 2 giving him a little bit of encouragement.
Yes.
You expect that.
I think interesting actually. They were talking. I saw an interview with the GB rowers last night, the 8, who were talking about their gold medal. More in a moment.
Scriven is in, bowls and looking to lift it over square leg. Doesn't get anything on it. Thumps off the pad of Clark and drops more or less at his feet. Scriven himself runs through and picks it up.
See Matt Salisbury warming up down below us as well. Yeah, and they were saying that when they were waiting to start the race, they were getting a fair amount of chirp from the Americans, and they were saying how that only just, I think they gave a bit back and he fired the GB team up a little bit more.
Scriven is in. Clark gets a slightly slower ball, has to check his attempted drive. Hill fields at mid-off. Clark takes 1. It's the end of the power play. And Sussex Sharks have had just as good a power play, if not slightly better, than that of the Leicestershire Foxes. Game on, as they say.
Yeah, they have. Because Sussex are 56 without loss. At the end of the power play, Leicestershire were 52 without loss. So
I'm reeling at the thought of trash talk in the rowing.
Yeah.
Actually, out there on the start, were they?
Yeah, apparently on the start, the Americans had a bit to say before the game. That's what they said in these interviews last night.
Well, I don't doubt them, but I'm just amazed. I think they'd be concentrating on getting the start right.
Yeah. And apparently the very first stroke, the GB team did make an error, but then got away. And I mean, they led pretty much all the way, and they won pretty comfortably in the end.
Where did the Americans finish?
I think they came 3rd.
They just got a bronze medal.
Yeah, I forget. I think did the Romanians come second? I forget. The Romanians won the ladies' 8s, the women's 8s. And we won a lot of medals in the rowing. I think something like 25% of the medals have come in the rowing, having won none in Tokyo. So, Matt Salisbury is coming into the attack. Ian Holland is having a breather, having bowled 5 pretty accurate overs for 23 to add to his 65 runs. And in comes Salisbury, right arm around the wicket, bowls and defended by Clark onto the onside, no run. I've probably got the wrong bowler, and I've probably asked you this before. Matt Salisbury, was he at Durham?
He was.
He was, right. Why did I think he was a left-arm bowler? Anyway, I did recognise the name. As a light aircraft makes its way across the ground. Salisbury's first ball is a dot ball. People are just settling back after their lunch. There's a change in the field here. Lewis Hill is bringing his fine leg up, Chris Wright, and they're putting a long on back. The other fielder outside of the circle is down at third man. Well, we are out of the power play now, so in fact there are more. I'm sorry. In comes Salisbury, bowls, and Clark is beaten down the leg side. A big step away to the leg side. Basically, Salisbury just followed him, taken by Cox, no run. Yeah, sorry, my fault completely. Leicestershire are allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle now because we are in the second power play, and they're at third man, sweeping on the cover boundary. There's a long on and a deep square. That means there are 5 fielders inside the circle, 3 of those on the offside and 2 on the leg. As in comes Salisbury round the wicket, bowls, and Tom Clark clips this away, and it's more than a clip, it's a very nice shot. Slightly over pitched, and he's clipped that beautifully through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely top shot by Tom Clark, who's making the most. We don't want to rub it in too much for Ben Mike, but he was put down before he'd scored. He's now got 44 off 44 deliveries. Amazing, really, that he's faced more than twice the amount of deliveries that Tom Haynes has faced. Haynes has faced 19. Clark 44, 60 without loss are the Sharks. As in comes Salisbury round the wicket, bowls, and Clark again stepping away to leg side. They've taken one, they'll think about coming back for the second. They're going to need to be quick as the throw comes in, and in the end it was well run. It was a comfortable 2 in the end. Tom Haynes was running to the danger end and on the striker's end, but I think Tom Clark was always going to come back for the second run. These two were involved in a run out. I forget which game it was, there's been so many games over the last few weeks. It was at York last Wednesday, yeah. In comes Salisbury round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and that will be signalled as a wide. That's the first wide conceded. He could see Tom Clark stepping away to the leg side, and
well, he'd done it on every previous ball
Yeah.
in the over. He didn't then.
yeah,
And he fooled him, really.
he did.
One to the batter. He assumed he was going to, and he didn't.
Salisbury, number 18 on the back of his shirt. At least we can see the Leicestershire numbers, which is helpful. In and bowls, and Clark defends, but a defensive shot brings him a single because the fielder at mid-on was back on the boundary rope, and it's just a single fielded there by Ian Holland. Clark goes to 47. His highest score in the competition is 55, which came up at York when he batted very nicely. He's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Salisbury is into Haynes, and Haynes clips this on the onside and picks up a single to the fielder at mid-wicket, who is Peter Hanscom. End of Salisbury's over, an over that cost 9 runs. At the end of that, Sussex are 65 without loss at the end of the 11th. For comparison purposes, Leicestershire were 62 without loss. One thing we can't quite see from here is the DLS score, which is always a good guide. I can see the 6, but not the rest of it on the angle from where we're looking at.
But I don't think it's going to be a factor.
No, it's not. No, it's always a good guide,
useful, but
yeah, but it's not going to rain, which is good news.
There have been 1 or 2 thunderstorms around of late, but not today, folks. It's pleasant rather than humid or threatening. Scriven, then 1 over so far, conceded 7 from it. Continues from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, driven square off the front foot by Haynes as far as Travaskis, who's out there on the point boundary. 1 is taken. Groundsman will be pleased with his pitch. It looks like it's going to yield 600 runs plus, if not 700. Today, he can ask for no more. Hill is sending Rahana back from mid-wicket to the boundary at mid-wicket and bringing up long leg to short, fine. In goes Scriven, bowls on off stump, pushed out slightly wide of Hill at mid-off, and a single is taken. Ian Holland is the man coming up from long leg to short, fine. and now retreating. We've got two left-handers, of course, in Haynes and Clark, so not much. There's no unnecessary changes, so to speak, or right-hand, left-hand combinations which should speed things up a fraction. Scriven is in and bowls. Clark drives out into the offside. The gap in the covers looks very straightforward for the batters at the moment. Travaskis, again the fielder, single taken. Might be interesting once Travaskis comes on to bowl, see if the spinner can. But if they get hold of Travaskis as well, these two.
Well, they're taking the scoreboard along without doing anything overly flamboyant, aren't they? Picking up 6, 7, 8s and over at the moment.
Giving the side just the start they needed. In goes Scriven, bowled, worked off his legs by Clark, out too deep mid-wicket. Rahane comes in and throws on the bounce to Ben Cox, who doesn't take the ball cleanly. Walks after it. Nonplussed almost, as that. It's a different plane, isn't it? Different sounding plane.
Yes.
Comes back. Come back. Passes over the ground, perhaps heading for Shoreham.
Yeah.
As in goes Scriven, bowls, driven out towards wide third man, off a thickish outside edge.
Well fielded
by Salisbury out there, throws on the bounce to Cox, and it is just 1 to Haynes, on to 20 for him now.
Joe, that was such a good bit of fielding from Matt Salisbury. He had a long way to go to his left then, Richard, but not only did he get there, he's a tall fella, down quickly, throw right into Ben Cox. That was excellent fielding.
Scriven, light on his toes, is in, bowls foolish, driven down into the ground, fielded by Hanscom, diving away to his right. It was hit quite hard down into the ground, so it looped to him, wasn't going too quickly. Dot ball to finish the Scriven over 70 without loss. The Sharks after 12, so their run rate is 5.8. Rate required, though, is kind of creeping up. It's now 7.7, getting towards 8, and eventually scoreboard pressures can have an effect, can't it? And certainly for wicket fall. Sorry.
That's right. No. At this stage, Sussex are ahead. Leicestershire was 65 without loss after 12. But as Richard said, there were a couple of really expensive overs. The Tom Clark one in particular that went for 22. Rather distorts that figure. In comes Salisbury, round the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who plays his backward of square on the onside, and Hanscom fields one more to Haynes. He goes to 21, and the total to 71 without loss. Jackie from Polegate has been in touch. Hi Jackie, she says, I'm enjoying the commentary from you both today. I'm not sure it was the right decision to bowl first, as the weather was set to improve and get hotter, but hey, what do I know? Jackie has a question that you might know the answer to, Richard, because I'm not sure that I do. In comes Salisbury, running away from us to the left-handed Tom Clark. Is it on bowls, and Clark plays that to mid-wicket. There is no run. Jackie says, in 4-day and Test cricket, a ball will be changed after having been used for 80 overs. Yep. So why in 50-over cricket are 2 balls used, resulting in them both being used for 25 overs only? I don't know the reason for it.
Oh, because they're wide, and they go out of, they lose their condition much more quickly, essentially, than the red ball.
Brilliant. Well done, Richard. In comes Salisbury, round the wicket, bowls, and pulled away by Clark. That's going to be a boundary. Too short from Matt Salisbury. There's a fine leg and a fielder at deep mid-wicket, but Clark was onto that in a flash. He pulled it away, and he goes through to his half-century, and having been dropped before he'd scored. Tom Clark 53 off 51 balls in 49 minutes with 8 fours and a 6, and he certainly made the most of that reprieve when he was put down by Ben Mike. So thank you for that, Richard. That's the answer, Jackie.
I don't know the sort of why the white ball does, but it loses its shine incredibly quickly compared to the red.
Salisbury in again, bowls on the leg stump. Clark looks to clip that one away on the leg side. It's rolling down towards fine leg. There'll be a couple of runs. They might be leg byes. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Indeed, they are leg byes. The Sussex total advances by 2 to 77 without loss. Jackie, sorry.
I was going to say, it's almost like a paint instead of a dye on the leather. So it peels off as opposed to the red, which you can polish and it stays on the dye, but the white peels off.
Salisbury in bowl. Short pulled away by Clark, and he didn't get all of that, but he's got a couple of runs out to deep mid wicket. The throw comes in from Travaskis, just a single to Tom Clark, who's very much playing the aggressor role here.
So although they retain their shape, they stay round. A white ball after 20 overs it's a kind of massive green, and there's nothing on it whatsoever. They will not do anything in terms of movement off the seam or through the air.
Salisbury in and bowls, and Haynes defends, plays up to backward point, a large cry of no, which you probably heard from Tom Clark. End of the over, 78 without loss. Sussex. Clark on 54, Haynes on 21 here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. I saw Alfonso Thomas, the Leicestershire coach, just walking around, and Ben Mike probably didn't want to look at him having dropped that catch, but hey, these things happen. Jackie goes on to say, nice entertainment at half-time, different, but once Jamie Heward knew where the audience was, he came into his own. Better than the bands being headlined at the 100, says Jackie. Let's hope Clark really makes them pay for the drop in the first over. Well, he is so far, Jackie.
He's already done it.
I don't know what bands they've got in the 100. I've got no idea. I haven't seen any of it, but Jackie thinks it was better entertainment here.
Scriven continues from the Cromwell Road end, goes in and bowls. Clark drives, doesn't quite time it, hits it hard down into the ground, gets it through the gap in the covers out to Travaskis, who's busy in front of the Spenkarma Pavilion over there. Single taken. Clark on to 55, 79 without loss. Got the run rate up to 6 now, these two. They're really giving their team a chance here. Scriven in, Haynes drives and misses.
Loose, wasn't it? Yes, I guess from a Sussex point of view, they'll be thinking, well, you know, they're slightly ahead of where Leicestershire were at this stage.
Yeah.
They're batting to come. Tom Alsop, Fred Hudson-Prentice, John Simpson, all very capable players.
Plenty to come.
Yeah.
So very much in the game, the Sharks. Big task notwithstanding, they're up to it at the moment. In goes Scriven and bowls a slightly slower ball, but again there's enough width for Clark to step out and push it through the gap in the covers out to Travaskis. Single taken again. A single in a way is a win for Leicestershire, because Sussex need to score at 7.8 runs per over, but the problem is most unlikely to be 6 singles. One of them's probably going to go for 4. Scriven in again, just tucks up Clark slightly. There's a good throw, there's an appeal for a run out. The throw knocks out the middle stump from Hill, from mid-off, but always looked to me as though Clark was going to make his ground, and make it he did. He's a tall man. Those strides eat up the 22 yards quickly.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, good fielding though, isn't it? You know, fielders hitting the stumps.
Yeah, there's just been the one lapse so far, but it's been a fairly big lapse.
Yes, you're right.
Clark,
yeah,
horribly.
yeah, I didn't mean that in any way disrespectfully to Ben Mike, but you are right.
In goes Scriven and bowls Fuller this time, driven out towards mid-off, but Haynes again not quite timing it. Hill makes the stop dot ball. So good from Scriven in this over so far. 3 singles from 5 balls. What Leicestershire haven't been able to do is finish overs well at the moment. A lot of boundaries conceded from the final ball of the over. Can Scriven keep it tight? In he goes and bowls, driven hard, but only as far as Hanscom in the covers by Haynes. So good over from Tom Scriven, just the 3 singles conceded from it, and as a consequence, Adrian, the run rate comes down to 5.8 and the rate required up to 7.9. So
yeah,
it only needs one good over either way, for either side, for the sort of demands to change quickly, even in 50 over cricket, let alone 20 over cricket. 81 without loss after 14, and I think DLS says 80, so spot on, I think.
Yeah, I think it does.
I can see the
outline of the zero. How did we're going to get Liam Travaskis into the attack, so it's interesting to see how the spinner goes. How did Leicestershire's T20 campaign go, Richard?
Needed to win the last game to get through to the quarter-final,
Okay.
but the last game, sadly, was against the Bears at Edgbaston.
Right.
And they got well beaten there by the side that topped the group. Really, in the end, the Northern group, it was mixed. Obviously, a mixed campaign. Really, one or two matches got away from them that they should have done rather better in, and didn't really happen for the overseas either.
Who was?
Well, Hanscom captained the side.
Yeah.
Reaching for his.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Go on.
Well, Liam Travaskis is going to come into the attack. So it's be interesting to see how the spinner gets on. He comes in off just 3 or 4 paces, left arm round the wicket bowls, and Tom Clark sweeps, a reverse sweep, and picks up a boundary. There's Tom Clark off the very first ball. He goes to 60. Does Tom Clark, and the Sussex total advances by 4-2. Didn't make a note of that. That was very sloppy of me. 85 without loss.
But the overseas were basically Mulder and Jimmy Neesham played the last 4 games.
Good player.
Paul Sterling played a game when Mulder had to go.
Travaskis, played by Clark down to mid-on, picks up a single to the long-on boundary. Clark to 61 off 57. 86 without loss, Sussex in the 15th over. Leading score 7.8 and over. Travaskis wants a slight change in his field. He's just moving his mid-wicket a little straighter. That's Sol Budinger in there. Travaskis in, bowls, and well, having moved his fielder, then Clark played it to exactly where he was fielding originally. And it's a single to Tom Haynes, who goes to 23. Sussex 87 without loss. Travaskis again. He will rattle through his overs. Comes in and bowls to Clark, who's in the pack, looks very out. Ooh, he's not giving. I thought for a minute that was gone. We got a pretty good view from here, and that did look a very good shout from Liam Travaskis. I wouldn't have been a bit surprised to see the umpire's finger go up, but it didn't. Clark survives. Travaskis, 6 runs off the over so far. In and bowls, and another reverse by Tom Clark, and that's going to be 4 more. Well, nicely played by Clark. It's the 2nd time in the over that he's played that shot, and he goes to 65, and the Sharks to 91 without loss.
The leg before appeal was pitched outside leg and was probably going to miss leg as well.
Thank you, Richard.
Having seen the stream.
So Tom Clark, his highest 50 over score of the season so far. Travaskis in bowls, and Clark drills that one away down to long on and picks up a single. Does Tom Clark, who's going along very nicely. He's on 66. The Sharks going along nicely. 92 without loss at the end of the 15th over. And in terms of a comparison with Leicestershire, Leicestershire were 82 without loss at the end of their 15th over. So Sussex currently ahead.
Given Leicestershire's score was the 3rd highest made against Sussex in List A cricket, can we assume that if Sussex chase it down, it would be a record chase? Did they win either of the other 2? Do you happen to know? Is that unfair?
No, let me have a little look, see if I can...
In the meantime, in goes Scriven, and this time Clark can't beat mid-off, can't get it past Hill at mid-off, and it is a dot ball. It's just that so many records have been set in matches between these two sides.
That's very true.
Over the last 2 or 3 years, I would not be surprised at all to see if Sussex set another here. In goes Scriven and bowled. Clark again, he pushes it straight out to Hill. If Hill had taken that cleanly and the throw had come in, it might have been close. It would have been close. But under pressure, the Leicestershire captain didn't take the ball clean. He took his eye off the ball and it popped out of his hands. And one or two Leicestershire hands went to Leicestershire heads on seeing that. That was a almost tip and run from Clark, but he's gotten away with it. 67 off 62 to him. Haynes, who's faced less than half the number of deliveries, 23 off 30. Scriven is in, bowls to him, nicely taken by Cox, standing up to the stumps, and almost as a reward to himself, Cox just sweeps off the bails with his right hand, pleased with how cleanly he took that full delivery outside off stump.
Well, the highest score, sort of individual score for a Sussex pair against Leicestershire was 136. That was by Ian Ward Horsham in 2004.
Which was the game in which Leicestershire made their previous highest score against Sussex. Driven out into the offside by Haynes. Should pick up a couple because Mike has a lot of ground to make up to his right to get to the ball, and it is 2 to Haynes.
And indeed, the highest individual score by a Leicestershire player against Sussex came in that game. 154 from Brad Hodge in 2004. So they're the highest individual scores. I shall have a look at the rest of it in a mo.
Highest score for Sussex against Leicestershire. In goes Scriven, bowls, driven again out into the offside. Almost the same place, but it's got to Mike more quickly this time, and as a result, Clark and Haynes have to settle for a single. Can I just compliment the scoreboard operator? He's almost ahead.
Yes, I know.
Of, you know,
I'll pass on your
He is
compliments.
lightning fast.
Yeah.
You have but to glance to your right, while the running is still going on, to see the scoreboard has already changed in anticipation. Scriven is in. Clark looks to drive, but ends up ugly smear back down the pitch to Scriven. Another very good over from Tom Scriven. 3 from his previous and 4 from that one. He is keeping things tight. Run rate at 6. Run rate required 7.9, but no wickets down. Great start from the Sharks.
Yeah, at the same stage, Leicestershire were 92 without loss. I'm getting there with those stats, but I'm just running through some of these. The best bowling performance for Sussex against Leicestershire in this day cricket was in 1992, when Ian Salisbury took 5 for 30. And in the other direction, the best bowling performance for Leicestershire against Sussex was 5 for 42. Excuse me, I don't know this gentleman's Christian name. Just wake off for a moment as in comes Travaskis to bowl to Haynes, who's using his feet, drills it back to the bowler. There is no run for D. Williamson at Eastbourne in 1997. So, apologies, sir, I don't know your Christian name. In comes Travaskis, bowls. All he's beaten outside the off stump is Tom Haynes. Well taken by Lewis Hill, and there is no run. In comes Travaskis again. Reverse, and that does look close. Has he given him? No, he hasn't. But again, he was trying to play the reverse, was Tom Haynes. Not a shot you'd see him play that regularly. Travaskis thought he got him, man. 3 dot balls to begin the over.
I'll watch the replay first.
Okay. Comes Travaskis. There is a change in the field now. Leicestershire have got 4 men, all the 4 men they have to have inside the circle. Sorry, the 5 men. 4 of them on the offside in a circle. The lone fielder on the leg side is a short, fine leg. In comes Travaskis, and Haynes works that one through the onside field. Picks up a single. He's really marshalling his troops out here, is Lewis Hill. Haynes goes to 27 off 37. The Sharks 97 without loss, and the run rate has crept up to 8.
Dominic.
Thank you.
Williamson.
Clark surveys the field, which is still those 4 men in a circle on the offside. Travaskis is in, bowls, and Clark plays it back to the bowl. This is a good over from Liam Travaskis. He's only conceded the 1 run. And he'll be desperately keen now to get out of the over without conceding a boundary. He comes in round the wicket, bowls, and Clark pulls that onto the leg side. He's just going to take a single, is Tom Clark. So it's a very good over by Liam Travaskis, and a good over as far as Leicestershire are concerned. The Sharks are 98 without loss, just 2 runs coming from it. At the same stage, Leicestershire were 101 without loss. So Sussex 98 without loss. Still not an awful lot between the sides.
Sheet of paper, no more.
Yeah.
Clark and Haynes consult in mid-pitch. 68 off 65 for Tom Clark, who'll be on strike against Tom Scriven, who's bowled nicely. 19 runs conceded from 4 overs, which is a good effort. Less than 5s at the moment. In he comes. Bowls. Clark drives, but only as far as Budinger, who's shown a really clean pair of hands in the field in this innings. Alfonso Thomas and James Taylor below us in front of the commentary box, standing directly almost behind Ben Cox, watching Tom Scriven as he turns top of his mark. Cox keeping Clark in his crease at the moment as Scriven is in. Clark looks to drive out into the offside. This time it's Hanscom falling to his right who makes a stop. It's another dot ball.
The highest score that Sussex have chased in list A cricket was 400, well, they went 400 for 4 against Middlesex at Hove in 2022. John, I should be able to remember that.
I was going to say, not so very long ago.
No, and then prior to that it was 2011. They chased 399 for 440 overs at Horsham against Worcestershire.
So it would not be a record chase. No. In goes Scriven, bowls, driven up into the air off a top edge by Clark. Mike gets to the ball quickly, throws hard, but Clark has turned for the second. Brings up the 100, and obviously, in so doing, brings up the 100 partnership. It's come off 105 balls in just over the hour. Clark, 70. Haynes, 27. So just the 3 extras conceded by Leicestershire so far. The only blot on their escutcheon, that drop in the first over. In goes Scriven and bowls. Clark drives hard down into the ground. It will be just the one as Mike comes off the ropes to field from point. Single taken. Bottles are emptied. One of the
a lot of them.
Marquees. It's not raucous though. The crowd, there's a sort of gentle buzz of anticipation.
Yeah.
This isn't Chelmsford, folks.
Yeah, it does get loud there.
Scriven is in. Bowls helped up into the air. It's going to drop safely just wide of right at mid on. Haynes trying to work it into the onside. Got almost a leading edge and it lobbed up, but wide of right at mid on. But again, it's good. Scriven proving hard to get to the boundary. 4 runs from the first 5 balls of the over for Tom Scriven.
Very good.
Bustles in. Bowls. Clark drives hard, but he can't get it past Hanscom. So another very good over from Tom Scriven. 3 consecutive really good overs. Scriven's conceded just, what is it now, 23 from 5 overs. So under 5s in these circumstances is a pretty good effort. 102 without loss after 18. 5.7 the run rate required, creeping ever upwards. 8.2.
Yeah, the same stage Sussex were 108 without loss, but then there was a very expensive 19th over. So at the end of this over, as a comparison, Leicestershire were 121 without loss. It wasn't soon after that they lost. Ian Holland. In comes Travaskis round the wicket, bowls to Clark, down the ground, lovely shot, 6 runs. Beautifully played. It was Tom Haynes, I do apologise. Just drilled it straight down the ground. That was a lovely shot by Tom Haynes, just using his feet. Well, maybe Tom Haynes just heard us saying, just need to keep up with the rate here, Sussex. Nice shot, he goes to 34. And Sussex to 108 without loss. The umpires will just have a look at the ball to make sure it's okay. I'm just mindful of a lot of people may be recording Olympic stuff, so a bit of a spoil. I won't mention some of the stuff that's happening today.
We have to wait till I'll have to wait till tomorrow to catch the highlights. Is it Hodgkinson today?
In comes driven down the ground. That's going to be successive sixes from Tom Haynes. There we are. 2 sixes straight down the ground. Lovely shots by Tom Haynes, dead straight as well. Keely Hopkins is in the semi-finals today. I think the finals tomorrow night, but it's the 100 metres men tonight. They have a very good highlights programme on at 10:30, which goes on for about an hour and a half.
May or may not be back for that one, but
you might be.
I wonder whether Haynes was a bit aware that the 19th over was a big one for Leicestershire, because it's proving a very big one for the Sharks now.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment, 12 off the first 2 balls.
Well, they've posted a fielder back at long on. Rahani down here. So back-to-back sixes to start the over. In comes Haynes. Travaskis bowls to Haynes, who defends into the offside. That's good from Tom Haynes. When you've hit a couple of sixes, you think, right, we've got 12 off the over, no need to go mad. The scoreboard has gone off.
It's faded, isn't it?
Which is
you
not...
can just see the numbers.
Travaskis again bowls a little paddle sweep from Haynes, picks him another run. He goes to... Now, I think the scoreboard at the Spencumber Pavilion is presumably linked to the main scoreboard, because I'm not sure that's updated. Oh, I think he might have done, actually. 115 without loss. Haynes to 41. Oh, there, he's back now. There we go. Brings Tom Clark on strike. 13 off the over so far. Travaskis coming over the wicket to Clark, and Clark hammers that one away on the leg side. It's just a single, though, fielded out on the cow corner boundary, out there by Ben Mike, who hurls the ball in. He's probably still got that drop on his mind.
Knowing Ben, it will be.
Very difficult to get that out of your mind, really. He's warming up, though, so a chance to get some revenge maybe shortly. In comes Travaskis, bowls, and Haynes, and again, this time he's going to be caught, though, down at long. Oh, no, he's gone for 4 runs. Well, it's eluded Rahani just down below us. I think probably he was a little slow setting off for that, but I thought he was going to get there. He was there for exactly that shot. Ben Cox got his hands on his head. He almost got there, diving forward, but it's gone away for a boundary. So that's a good over as far as Sussex are concerned. And now the sides almost exactly equal. Sussex 120 without loss. Leicestershire at the same stage, or 121 without loss.
Yeah, he's not the quickest over the ground, Ajinkya Rahane, and he was always second favourite there. So what can Ben Mike do? Can he redeem himself for that awful drop first up, which is looking bigger with every passing over, but beautifully poised the game now, beautifully poised, and that over has reduced the rate required back under 8s for the Sharks, and all 10 wickets still in hand. Clark 72 off 71. It feels like it's been faster than that. Haynes 45 off 43. They're judging the chase to perfection at the moment. So Ben Mike can be very expensive, tends to be, but he usually picks up wickets as well. Leicestershire taking the gamble on their quickest bowler. In he comes, bowls very straight. Look a bit of shape back in to Clark there, who jams it back out down the pitch on the offside. Looks at the bottom of his bat. It was full and it swung a little bit late, and he wants a new bat, if that's all right. It's cracked.
Yes.
And he waves to the dressing room.
Come on, somebody.
Somebody heads in to get his his kit.
Yeah. So we've got a delay. We need to get someone out a bit sharpish here. Still no one's come out. He's waving frantically, is Tom Clark. I think he wants some gloves brought out as well.
Oh, okay. I was going to say somebody's gone in to get. Which is Tom's bag? This one? No, it's that one.
Yeah. Well, someone's coming running down the... But I think they're taking this opportunity to have a bit of a break, because the Leicestershire lads are having some drinks brought on. And I think that's Sean Hunt coming running out with various paraphernalia. So I think actually we are going to have a break here. So the umpire's taking that decision. Normally we'd have a break at 25 overs, perhaps they've just brought it forward a few overs because all sorts of drinks are being poured on. Perhaps gives me an opportunity to give you the scores in the other games. If you've just joined us, just a reminder, you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team. On a lovely sunny afternoon here at Hove. So let's have a little look here. Scores elsewhere. Let's go for this group. It's really this group we're interested in. Essex struggling against Glamorgan. Essex 61 for 3 in 15 overs in reply to Glamorgan's 283. If Glamorgan win that game, they will have 5 out of 5. Have you played Glamorgan yet, Rich?
No.
Okay.
So we have some tough games to come.
Warwickshire are 98 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 267. That's 98 for 2 off 18 overs. Ed Barnard, who is so key for Warwickshire, still there, 52 not out. Have you played Warwickshire yet?
Yes, we got absolutely hammered.
Right, okay. Fair enough.
I'm afraid.
Okay, so...
All out for 88.
Right.
Lost by 8 wickets.
Notts are 378 for 6. Surrey 105 for 1 in 17. So Notts are very much in the hunt. Have you played Notts?
Yes, we beat them on Duckworth Lewis.
Right, okay. But a win for Leicestershire will keep them very much here in the competition. A defeat won't mean they're out, but will probably mean you'd have to win your last 4, I would think. Particularly with two, although Glamorgan and Warwickshire have still got to play each other.
Ben Mike is in, bowls a little bit short to Clark, who tries to whip it away off the body, thumps into the thigh pad area, bounces out into the offside. The extra little bit of pace from Ben Mike, perhaps just taking a moment, taking a ball or two for Clark to become accustomed to it, pick up the pace.
So, someone's got...
It's Liam Travaskis, and
got a lot to say, hasn't he?
He's shouting encouragement from fairly close to the effects mic, or closer to the effects mic, close enough to be picked up therein. Keep it cleanly in. In goes my bowled in! Full, a big swing across the line from Tom Clark, and that extra pace got it through. Clark, well, redemption of sorts for Ben Mike, albeit 72 runs after. Tom Clark perhaps should have been dismissed. He has been dismissed by the man who dropped him on naught. Ben Mike bowls him for 72, but it's been a great effort from Clark, and it's given his side a really good start in what is a formidable chase, and has given his side a really good chance. But he goes bowled for 72.
I just wonder, I mean, first of all, Ben Mike's going to... You can see the way Ben Mike celebrated. You know, he was punching the air, wasn't he? He would have been aware that was a bad drop. But I sometimes wonder when you get a break like that, where the bat is changed and Tom Clark's been in the zone, where it just breaks your concentration a little, and he drove all around that. I mean, I think Richard was right. He was beaten by the extra pace of Ben Mike. But nonetheless, he's gone, and it's Charlie Tier, young wicket keeper, who didn't keep today. He's played very nicely in a couple of games, played very well at York, where he made, from memory, 40... I thought he made 46. Let's have a little look. Charlie Tier made 43 at York. International cricketer, plays for Scotland.
I was going to say, he's a seasoned international, isn't he? Six appearances for his country, or is it his mum's country or his dad's?
I think it's his mum's. Joe, I've never interviewed Charlie, so when I do, I'll ask him. He's only 20 years of age, but I was very impressed with him, particularly his keeping, which I thought was very good down at Neath the other day. But he's coming in here, and I think with the Sussex players coming in, I mean, the run rate required is 8 and over. You've got time to have a little look, but it'll just be conscious of picking up the 1s and 2s. No need to go trying to thrash the ball around.
He's one of Chris Adams' proteges, isn't he, at Seaford College?
He is, yeah.
Right-hander. Doesn't look to be too much of him yet. He's still sort of a boyish figure as Mike is in. Bowls to him, slightly short of a length, just outside off stump. Tier just drops his hands, lets it bounce through to Cox.
An important time there for Leicestershire. You just felt the way that Clark was playing, that almost everything was going his way.
So far, the innings are pretty much reflecting each other. Leicestershire's first wicket fell with a score on 129.
Yeah.
Mike, knees pumping, charges down the slope, bowls to Tier, who turns him nicely off his legs down towards long leg, where Matt Salisbury is the fielder, single taken.
And he is charging, you're right. I mean, not everybody enjoys bowling down the slope here at Hove, but he would have done that quite a bit, Ben Michael, know this ground from the time he's bowled here. Once you get it right, it definitely helps.
He made his first class debut here, and I think he took 10 wickets in the game.
Really, is that right?
Yeah, I remember it's everything. Things happen on this ground. In goes Mike, round the wicket to the left-handed Haynes, who is properly
Good over.
forward. So, yep, as Adrian says, just the single from it and the breakthrough wicket for the Foxes. So, Ben Mike has applied the brakes, but also made an important breakthrough. 121 for 1 after 20.
Funny how games change, isn't it? Because of 18 off the previous over from Liam Travaskis, who's been kept on to bowl another over. And I suspect that might be because a wicket has gone down, and maybe Tom Haynes may think, I just need to be a little more careful now.
Plus, he's got the right-hander to
Yes,
bowl
he
that.
has.
So he'll hopefully be, from his point of view, turning it just slightly away from the right-handed Tier.
At the same stage, Leicestershire were 128 without loss. They lost a wicket in the 21st over. So as Richard said, there's not an awful lot between the sides. Travaskis. He's going to come into bowl to Charlie Tier. He's in the bowls, and Tier, to a well pitched up delivery, just plays it into the offside, and there is no run. 3 men in a ring on the offside. There are also 3 in a ring on the leg side, so she could have another man outside the circle if they wanted to. They're deciding not to, as Travaskis comes in, bowls to Tier, who gets his first run. He works that through the covers and picks up a single to the sweeper, who comes running in off the cover boundary. That's Peter Hanscom out there.
Charlie Tier was originally selected for England Young Lions, wasn't he? And but opted to make his debut for Scotland. So.
Well, I was really impressed with his keeping, though, I have to say. It was excellent. Travaskis over the wicket, bowls to Tom Haynes, who's going to get caught. No, he's not. Well, it wasn't far away from Lewis Hill, who's on the edge of the 30-yard circle. In fact, I think now immediately Liam Travaskis waves the fielder at deep square up inside the circle. I suspect that Lewis Hill's going to stay back on the fence. Well, Lewis Hill isn't, but certainly there's going to be a change in fielder, and there will be a fielder here at long off. Now the boundary to Haynes, within sight of his first half century of the competition, Tom Haynes. It's Tom Scriven who's come out to long off. In comes Travaskis bowls, and Haynes clips that one away through mid-wicket. They've taken 1, and that's all they're taking. That's a half century for Tom Haynes, and a good half century as well. He's been a little bit out of sorts and out of form in this competition so far, Tom Haynes. A really scratchy 44 down at Glamorgan on Friday, but 50 off 46 balls with 4 4s and 2 6s, and he's got himself in, and Sussex need Haynes to go on and play a really big innings here. Travaskis round the wicket in bowls, and Tier drives really without timing into the offside, and there is no run. Liam Travaskis in his 4th over. 4 overs before this for 31. In comes Travaskis bowls. Tier drives through the offside. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2. Rahani is quickly round, but that's a good bit of fielding and prevents the second run being taken. It's the end of Liam Travaskis' over, an over that costs 4, 6, 7, 9. And at the end of it, the Sharks are 128 for 1. So in fact, it's an over that only costs 7. I obviously can't add up. But at the same time, Leicestershire were 134 for 1. So just 6 runs between the two sides.
So already over 500 runs for the Hove crowd to enjoy.
Yeah.
And prospect of at least another 200, I would suggest. Or maybe more. Mike in 2 Tier bowls outside off stump, and Tier steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to Cox on the downhill side of things as the ball gets into Cox's gloves. So it's not a quick pitch, but it's a perfectly good pitch that has held up very well.
Yeah, it is. I would agree. Very good pitch indeed.
Here, an upright figure as Mike is in, bowls 2 and he's pushing forward out into the offside. He wants a quick single, but is sent back by Haynes. It bounces down and up very high off the square. Rahana fields to his left.
He hasn't got a lot to say, hasn't he, Liam Travascus? He's just away to our right-hand side. Nothing wrong with that. Encouragement.
It reminds me when Ben Rain, now up at Durham, of course, in the opposite direction, always used to be his sort of northeast tones, Sunderland tones, as in goes Mike and bowls down the leg side. Tier will be signalled wide and is. Kumon Foxes. Benny was Ben Rain for 4 or 5 years. My first 4 or 5 years. So it's a familiar accent.
Good cricketer, Ben Rain.
Very, very, very. And he's proved so for Durham as well. As in goes Mike and bowls 2 Tier, full toss that is driven out, low full toss, driven out in the offside by Tier. Sweeper out there in front of the electronic scoreboard. Is that Scriven out there? I think it is. 1 is taken. Tier onto 4, 130 for 1.
Yeah, he just needs to get himself adjusted to the pace of the track, but then Sussex will have to keep the scoreboard moving along. The run rate up to 8.2. You know, a good over can get you back on track. So, you know, Sussex are there or thereabouts at the moment.
Mike goes round the wicket to Haynes. Bowls down the leg side and appeal for a catch behind. No, says the umpire, but he doesn't signal wide, so presumably it flicked the pad, because otherwise he would certainly have signalled wide. Rahana is still down on his haunches, convinced perhaps, but noise doesn't necessarily mean bat noise.
Good signing, Rahana, though. How did that come about, Richard?
He was supposed to be at Leicestershire last season,
right,
and then had a late call up back into the recall back into the India international setup, which kept him busy for 12 months basically. In goes Mike and bowls. Haynes covers up, pushes the ball back up the wicket to the Leicestershire all-rounder. So he's come as soon as he could, basically, but obviously they've lost Mulder at Leicestershire. He was going to America, and then he's got international duties. He's going with South Africa to the West Indies. So they did need, there was a vacancy for an overseas player in this competition and for the remaining championship games, and Rahana was willing to come. In goes Mike and bowls, pushed out into the offside by Haynes, giving himself just a touch over room. It bounces wide of Budinger. Hanscom fields and 1 is taken, but another very good over from Ben Mike. The wide notwithstanding, only 2 singles and the wide, so he's made a very good start. He's conceded, he says, 4 runs, I think, from his 2 overs so far, and he's picked up a wicket.
So 131 for 1 are Sussex. Just keep these comparisons going. At the same stage, Leicester had lost another wicket. They were 138 for 2. So Sussex slightly behind on runs, but ahead on wickets, if that makes any sense. And Matt Salisbury is coming back into the attack.
Yes, it was that very good catch by Crocombe running in off Hill, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Second wicket.
I mean, Leicestershire's season here, and I mean, everyone's saying it's a 3-horse race between Sussex, Middlesex and Yorkshire for promotion, but you know, Leicestershire aren't out of it with 2 or 3 wins. I mean, they're only 35 points, I say only 35 points behind Sussex, but, you know, a couple of wins, Richard.
Yes.
In comes Salisbury, round the wicket, goals and worked into the offside by Haynes for his 52nd run, 132 for 1. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, Sussex have got to go to Scarborough, so Sussex and Yorkshire are going to take points off each other. Middlesex have got to come here, so Middlesex and Sussex will take points of each other. I think Sussex will look at, they've got Derbyshire and Glamorgan here, they might feel they got a good
The thing
chance
is,
in those
when
games.
draws are now worth so much more that both sides can emerge from a game with 14 points, and a high-scoring draw between, let's say, Sussex and Yorkshire or whatever, or sides at the top of the table. Not much changes really.
Salisbury in bowls, tears up on his toes, plays it to backward point. There is no run, but they're certainly not out of it. He sounds like a friendly seagull, doesn't he?
Just the one win.
Yeah, the game at Grace Road was all sport by the weather, wasn't it? It was the last day we sat up there and nothing much happened. It poured with rain. Salisbury in bowls. Thierry's forward. He's just struggling to get the ball away here, Charlie Thierry's used up 11 balls for his form. I mean, much the same as
Hanscom.
Peter Hanscom,
Yes.
who took a long time to get going, and so he's got to cut Charlie Thierry some slack here. He's...
Yeah, it took 25 balls for Hanscom to sort of start.
Yeah.
He was only sort of 11 or 12, I think, off 25 balls before that solid when he hit Tom Clark for 5 consecutive fours, didn't he?
Yes. In comes Salisbury again, and nice shot by Thierry, but it's just going to get a single out for the sweep on the cover boundary. He goes to 5, total to 133 for 1. Yeah, just looking at Leicestershire, they've got to go to your next 2 away games.
Gloucestershire and Glamorgan.
Yeah. Well, in home games against Yorkshire, away at Northants, and home to Derby. It's not the worst running in the world, Richard. Who knows? It's going to make September exciting anyway. In comes Salisbury. Bowls down the leg side, and it's signalled as such. So one more to the total and an extra ball. 134 for 1. Scoreboard not so quick on that occasion. The run rate has just slowed a little, up to 8.4 and over. It's certainly not panic stations for Sussex. They've got plenty of wickets in hand, but you just don't want it drifting much above that. It means it's an awful lot to keep picking up over after over. Salisbury in bowls, pulled away by Tom Haynes. There's 4 of them. That's a poor delivery by Matt Salisbury, and Tom Haynes gratefully accepting it, pulling the ball down to fine leg for a boundary.
It's awful, really, with fine leg up on the edge of the circle, short on the body.
It really was help yourself, wasn't it? 138 for 1. Haynes goes to 56 and just relieves some of the pressure. There's 4, 5, 6, 7 off the over. So if they can tick along like this, then they're very much in the hunt. Salisbury. In and bowls and defends. Does Haynes onto the onside, picks up a single. Does Tom Haynes? They're thinking about 2, isn't there? Because Travaskis is in. Very quickly gets in the throw to Ben Cox. It's the end of Matt Salisbury's over that cost 8 runs. 139 for 1 are Sussex Sharks. At the same stage, so I think I said in the last over it was 138 for 2. It wasn't. So it was 140. Exactly the same score.
It had to happen in the end.
Yeah. Well, sorry. My fault. 141 for 1 were Leicestershire at the same stage. So there's only 2 runs in it. But at this stage, Lewis Hill got out for Leicestershire.
And Mike conceded just 4 runs from his first 2 overs. Round the wicket he bowls to Haynes, who is forced to defend on the off stump. Ball drops out towards Budinger at backward point. And again, there's no run.
So lots of cricket to be played still. 5 rounds of county championship matches. Leicestershire very much in the hunt here. Sussex in the T20 quarter-final. So lots of cricket for both counties to enjoy over the final 2 months of the season. Goes far too quickly, Richard, doesn't it?
It feels that way. Mike is in and bowls, and again Haynes is pushing out into the offside. This time he gets it past Budinger, but Travaskis will keep it to 1, coming in off the ropes at point. That said, I think Leicestershire at Grace Road have, well, 2 home championship games, and, well, the game is at Kipworth against Surrey So maybe only 10 potentially days of cricket on their home ground to go this season, weather permitting. In goes Mike and bowls short to Tia, who gets in position to hook but pulls. Oh, it's a no ball on height. So gonna have to bowl it again. Not a free hit, but a no ball on height. So 2 conceded by Ben Mike. And has to bowl it again. In he comes and bowls to Tia, who edges his drive down to finest of third men for 4. There is a third man, Peter Hanscom, but he barely moved by the time it crossed the ropes. So an expensive delivery from Ben Mike. 6 from it, essentially.
Yeah.
With the no ball on height. 146 for 1. Tia moves on to 9 off 14. Is that his first boundary?
Yes.
I think it is, so he'll feel a bit better for that. It's not dissimilar, the cerise shirt, to that I've seen Scotland sport from time to time. A sort of pink with navy trousers. In goes Mike and bowls, clipped nicely off his legs by Charlie Tia, down to long leg. Salisbury picks up and throws, gets his throw away quickly and keeps it to 1.
Productive over this for Sussex. If they can keep this run chase around about 8 and over, the wickets in the bank, they'll fall their in with a shout. What Leicestershire did very well was to protect their wickets. That partnership between Rahane and Hanscom, 142, which ticked along on the occasional big over.
At the moment, there's absolutely nothing in this game. As we approach the halfway point of the innings. In goes Mike and bowls flashed away over backward point, and that's going to be 4 more. Tom Haynes took a bit of a risk. It was a little bit short, a little bit wide. He went hard at it and it flashed away wide of Budinger, who did dive high to his right, couldn't get there, and no chance for Travaskis running down the ropes at point. So the runs keep coming.
12 off this over so far.
Ben Mike's first 2 went for 4, but his third, well, proving expensive as far as the Foxes are concerned. And he comes to try and finish it. Bowls to Haynes. He isn't going to finish it. It's going to be a wide down the leg side. He turns with hand rather plaintively raised.
Yes,
Please,
it was.
sir, can I leave the room?
Yes.
Didn't flick anything, says the umpire. That's a wide. Do it again, Ben Mike. So it's going to be at least an 8 ball over. While the first no ball was very expensive, will the wide prove equally so? How many is that from the over now? Plenty. And he comes and bowls full on off stump, driven out into the offside. Good falling stop away to his right by Scriven, but 1 still taken by Haynes. So 153 for 1 after 24.
Yeah, 14 off the over. Rather inexcusably, I didn't make a note of the score after 24 overs. I did after 25. At the halfway stage, it was 150
for 2. Yeah,
yeah. That's what you got.
Likewise.
Yeah, I generally do it over both, but for some reason it's strange. When Mike Taylor was here last week from BBC WM, Mike scores at the same time as he's commentating on every ball.
Scores as in like a scorebook?
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. And he said I've always scored ever since I was a youngster. He said so he does every. It's incredible, really. He suddenly came out with the stat and said something like, "Oh, 4 overs since Sussex got a boundary." And I thought, how on earth do you know that? And I looked across and he had his score sheet out. Did Mike?
Does he use a proper score sheet as well?
It looked like a proper sheet, yes, that he had with him, or whether it was one he'd designed. But he was certainly doing ball by ball. Matt Salisbury into the attack, comes in, bowls to Tom Haynes. He doesn't time this, played out into the offside, need to get the throw, comes in, it misses the stumps. There could be an overthrow here, but actually Tom Haynes had run an awful long way through the non-striker's end, and no way could he get back in time to get a second run. Haynes goes to 64. Sussex 154 for 1 on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. You may be watching the Sussex Cricket Club live stream wherever you're watching from. It's an enthralling game and a game of a lot of runs. Now over 500 runs in the day. As in comes Salisbury, bowls to Tier, who plays it back down the track. There is no run. Charlie Tier on 10, Tom Haynes on 64, the man out. Tom Clark, who was bowled by Ben Mike for 72. That after he was dropped before he'd scored was Tom Clark in the Leicestershire innings. Wonderful innings of 119 from Peter Hanscom. As in comes Salisbury over the wicket, bowls, and Tier defends into the offside. There is no run. There are 3 men in a ring on that offside, very tight in, preventing the single being taken. On the onside, there's a mid-on and a mid-wicket. The fielder's outside the circle, a fine leg, a deep square leg out by the clock tower scoreboard, a third man and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Sort of chatter around the ground. People enjoying the sunshine and the cricket as Salisbury is in. Bowl, Tier pulls onto the leg side, picks out that fielder on the leg side. It's only a single, fielded up there by, is it Scriven all the way out there?
I believe it is.
Yeah, it's a long way in the distance. One more to Tier, he goes to 11, he's warming up out there. 155 for 1.
Foxy feels concerned. He says, we don't really look like taking wickets. It's a good pitch, good batters, but you're right.
The games between these two counties over the last 2 or 3 years have produced some really dramatic cricket. It's been great fun. Here comes Salisbury, bowls, and Haynes flicks this with a lot of bottom hand onto the leg side. They'll think about taking 2 here as the fielder comes in, has a good bit of fielding.
Right, that is Scriven.
Is it Scriven?
Over there, so
it can't have been Scriven on the other side.
I think it's Holland on the other side.
Ah, you're right. Yes, it is Holland. That was Tom Scriven, who was in very, very quickly to prevent the second run. And we spoke about the quality of the fielding in limited overs cricket. Ben Mike aside, and crumbs, these things happen, but the quality of the fielding, just around the counties these days is terrific, and particularly on an outfield like this, which is like a carpet. Salisbury running up the hill away from us into bowl to Charlie Tier. He's in and bowls, and Tier sits on the pads. There's a loud appeal. Oh, Tier was very well. He was very nearly run out. So he was hit on the pads. There was a loud appeal. The ball deflected to backward point. Charlie Tier was out of his ground, looking for a leg by. Got sent back by Tom Haynes. And much ado about nothing. In the end, it's a dot ball, and now we are going to have the official break at 25 overs with the chance at 156 for 1. We're just going to see this again.
A bit high.
Yeah, but he was stranded in the middle of the pitch. Was Charlie Tier 156 for 1 at the same stage? Leicestershire were 150 for 2. So there we are. There's nothing between the sides. I'm going to use this opportunity, Richard, to go and put the kettle on.
Always a good plan, and to be
Are you happy to natter for 2 minutes?
I'll chunter away. The umpires seem to have a 12th man as well, in that drinks have been brought out to them. It was not one of the Leicestershire 12th men. The umpire's working hard, and it's been good umpiring actually for me in this game. No silly decisions. Any doubt has quite correctly gone to the batters. Haynes and Tier consult in mid-pitch. Leicestershire gather around the 12th man and the drinks, but Captain Lewis Hill will be taking the opportunity to have a little chat to them. They'll be thinking, if we can get the run rate, it's at 8.3, the rate required at the moment. If Leicestershire can get that over 9s towards 10s and increase the pressure, then they will still feel a wicket or 2 will make all the difference. Remember, Sussex still need well over, 200 to win the game from the final 25 overs. Okay, in T20 terms, that's very gettable, but more fielders allowed outside the circle than in T20. Different sort of requirement, but Sussex ahead of the game at the moment. 156 for one, plays 150 for two. Haynes not exactly playing the anchor role at 65 off 58 deliveries, but if he can go through to three figures, well, Tier's got in now, 11 off 19. Plenty of batting to come for the Sharks. Both batsmen read on their gloves. And Mike is going to continue for the Foxes from the Cromwell Road end. 18 runs conceded from his first 3 overs, but has a wicket to his name. 14 from his last, so started really well, Ben Mike. Leicestershire could use another wicket from him, however. What wickets has he got in the competition so far, Ben? 3 to him. 5 to Tom Scriven, 3 to Chris Wright. Mike round the wicket to Haynes, who defends a little bit late on that one, off the off stump. It drops down behind him and bounces down to Cox. Behind the stumps, and obviously there's no run. So Scriven is the top wicket taker. The 3 games that have been played, Travasca's picked up a couple against Essex. That was the first time he's bowled. Mike turns. In he comes, bowls. Haynes is looking to work it off his legs. He's got it wide of Rahane at mid-wicket. Wright has to run around behind him to wide-ish mid-on from a straight-ish mid-on. So 1 taken. Haynes on to 66. Brings Tier back down on strike. Right-hander as Mike is in, bowls to him on off stump. He walks forward into the defensive press, pushes it out towards Rahane at extra cover. No run. Travasca is waving at his captain, advising Holland to go a little bit wider at right on the other side of the pitch. A good 150 yards away from him as Mike goes charging in, gets to the crease, but had started to show signs of not being about to go through his action. A good 4 or 5 yards from the crease. His momentum takes it past it, but didn't even begin to get into his bowling action. Cut-off point has been changed to 6:40 for Leicestershire to start the final 10. In goes Mike, whipped off his legs by Tier in the air out towards Travasca, who gets in a good sidearm throw, so it's just a single to Tier. Moves on to 12, 158 for 1. 8.5 the rate required now. Can afford just to tick over a bit. Adrian has completed his tea making, I was going to say duties, but that sounds a bit harsh. In goes Mike and bowls and thumps into the pads of Haynes as he tries to work it off his legs, and he limps away towards short leg. That one, whether it just was on the top of the pad, between the pad and the thigh pad perhaps, but either way it sounded very paddy, but maybe just the top part of the pad isn't quite as thick.
We could be for a latish finish here. You know, a lot of these games have been finished around about 6 o'clock. We've still got 24 overs to be bowled after this, so not that anybody's bothered. It's a lovely sunny evening, but
it does feel as though it's going the distance, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
But again, a better over so far from Mike, who is in. A slower ball to Haynes, dabbed out into the offside. He's going to have to get back quickly into his ground, and they are going to pick up 1 because the throw came in from Hanscom. nobody was backing up, and this time neither batsman had gone too far from the crease to turn round and complete a cheeky single. Even so, a pretty good over from Ben Mike, just the 3 singles from it post resumption. 159 for 1. Duckworth Lewis is showing over 160 at the moment, so in those terms very slightly behind, but ahead in comparison terms.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the first 25 overs, Leicestershire scored 150. Off the second 25 overs, they scored 213. So there was a considerable acceleration, helped by an over that went for 22. Sussex will feel they're still in it. You want to pick a winner yet? That run rate has just got up very slightly to 8.5. But a good over somewhere gets you back on track. As it comes Matt Salisbury around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who plays very fluently to extra cover, fielded by Rahane, who falls over as he fields the ball.
He's smiling there because the ball was barely moving when it got to him, and quite why it should have had the power to leave him.
Lewis Hill just inquires.
Sprawling. There's much amusement from the Leicestershire players.
Salisbury wanders back to his mark. Barely a sound around the ground as Salisbury is in. Bowls, Haynes. Greg in confidence the whole time, plays this one out to the covers, picks up another run as Tom Haynes. He goes to 68, 160 for 1. So he hasn't been in great form in this competition, and he made 44 down at Neath on Friday, but it was a pretty scratchy 44 if I'm being honest.
Our game against Glamorgan is away, but it's in Cardiff. Sadly, I was thinking Colwyn Bay.
Yeah.
Swansea.
Salisbury in bowls to Tiru, hammers that away through the covers, and he could be a single though to the sweep on the cover boundary, filled it there by Travaskis. 161 for 1. I remember covering a county championship game at Colwyn Bay. Brilliant game that went to the wire. Ollie Robinson with Sussex 9 down hit a 6 to win the game. That was a terrific game. I also covered a game we were you know, it's incredible how time flies, Richard. It was a game Sussex played at St Helens at Swansea, and we only got 3 overs in, I think, because it rained all day. In comes Salisbury, bowls. Haynes lost it down the ground. It's burst through the hands of Salisbury. Was that a chance?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Above head high. Didn't quite get all of it. Well, certainly didn't get all of it, but Salisbury's momentum was such he couldn't.
I think it certainly goes down as a chance.
Down. Absolutely, it does.
And we were checking when that game was at Swansea, and it was 9 years ago, and we thought, I was talking to Nick Webb, thought, where's that 9 years gone? It's just bonkers, really.
It's terrifying.
It really was. We were both quite shocked, I think, that it was that long ago. In comes Salisbury, bowls. That's down the leg side, and he's rather got away with one there as Matt Salisbury, because it flicked the pad and went through to Lewis Hill. Tom Haynes looked at the umpire as if to say, well, it didn't hit the pad, but it did. You could see from here it did.
That chance was a bit of a better chance than it might have looked.
Right. It just seemed to sort of burst through his hands, didn't it? Does he follow through? I mean, not easy, because they do come at you quickly when you're on your follow through. You're probably slightly off balance, but he did get both hands to it. Did Salisbury? He was on his way again. Bowls. Oh, that's a full toss down the leg side, and that's a dreadful ball. He's going to bowl a slower delivery, and it ended up being a low full toss, and well, a real gift. And Tom Haynes wasn't going to miss out. He hits it for 4. He goes to 72. End of the over. 165 for 1, and it ruined what had been a decent over.
Exactly. Last ball of the over again, having just conceded 2 singles from the first 5 balls.
Well, Sussex 165 for 1 at the same stage. Leicestershire were 166 for 2. So there we are. If anyone wanted any doubt to see how close it is, it's a close of 1 run. Sussex are behind, but they're ahead on wickets by 1. So this is up for grabs, this game.
There's been nothing, you know, at no stage have Sussex either been a long way ahead or a long way behind.
No.
It's been pretty much level pegging all the way through. Ben Mike over the wicket to Charlie Tier, tucks him up a fraction. Tier plays it out into the offside, off the back foot. Budinger fields, and you heard I think both batsmen call no at each other then.
All I would say is there were a couple of very productive overs that Leicestershire had. One that went for 22. See, the run rate required has edged up throughout, and we were nearly up to 9 and over. So Sussex will be very mindful of that. That it's good to have all these wickets in the bank, but they'll just be mindful of that getting too much more.
Mike bowls. Tier is advancing down towards him. Mike sees him coming, spears it in at his feet. He clips it away to square leg, where on the boundary awaits Liam Travaskis. Tier takes 1, moves on to 14.
We could have done with some biscuits with our tea, couldn't we?
I remember the days of coming here when cake used to arrive.
I know. Perhaps we could make the lads in the media office feel. I bet they're sitting there with a big packet of biscuits.
Oh, and the days when Jamie used to leave packets of biscuits for us. Round the wicket comes Mike and bowls to Haynes, who pulls, bottom edges it out towards mid-wicket and takes 1 because Rahane, though competent, is not quick over the ground and walks towards it, really. Makes the stop, but Haynes takes 1, moves on to 73.
I wouldn't fancy
77 for
the Sussex press officer Jamie Burnett, lovely fella, and he was telling us earlier, wasn't he, Richard? He's got a week off. We said, "What are you going to do?" And he said, "I'm going to lay a lawn in his back garden." That sounds hard work.
Mike over the wicket, bowls. Tier backs away. Mike follows him, turns him off his legs, down 2 fine legs. Salisbury's down there, and it is just 1. What Jamie did say, and I now remember, is that the halftime entertainment was called Jamie. The singer was called Jamie because we were saying, "Oh, is this another talent, another arrow in your quiver?" But,
or something else.
It wasn't him. So
no, it was
thankfully
Jamie. He might be a very good singer. Yeah, I don't think it's in your job description to be, the press officer to sing at half time.
Yes, you will provide the halftime entertainment. And we don't mean sign it. You are the half-time entertainment. Round the wicket goes Ben Mike. Bowls to Haynes. Slower ball. Tries to chop it away. Gets a bottom edge. Trickles to Budinger at backward point. I enjoyed Jamie, the singer, as I enjoyed Jamie, the press officer. But Jamie, the singer, was yes. They got with him, didn't they?
They did.
Didn't hit every note, especially the high ones. But boy, did he give it everything. He could not be faulted for enthusiasm and determination. And he got one more song cheers as Leicestershire were ready to bowl.
Did.
Mike is into Haynes again outside off stump. Again, Haynes isn't timing it, just taking the edge off the ball, off the pace. So 3 singles from the over. Very good over from Ben Mike, who with that 1 over when he conceded 14 from his 3rd has been good with the ball in this game. He's bowled 5 overs now. 168 for 1, and as Adrian mentioned, that run rate is just edging ever upwards, and it's pretty much 9s now.
At the same stage, after 28 overs, Leicestershire had lost their 3rd wicket. They were 174 for 3, so in terms of direct comparisons, just 6 runs between them. Sussex 2 wickets to the good. But we have to keep remembering there was a couple of hefty overs where Sussex conceded a lot of runs.
This is where the big stand started for Leicestershire, and the quick stand between Messrs Hanscom and Rahane. So just beginning to look at a fraction weary Tom Hayes, 73 off 70.
Yeah, there were lots of, there was the over of 22 and there were several overs of sort of 10s and 11s, weren't there? That, no, who's to say Sussex can't do the same? Charlie Tier, 15 of 25 balls. But that's pretty much where Peter Hanscom was, as in comes Salisbury, pulled away onto the leg side. It's just a... well, extraordinary. They've come out for 2 runs. 2 fielders there got in each other's way, Rahane and Holland, and the ball very nearly rolled over the boundary rope for 4 runs. Yeah. In the end, it was a couple, certainly one more than Charlie Tier would have expected to have got. He goes to 17, 170 for 1.
2 extraordinary lapses.
Yeah.
But that one wasn't an expensive one. First one was.
And comes Salisbury, Bowls and driven nicely by Tier. That's another misfield. Having said how good the fielding has been at backward point, they're going to come back for a couple of runs, and that really shouldn't have been a couple of runs. The ground fielding's been really very good in this game, but it seemed to dive right over the top of that. Was Sol Budinger, who'd saved, well, he certainly saved 12 runs in the opening 3 or 4 overs in the covers, but he's conceded a couple there, and he's there with his hands on his hips, and he will know he should have stopped that. But Tier picks up 2 more. He goes to, have they gone up? No, they haven't gone up on the scoreboard yet. In comes Salisbury again. Tier works this one away through the covers, so 5 runs off of the overs so far. Charlie Tier goes to 20, Sussex to 173 for 1.
Have you ever seen a goal actually hit? As those flutter away from the path of the ball. I've seen pigeons hit, but not goals. The goals are a bit more aware, aren't they?
Do you know, I don't think I have, Richard, in all the many games we've done down here over the years.
They're a bit more canny. I always think the goals.
3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg, all of those in front of squares. In comes Salisbury and bowls, and Haynes works that one out to deep mid wicket. They've taken 1, but it is just the 1. Haynes goes to 74 off 71 deliveries, 174 for 1. Flag still fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard, the Leicestershire flag and the Sussex flag. Very traditional that counties, I don't know who's responsible at Leicester for carrying the flag around. Generally Graham Irwin does it for Sussex for away games, the Sussex scorer.
I think Paul Rogers brings the Leicestershire flag with him.
Salisbury over the wicket, bowls, Tier drives out into the offside without time. He's going to pick up a single, put it mid-off by Peter Hanscom. If he'd have timed that properly, I suspect they wouldn't have taken a single, but it was rather off the toe end of the bat and it dribbled away to mid-off, allowed Tier to go through. So without taking any risks here, Sussex to pick 7 off the over. And these are the little differences in limited overs cricket. It's because Leicestershire be thinking, right, if we can get out of this to conceding 7 runs, it's not a bad over. If Tom Haynes hits a boundary, it's been a very good over for Sussex. Let's see what happens. Salisbury around the wicket. In and bowls, and Haynes clips this through mid-wicket. Now they've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but I think that is that Scriven, who's in very quickly. Arrow-like throw, so 8 off the over, so not a disaster for either side. 176 for 1 at the end of the over. At the same stage, Leicestershire were 181 for 3. The run rate required is a little below 9. I think once it gets over 9, you've got to go some, because that's a couple of boundaries and over, isn't it? Unless, of course, you can hit 6s. What's happening down here?
Leicestershire, one of Leicestershire's 12th men.
Is he putting another jumper?
Harry Swindle's drink for Peter Hanscom.
He's putting another shirt on, yeah.
Perhaps the breeze is getting up out there. And he's Australian.
Yeah, he probably thinks it's cold.
Round the wicket goes Ben Mike. Bowls to Haynes. It's hit up into the air, but it's going to land safely. Chipped up over extra cover. He can't get there, nor running in from the point boundary or cover boundary can Travaskis, and Haynes picks up 1. Mike will go back over the wicket to the right-handed Charlie Tier. 21 off 29. Can he pick up the pace a little bit, Tier? As Mike is in, bowls to him. He's wristily turning that one away off his body. It will be just the 1 though, as Travaskis gets to the ball quickly. He's got a very strong arm, Travaskis, and his throw is a good one, so it is just the single again.
Really,
sorry.
That's right. Oh, just reading that Zach Crawley is out of the Test series against Sri Lanka.
They picked the tide already,
Was
weeks in advance.
Yeah, Surrey's Dan Lawrence will open alongside Ben Duckett, and Jordan Cox has been called up into the squad for the first time.
Round the wicket goes Mike. Bowls to Haynes, who drives firmly down into the ground, out to Travaskis, who is involved just about every ball at the moment, but again it's just 1.
If you're a regular county opener who's doing quite well, someone like Alex Lees at Durham, you're probably thinking, blimey, you know, it doesn't matter how, you know, they put Livingston up top, and you think, well, you know, what are my chances of getting in the side, to be honest?
They seem to have assured those who are there already that they won't be quickly discarded. I think Crawley's a rather lucky young man, to be honest. Anyway, in goes Mike, and bowl short, pulled up into the air, should be caught, and is caught at long leg by Matt Salisbury, slightly top edged there. Charlie Tier, and that extra, again, that little bit of extra pace, I suspect, from Ben Mike has made the difference. Mike picks up his second wicket. The Sharks lose their second wicket there, 179 for 2 off 29.4 overs, and the rate required has nipped over 9 now.
Good catch that by Matt Salisbury. It was straight to him, but he was very conscious of where he was. He wasn't far away from the rope, and he was just checking where he was on the field. And as he took the catch, he just sort of looked down to make sure it was a legal catch. So Charlie Tier goes 22 of 31 balls.
I don't think, and this is a slightly controversial thing to say, that is a bad wicket for Sussex to lose necessarily. I don't think, with respect to Tier, he was going to be able to really accelerate in the way that Hanscom or arguably Rahana did. Whereas I think batsmen to come in can do that. So I think well batted to Charlie Tier, but it probably isn't a bad time for him to get out.
Yep. And the new man coming in is someone who hasn't played in the competition so far this season, as a Wasp tries to make its way in through our box here. But I'm afraid, Mr. Wasp, that we're in a sealed unit here, so you won't get
Sadly,
in.
yes. Well, this isn't sliding.
Yeah, it'd be great if it was, wouldn't it? Like it is next. I have no idea why not, because we could hang our effects microphone out of here and everything, and it'd be lovely. Anyway, that's for another day. Tom Alsop is the man coming in for Sussex. So Charlie Tier has gone, and some dogs are barking in the background.
There's a lot of very smart Panamas away to our right in one of the hospitality. I don't hesitate to call them marquees, really, but
yeah,
permanent structures almost, aren't they, really?
No, it'd be all right. They do look very smart. So partnership between those two are 59, but it came in 10 overs. But so the run rate is 9.1. Plenty of batting to come for Sussex. Alsop, Hudson Prentice, Simpson. But those players aren't going to have a lot of time to get themselves in here, because Sussex have got to keep this scoreboard moving.
Ben Mike into Tom Alsop. Bowles looking for the Yorker. Played well by Alsop, but Mike's hands are on his head. He thought that one was going to squeeze through. Probably bowled it too soon, really, the Yorker. Alsop looking to block it out rather than attack it.
Sorry, Richard, I was just going to say, Ben Mike's recovered well from that over when he went slightly around the park, didn't he? The no balls and the wide and 8 ball over. But he's come back well to pick up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, 2 for 27 for him at the moment. As he turns, runs in and bowls 2 Alsops and appeal 4 leg before, but not noticeably from the wicketkeeper Ben Cox. He looked to hit Tom Alsop well outside of stump, stayed a little bit low, but height wasn't the issue, but a direction I suspect was. But a wicket taking over for Ben Mike, just the 3 singles conceded from it, 179 for 2. We are at the 30 over stage. Well, double it and you're not far off. You are not far off Leicestershire score.
Yeah, Leicestershire added 180 in the last 20 overs. At this same stage, they were 183 for 3, so they did 8, so they went at 9 and over from here on in, and Sussex have got to go at 9.2 and over here on in. And this is really around this time, a couple of overs beyond this actually. It was really between after about over 35 as suddenly Leicestershire really put their foot down with a couple of very expensive overs. So there's Tom Scriven. No, it's Ian Holland back into the attack.
It is.
5 overs, 0 for 23. Ball back into the attack to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes, who defends out into the offside. Picks up a single. Haynes goes to 78, 180 for 2. Tom Alsop and Tom Scriven will know each other. Sorry, Tom Holland and
Ian Holland.
Ian Holland, Tom Scriven and Tom Alsop will all know each other from Hampshire days.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, absolutely.
Get it right, Adrian. There's too many Toms and
There's the actor, isn't there, Tom Holland?
Is there?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
It is Ian Holland coming around the wicket to bowl to Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop drives into the offside. There is no run. He's played very little cricket in the last few weeks because of the 100. He's in the Trent Rocket squad, but hasn't figured. I don't know how it works, whether Sussex get in touch with the Trent Rockets and say, well, is he going to play? Because if he isn't, he might as well come and play for Sussex. I don't quite know how it all works, to be honest. Doesn't seem very satisfactory, whatever it is. In comes Holland, bowls, and clipped by Alsop to mid on. He needs to be quick here. If he hits, he could be in trouble, but in the end, the throw was wild, and Alsop is very quick between the stumps. And he's on his way, 181 for 2. Run rate up to 9.4. So it's not panic stations yet for Sussex, but they really do want to make sure they're picking up at least 5, 6, 7s and over here, and then a couple of big overs elsewhere. Holland in, bowls to Haynes, who clubs that one away out towards the cover boundary. Oh, that's a very good bit of fielding by Rahane on the sweeping on the cover boundary. Well, he made a bit of a mess of one earlier on down here at mid-on, but that was excellent fielding. Very quickly round, prevented the boundary, got the throw away. Haynes to 79 of 76 balls, 182 for 2. I think he's having a chatter away to some of the people in the one of the private boxes over there. Holland, just the 3 runs off the over so far, is in and bowls. Alsop clips this straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run, and this is good from Leicestershire at the moment, Richard.
A little bit of a squeeze on the new batsman, but also very capable of going big once he gets in.
To change it.
Panic.
No, absolutely not.
19.1 overs. If you put it in T20 terms, 180 or so off.
Yeah, totally.
19.1.
Very achievable here.
Very gettable.
Yeah, totally. Holland in again, bowls. Alsop drives to mid-off, showing the maker's name, fielded by Lewis Hill, the skipper. Not before Alsop goes through for another single. Unless there's a very tidy over from Ian Holland, comes back into the attack. He's such a good cricketer. You know, he's opened the batting, he's made 65. He comes back on, he's bowled 5 overs for 23, suddenly bowls an over, only goes for 4 runs. 183 for 2 at the end of the 31st. At the same stage, Leicestershire were 184 for 3. Elsewhere in this group, looks like Glamorgan are going to go to 5 wins out of 5, because Essex are 126 for 6. I presume that game's at Chelmsford, I'll check in a moment. And Warwickshire on course to beat Gloucestershire at Bristol, 175 for 4 at Warwickshire.
Those two sides are running away at the top of the table.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a battle for 3rd place. Leicestershire will feel they're very much in that race. Surrey are collapsing at Guildford, 173 for 6. Chasing 378 to win, and Knott's not out of it either.
Ben Mike is in, bowls beautifully. Oh, that's interfering with play. That's got to be given out, because Ben Mike fielded it in his follow through at the stumps, and the batter put out his foot to block the ball going on to the stumps. Now Alsop, that is interfering with play, and for me that has to be given out, but we shall see. The umpires are consulting. It was played down into the pitch. Mike fielded it in his follow through. Alsop was out of his ground. Mike threw the ball at the stumps. Alsop put out his foot to stop the ball going on to the stumps, and Cox is showing him what did he moved his foot to the ball to stop it. Now let us see what the umpires say.
Do you think that's almost an instinctive thing to do?
Possibly, but it is still interfering with.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
It's still obstructing the field.
Let's wait for the decision of the umpire.
That is still obstructing the field, but well, they're not going to give it. So I'm a little bit surprised about that. That for me. Well, Leicestershire saying when he moved his foot, they're taking the decision in good part.
Yes, they are.
But Peter Hanscom, who's very experienced, is going over to the umpire to ask for an explanation. But
well, that could be a very pivotal moment in the match, which is after 31.1 overs.
Yeah.
Tom Alsop only on 2.
There's no question that he moved his foot to block the ball as it went towards the stumps. No question about that.
Well, that was.
Mike is in, bowls 2 Alsop, and there's appeal for leg before, but it was going on down the leg side and is given as a leg by.
Well, I think credit there to Leicestershire to a good extent, because that's the sort of thing, if you get something controversial like that in football, you've got 11 players shoving the referee and all sorts of things going on, and the decision has been made, and that's one of the great things about cricket, the decision has been accepted. There was a little bit between these two sides, you remember a couple of years ago here in the...
more than a little bit, wasn't it?
I mean, this has been played in very good spirit, as was the game, we have to say, earlier this season. So let's hope it's not going to bubble up at all.
Mike is in, bowls to Allsop, who pulls out to mid-wicket. Rahane makes a very good stop and gets his throw away, and one is taken. The players getting on with the game. It'll be interesting to see what other people, if you're watching on the stream and have an opinion, let us know what.
Well, good on you, because I have to say you called it straight away, Richard. Better knowledge of the rules than me.
Mike is in and bowls a slower ball that goes through Allsop outside off stump. Yeah, the other question, as Hamish points out, is that the umpires might have felt the throw wasn't going to hit the stumps. But would it still be obstructing the field? One of the niceties of the game that happily is above our pay grade.
Yes.
Really. That's what the umpires are there to.
Yeah, and they've got
give an opinion on.
Yeah, they've got no. I mean, obviously there's the match referee here, but I don't think he would get involved in the decision. There's no third umpire.
Mike is in, bowls to Allsop, who's whipping him off his legs to the boundary for by
brilliant.
Holland, diving to his right, saves 2 runs. Fine work by Ian Holland. Umpire has his right hand out, saying, "No, that's fine."
Well, totally, we could see from here.
Square leg.
Well, I was extolling the virtues of Ian Holland in the previous over, bowling and batting. That's a brilliant bit of fielding. I mean, that had 4 runs written all over it.
Well, if it comes down to 2 runs at the end of the match, as it could, we'll remember that moment. Mike to finish his over, from which he's conceded so far 4 runs. One of them a leg by, bowls, clipped in the air and out. Holland takes his catch, and he turns to the hospitality. So maybe one or two words was said when he made that piece of fielding, but beautifully timed by Tom Allsop, and it fairly whistled at about 6 foot high all the way to Ian Holland, just backward of square on the boundary, a good 60 yards from the bat. Took the catch cleanly, turned, said, I don't know, there you go, something along those lines to those in the hospitality marquee, and Leicestershire have their 3rd wicket. Allsop, well, controversial moment notwithstanding, he only added 1 to his score, I think, or possibly 2, before going on his way. 187 for 3, and a 3rd wicket for Ben Mike.
Yes, very good indeed. Yeah, I just wonder whether something was said by someone over in that box when he fielded that ball, because he stopped the 4, and he clearly stopped the 4. It was an excellent bit of fielding by Ian Holland. Now, whether someone said something, who knows, or whether it was a reference to the earlier incident with Allsop, I don't know. But he took the catch, and you could just tell he just turned round as if, probably didn't say anything. But big wicket, because Tom Allsop's been in good form this season. Hasn't played much cricket. Because he hasn't been picked in the 100, and that is one of the problems. 187 for 3. That run rate is sneaking up rather ominously now. It's up nearly towards 10 and over, and Sussex need to mix. I mean, in terms of the batting to come, John Simpson to come after Finn Hudson-Prentice. Then there is still batting. Jack Castle come back down. Ibrahim come back. Ibrahim hasn't been in great form. Then you really are amongst the bowlers. Archie Lennon, I mean, he made runs last week. It's whether there's a difference, isn't there, between making runs and making runs at 10 and over. That's probably the point. So a lot depending on these two now. On Hudson-Prentice. And he hasn't got a lot of time here, Finn, to... Well, he's still got 18 overs. But you can't spend a lot of time just getting yourself set. So, the game back in the melting pot. And it is going to be Ian Holland, who is back into the attack. I'm just looking at the table, because if Nottinghamshire win, they'll have 6 points as well, and they're going to beat Surrey at Guildford. Gloucestershire are going to lose, so this is important for Leicestershire today. In comes Holland, bowls, clipped away by Haynes to mid-on, picks up a single. I'm not saying it's not important for Sussex, but Sussex are pretty much out of this competition, with Glamorgan and Warwickshire will have 10 points. There's only going to be one place available for the quarter-finals, and certainly, well, you're going to need more than 8 points, I think, to qualify. Nonetheless, Sussex will won't go down without a fight here, and they're still very much in this game. Hudson Prentice yet to score, yet to face a ball. The right-hander, 188 for 3 as Holland runs away from us. In and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drives nicely through the offside, picks up 1. They'll think about 2, but it isn't there because Travascus almost dares them to take a second run. So, nice positive shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. He's on his way. 189 for 3 in the 32nd. Oh, I didn't make a note of the score, so it was must have been 187 at the end of the previous over. In comes Holland, bowls to Haynes, who fiddles that one to backward point. They take the single. I think at this stage of proceedings, Leicestershire will be quite happy for Sussex just to pick up the ones. 3 singles off the over, because they are going to need some big overs at some stage. Now the physio's coming running on, or is it someone with a helmet?
It's the 12th man with a helmet for Cox.
Ah, he's going to stand up.
To Holland.
Good wicket keeper, Ben Cox. Like to see a keeper standing up. 190 for 3. Actually, oh yeah, perhaps he got 5 men inside the circle. I thought it was 6 for a moment. In comes Holland, bowls, and Hudson Prentice is forward, played down the wicket. Holland fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. This has been really good. And I should know this, Richard, and I don't, and I do apologise. Is Ian Holland a permanent signing, or is he on loan, or?
No, he has been signed.
Excellent. Well, that's a very good signing.
I think he signed a 3-year contract.
Right. Well, he was a good performer down at Hampshire. I mean, but he's been excellent in
Oh, I'm saying that. Actually.
in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays down the track. There is no run, and he made runs here in the county championship game. He took wickets as well in that tremendous match a few weeks ago. He's just a very, very good all-round cricketer. Yeah. So he made runs. Made 33, opened the batting. In comes Holland, bowls. Always hit Hudson Prentice on the pad. There's a loud appeal, but I think that was probably too high, and I think it was probably slipping down the leg side. Nonetheless, he just concedes 3 off the over. So at the end of the 33rd over, the Sharks are 190 for 3, and guess what? Leicestershire were 191 for 3. So nip and tuck, but those run required is now up to 10.2 and over, and we just have to stress that there was the over that went for 22 and 2 or 3 that went for 12s and 13s. So Sussex are going to have some big overs in here somewhere.
Ben Mike, 3 for 30 from 7. Continues from the Cromwell Road end. In he comes, bowls to Haynes, who drives and misses. It bounces off Cox, who takes his eyes off the ball, and that will be a bye, unnecessarily conceded
Crosses
by Cox and the wicketkeeper. It was a slower ball that went through Haynes, very well bowled by Ben Mike, and it bounced a second time before reaching Cox, but even so, he immediately raises his hand in apology, just took his eye off it. It wasn't great.
I mean, Sussex can't afford it to go much higher than this, can they? You know, there's another power play to come.
Mike into Hudson Prentice, who steps right across his stumps and whips the ball away to mid-wicket, but more or less straight to Tom Scriven. Well, Hudson Prentice is going to go for his shot straight away. Has to.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he does, Richard.
He's capable.
Yeah, he is. He made a very good 90 he made in the first match up at Welbeck a week or so ago. In fact, it was only a week ago.
Chris Wright he has only bowled 4 overs, beginning to warm up again. Mike is in. Hudson Prentice blocks it out into the offside. Rahana is the fielder. It's been very good from Ben Mike.
It has. Has he played in the 100 before, Ben Mike? I seem to think he has, but obviously not picked up this year. There's some very good cricketers around actually who are playing this year. I thought that down at Neath on Friday. Maybe that means there's some rather more average ones playing in the 100, I don't know.
In goes Mike. Hudson Prentice steps away. Mike follows him. He turns it out to mid-wicket. Scriven picks it up, underarms the ball at the stumps. Haynes had gone back into his ground, but
this is very good, isn't it?
The throw missed. But yeah, at the moment, Ben Mike, the bye wasn't his fault. Effectively, he's bowled 4 dot balls.
Yeah,
really.
he has. Yeah.
Third man is being summoned up to the edge of the circle mid-wicket. Scriven is going back to the boundary. So what will Hudson Prentice try to do here? Big gap between Cox and Hanscom. Down here in front of us as Mike is in bowls. He goes down the wicket and smashes it over mid-wicket, wide mid-wicket for 4, bounces just before the ropes. So Hudson Prentice, it just gave him, it enabled him to get under it, didn't he there, Ben
Yeah.
Mike? He did try to follow Hudson Prentice as he backed away. But he could swing his bat, could get underneath the ball and club it away out to the that sort of wide long on, almost between long on and mid-wicket boundary for 4. So a blow struck back by Finn Hudson Prentice. He moves on to 5 off 8. Mike to finish his over. Is in and bowls. Hudson Prentice plays firmly out towards wide-ish mid-off where Chris Wright moves to his left to field. Single from the last ball of the over. So 6 from the over, including the bye. And again, another little victory in those terms for Leicestershire. The run rate required up to 10.5s now.
Yeah, at this stage, Leicestershire 203 for 3. This is where we had the 22 run over. So at the end of the 35th, oh no, it's not. No, just one. Yes, it is. Yes, at the end of the 35th, Leicestershire were 225 at the end of this over. So that's when the acceleration really came. Hudson Prentice has set his stall out here, though, hasn't he? He's clearly come in to play his shots, and I think that has to be the right thing to do, because you just cannot afford for this run rate to go much above 10 and over, and it's already at 10.5. But it's going to be the excellent Ian Holland who's going to come into bowl to Finn Hudson Prentice, who's 6 not out. He's in and bowls and driven to mid-off, and Hudson Prentice is on his way, and another wicket goes down, and the pressure is just beginning to tell here on Sussex. The catch comfortably taken by Peter Hanscom at mid-off. Fitz Hudson Prentice onto the front foot, driving Holland, and a comfortable catch to Hanscom, and the 4th wicket goes down, and Sussex now in a bit of trouble in this run chase. John Simpson to come. The problem is that those coming into bat now really haven't got a lot of time to get adjusted. Hudson Prentice on his way for 6 off 10 balls, and he is on his way. The total now 196 for 4. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team here today. And you can't keep Ian Holland out of the action. A very good catch, well, a good catch in the previous over. And now picking up a wicket. So 2 left-handers in place, and much depending on John Simpson here. Hasn't really made runs in the competition so far. He was out for a first baller at Welbeck Colliery, and then made 7, I think it was, in the game here against Warwickshire last week. Yes, indeed, that's the case. So he's a little break. He's played a lot of cricket, didn't travel with the side last week, so he'll be very, very keen, having had a bit of a breather, to get back in and see if he can ease Sussex towards the finishing line. But it's going to take a big effort here. And as I say, outside of these 2, you know, Qasim, Lenham, Ibrahim, Carvelos, they can all bat, but it's a question as to whether they can score runs at the rate that they are required. And the problem for Sussex has been batting in this competition. We were saying a little earlier on, 216, 174, 212 and 200. So they haven't made more than 216. And Leicestershire just picking up wickets here at important times. Good captaincy, I think, by Lewis Hill. He's brought Holland back. And he's coming into bowl to John Simpson, 196 for 4 in and bowls. And Simpson is beaten outside the off stump. Keeper Cox standing up to the stumps. Holland wanders back to his mark. So important game for Leicestershire, because with Warwickshire and Glamorgan both likely to win, Nottinghamshire almost certain to beat Surrey, a win for Leicestershire really keeps them in the hunt. Defeat, and they're not out of it, but it's going to be a tough ask. In comes Holland, bowls to Simpson, who steers that into the offside, and there is no run. But at this moment in time, there goes the run rate going up again, 10.8 and over. I think you'd probably rather be Leicestershire than Sussex at the moment.
I think now, definitely, yes. He just feels though that scoreboard pressure is beginning to make a really big difference.
Holland round the wicket, bowls, and Simpson again beaten outside the off stump. Good wicket keeping by Cox, who whips off the bails, then says to the umpire, "Don't worry, I'll repair the stumps." He's made a bit of a mess of them at the far end as Ben Cox. And so far, 4 balls gone in this over. And that's the effect. The run rate is now up to 11 and over. And you get to this stage of the competition where dot balls, when you're chasing a big total, Sussex still needing 164 to win. In comes Holland, bowls, played it into the offside. There is no run. Is that right? 196, 63. More than that. It's 166 to win, I think, from here.
Well, at the moment, this is a wicket maiden, and this was the over in the Leicestershire innings that went for 22.
Yeah, it was.
So
Yeah, 225 they were at the end of this over.
heck of a difference all of a sudden.
Yeah. Holland round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who plays that to mid on. Well, he takes a single, which means it won't be a wicket maiden, but that's a very good over by Ian Holland, just conceding the 1 run, picking up the wicket, the important wicket of Finn Hudson-Prentice. And at the end of the 35th over, Sussex are 197 for 4 in comparison to the Leicestershire total that was 225 for 3. So all of a sudden there's a 28 run gap between the sides. The run rate required up to 11.1. And you really feel
it's gone up to 240 on with those wickets as well. So yeah, all of a sudden it feels as the pendulum has swung in Leicestershire's favour.
Yeah.
Chris Wright is coming back to replace Ben Mike at the Cromwell Road end. And for 26 for Chris Wright from his first 4 overs. Mike 3 for 35 from his 8.
Come on, Sussex, come on, says a spectator somewhere around the ground. Yeah, I mean, if one of these two goes, as I say, that, you know, Carson, Ibrahim, they're all capable of batting. It's just a question of whether they're capable of scoring runs at the rate that's seen. It's not easy walking out to a situation and suddenly faced with scoring 11 and over.
Right then, down the slope, bowls to John Simpson. Just a little bit of shape back into the left-hander. They works it away to wide-ish mid-on and takes his 1, but say, right, we'll definitely take the pace off the ball, try and bowl I suspect quite a lot of slower balls. Can Haynes accelerate now? 82 off 80, which has been good, and it's enabled other players to play around him, but he might have to take the initiative himself from here on in. Right is in, bowls again, slower ball. Haynes waiting for it, and then ends up blocking it out to extra cover. Scriven is the fielder, so good from Wright. 11.3. It's almost every ball now, every dot ball sees the run rate increase by on the board, so to speak. It's just taking 1 dot ball now. Wright is in again. Haynes steps across, gets the slower ball again, has to adjust and blocks it out to extra cover for just 1. Leicestershire won't mind that. All 1.1 from the over so far. Chris Wright brings Simpson down on strike. Big ask of this captain here, 2 off 6, and just go out there and whack a quick 160 off the next 15 overs. Skip Wright is in, Simpson is down the wicket, that could be 6 of them, lofts it over mid on all the way into one of the temporary stands over there, but wide, long gone, and that wasn't the slower ball, and it was kind of in the slot, and Simpson took full advantage, and 200 up announces the gentleman on the tannoy. The 36th over. Wright is in, bowls to Simpson, slower ball, held back, just chopped down into the ground by Simpson. Not timed. Budinger runs to his right, down towards deepish gully to field. 1 is taken. Simpson on to 9 off 8, brings Haynes back down on strike. So 9 from the over so far. Another 2. Well, another 3, and it is up with the run rate required from Sussex's point of view as in goes Wright, bowls, Haynes slaps it away into the offside. That should be 2, in fact it's 4. So there you go, Travaskis looked like he was going to get there, couldn't quite. Haynes picks up 4, and that is 12 from the over. 13, I beg your pardon, from the over, so that is more than Sussex needed. And that brings the weight required down to 11s.
Well, never say die and all the rest of it. Tom Haynes to 87. They just need a few more overs like that, don't they, Sussex?
14 more overs at 11.
Yes.
11s.
It's a big ask. They've just got to keep that momentum going now. It hasn't been too easy against Ian Holland, who's going to be bowling to the Sussex skipper John Simpson. 9 off 8 deliveries. He's very strong down the ground, John Simpson. And both the mid-on and the mid-off are up inside the circle. Simpson waits. Ben Cox is standing up to the stumps. And Holland is in, round the wicket bowl. Simpson, who pulls firmly away onto the leg side, and 1 bounce towards wideish mid-wicket, almost cow corner. Simpson goes into double figures. He's got 10, 211 for 4. Run rate required, 11.1 and over. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg. In fact, now they're changing it around and they're calling up their... They've taken quite a bit of time to bowl the overs here. They say with the time is 25 to 6. I don't know. Did they have cut-offs in 50 over? I mean, this season it's the time there. Can you see it?
1840.
In comes Holland, pulled away by Haynes, straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket again. It's just the single, so 2 singles. 1840. So that would be that would be the time at which they have to start the final over. So I think they're going to be fine actually. Because there's only, what, 13 overs left after this one.
All that happens is you've got to bring an extra fielder in.
Yes, that's right. It's not. It's
no big deal.
No, it's not a runs penalty or anything like that. Holland in and bowl. Simpson works on the outside. Now they'll be looking for 2 here. Well, John Simpson is very quick between the stumps. They'll need to be very quick though. The throw comes in. That's a very good feat of fielding out there. Is that Scriven out there?
Yeah, he's very good.
Very, very good indeed. And very, very quickly. John Simpson is very quick between the sticks. But really there was no opportunity to come back for a second, and indeed it would have been Tom Haynes who would have been running towards the danger end. 3 singles off the over. Run rate just sneaks up to 11.2. Holland is in, bowls. Haynes tucks that away on the leg side. Again, they'll think about a second, but it really isn't there, and this time they settle pretty much almost immediately just for a single. So 4 singles off the over, which will please Leicestershire. And Sussex will just feel pretty much every over here they've got to score a boundary. You know, that keeps that run rate attainable. Holland In again, bowls, and Simpson pulls firmly onto the leg side, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs on this occasion because the fielder had to move very smartly to his left-hand side to field. There's a good stop out here by
Hanscom.
Peter Hanscom. Thank you, Richard. So 2 to John Simpson. 6 off of the over, 1 ball to come, and you can see Lewis Hill taking great care how he sets this field. He's just saying to his fielders on the leg side boundary, just stay there. He's got, and in fact, I can see Hanscom is right on the rope. As in comes Holland. Bowls pulled away by John Simpson. He's pulled it straight to the fielder at deep backward square. There's Liam Travaskis, who stops the ball, gets in the throw. Good fielding. End of the over, 7 off of the over, so not a disaster for Sussex. 217 for 4. Simpson on 14 off 12. Haynes is on 80. Is that 89? Yes.
89 off 85.
Thank you. But the run rate required is up to 11.3 and over. At the same stage, 37 overs. Leicestershire with 241 for 3.
Scriven, after that 1 over from right, is being brought back into the attack as Hill looks to squeeze again. 5 overs for 23 runs for Tom Scriven, and he bowled his first 5 very nicely indeed. Wright has gone for 39 from 5 in comparison. Salisbury 40 from 6. Travaskis 38 from 4. So if wickets don't fall, Hill will have a few tricky decisions to make potentially. Simpson waits while the field is set. Standing up to the stumps is Ben Cox. In goes Scriven and bowls outside off stump. Foolish chopped down into the ground by Simpson. You probably heard the call of no as he saw it bouncing towards Budinger at a backward point. Dot ball. Gold dust at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex have pretty much got to double the rate they're scoring at the minute. They're scoring at 5.8. They've got to score at 11.4.
Long on and long off, both out. Long off straighter than long on as Scriven is in. Bowls edged past Cox down to a third man boundary for 4 by Simpson. Went for the drive, got the top edge. Cox standing up to the stumps had no chance. And with third man up on the edge of the circle, Salisbury, 4 was the inevitable result.
Yeah. Well, they all count, as they say.
Absolutely. Simpson on to 18 from 14 balls. Scriven in bowls. Again he's cutting, and again he's cutting
Shot.
for 4. That was perfectly legitimate. If the first boundary was an edge, there was nothing edgy about that. That was straight out of the middle. Bit of width from Scriven, and Simpson cut him away. Backward of point down to the third man, wide third man boundary for 4. So consecutive boundaries for John Simpson. Is the captain going to do something extraordinary here? He moves on to 22.
I think he's already scored 200s against Leicester this year. He scored a double 100 at Grace Road.
I told you
you did. Yeah, you did.
Runs against Leicester. He used to get runs for Middlesex against Leicestershire as well. He's one of those sort of players. Like, we can always guarantee that Wayne Madsen will get probably a 100 against Leicestershire, albeit always for Derbyshire. Scriven is in. Simpson gets a wide delivery and will be signalled wide. It was nicely taken by Cox, but went too wide, and umpire signals wide. So this is proving already a good over as far as the home side are concerned. 9 from it.
Yeah, he made an unbeaten 205 at Grace Road earlier in the season.
3 balls bowled. In goes Scriven. Bowl. Simpson cuts it down into the ground, but doesn't time it, and it bounces gently out to Budinger for a dot ball. So the wide, so to speak, not too expensive. 9 from the first 4 balls.
And he made 183 not out here at Hove. I forgot about that.
Yeah, spent a lot of this season watching John Simpson bat. In goes Scriven. Bowls to him. He chops it away out into the offside, but more or less straight to extra cover. Dot ball, consecutive dot balls.
In fact,
Roman Walker's out there at extra cover. I wondered what he was doing there.
well, he was very good summarising, wasn't he, earlier in the season?
Very.
Very good indeed.
He's been sporting an amazing Zapata moustache for much of the season, but he's shaved it off now, Roman. Scriven is in to Simpson. Slower ball worked back up the pitch towards mid. Off hill, slides across.
Oh.
And manages to get there just in time, as he doesn't field it cleanly first time, but recovers well and prevents a second run. Gets applause from his teammates. So Scriven, having conceded consecutive boundaries off the second and third ball, recovered well from that. Conceded just one more run in off the bat in the over. There was the wide as well, so 10 I think it was.
Yes, it is.
Off the over.
10 off the over.
227 for 4 means 12 overs remain, and to win 133 4.
4. Yeah, 364 needed to win. Yes.
No. So, yeah, so
Yes.
139 needed to win then. I can't see the last digit of the to win.
No, that needs to be more visible to help us out with our maths. Ian Holland is going to carry on though. He's into his final over. Comes into bowl to John Simpson, who tucks this one away down to square leg. They've taken one. He'll look for two because he always runs the first one very quickly. But Travaskis wasn't going to make a mistake with that. And the throw comes in. And it's just the one to John Simpson, much depending on John Simpson here. I'm just having a quick look here at John Simpson, because I think he's... Just break off for a moment. Holland in, bowls to Haynes, who plays this firmly down on the onside. They've taken one, they'll think about two. Well, Haynes was coming back, but there wasn't a second one there. Good bit of fielding out there by... Oh, is that Roman Walker?
It is, number 49 is Roman.
Yeah, so one to Haynes. He goes to 90, 229 for 4. Yeah, so he hasn't been dismissed yet as John Simpson.
By any Leicestershire bowler this season.
No.
So how many runs has he got? He must have 400 runs then now, something like that.
Yeah. In comes Holland, bowls, and Simpson plays that into the covers, and there is no run fielded by Rahani. So he made 205 at Leicester.
Yeah.
He then made 4 not out here to add to 183 not out.
So that's 187. So that's 392.
Before today. In comes
Plus 25.
Holland bowls to Simpson plays it onto the onside. They'll come back quickly for the second. That's good running between the wickets.
So he's got he's 418 not out
Right.
at the moment against Leicestershire this season, John Simpson.
Well, and he's we'll keep an eye on that. So 392 before today is what we do know. The run rate is sneaking up though, despite Simpson's efforts here. Only 4 off the over. It's a good over by Ian Holland. He's in again, bowls, and Simpson can only play back to Holland, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Well, in such a high-scoring game, it's been a tremendous effort by Ian Holland. This is his final ball of his spell, and he would have taken one for 43, so 1 for 42 so far. Final ball of the over, run rate up now to 11.9. And comes Holland, bowls, and Simpson plays onto the onside. They've taken one, and that is all they'll take as Roman Walker comes running in to field. So well done, Ian Holland. That's an excellent day's work. He's scored 65 at the top of the order. His bowled is 10 overs and taken 1 for 43, and that's very good indeed. The run rate required for Sussex has just nipped up a little notch. It's up to 12 and over. Now we've got 11 overs remaining, and just by way of comparison, at the same stage after 39 overs, Leicestershire were 259 for 3.
Yeah, great game on his return for Ian Holland. A great all-round game.
He's been very good.
Because he also took a good catch on the boundary that was travelling. contribution in every respect, and it may not yet be done. Still have work to do, the Foxes here. Scriven is into Haynes, who's driving it away off the back foot through the offside for a single, because Travaskis is out there on the offside boundary.
Sussex need 2 or 3, so 12, 13 overs here, don't they?
Beg your pardon, that was Simpson facing, of course it was, so just a single to Simpson. Yes, at least 2 boundaries and over now, and really probably 3. 2 boundaries and a lot of singles. Scriven is in and bowls, hit in the air but behind point by Tom Haynes, down towards third man where Matt Salisbury is lurking.
Whatever programme the scorers have got is very good, isn't it? Because it immediately shows the run rate up to 12.2. There's nothing wrong with that scoreboard apart from the fact we can't see the DLS or the to win number. But apart from that,
we can see 2 of the digits on each.
Yes, we can.
So it should be enough to give us a clue, shouldn't it? But
yeah.
we're hopeless, essentially. In goes Scriven, bowls, pulled off the back foot, obviously, by Simpson off the stump. Didn't really get up. It sort of worked it away innovatively out towards mid-wicket, where Ben Mike, who hasn't been in the game for a few overs, is the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got 2 overs to bowl. He's taken 3 for 35. Even Travaskis got a bit of tap. No wicket for 38 in his 4.
Scriven is into Haynes, who blocks it out into the offside. He's going to pick up 1, but it will only be 1. Walker wasn't able to get there, but Travaskis was covering behind him. So just a single. So singles from each of the first 4 balls of the over. Not enough.
No, Sussex need a bit more than that.
They need at least 1 boundary off one of these 2 balls.
No, they do.
Possibly 2. Simpson 29 off 25 as Scriven is in to him, and he cuts and cuts hard, but only again as far as Travaskis on the boundary on the offside, and it's a 5th single in the over. Amazing that record for John Simpson against Leicestershire this
incredible,
season.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Over 420 runs now without being dismissed by the Foxes.
Well, you said it, that he always makes runs against Leicestershire, and that's proven in the stats.
Scriven is in. Haynes is dabbing it down to third man. It will be just the 1, though.
It is.
Salisbury gets there, and Scriven just the 6 runs conceded from the over. Gets approving calls and pats on the back from his teammates. And it means there are only 10 overs remaining for Sussex to score 126 runs at 12.6 runs per over.
That's a big ask, isn't it? At the same stage, Leicestershire were 266 for 3. So ahead by 28 runs and a wicket. I mean, it's not all done for Sussex, but even in a T20 game, you'd be thinking 126 off of 10 with 4 wickets down is a really big ask.
With those extra players on the ropes as well.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking down the order, and as I say, whilst all the rest of the Sussex order combat, there's not sort of a David Visa in there who might come in and muscle your way to sort of a couple of overs of 20 or 25, and possibly Sussex are going to need that sort of number somewhere. But Jack Carlson, it's a long ball. He's played some nice innings in the T20, a big 6 here against Gloucestershire that won the opening game, but it's a lot to ask. Much hanging on the shoulders of John Simpson. Salisbury, back into the attack from the C end of the ground, runs away from us to bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes pulls that one away onto the leg side, doesn't really time it, picks up a single. Haynes, he goes to 94, to 39 for 4 are Sussex.
Just one comparison possibly worth making. Leicestershire hit 13 sixes in their innings. Sussex so far have hit 4, albeit with 10 overs to go, but
it's a great
they
stat.
did manage to get it over the ropes a few times. The Foxes, which kept boosting. I'll work out the number of 4s as well in a moment.
That's a very good comparison. Salisbury Around the wicket bowls to John Simpson. Simpson nudges that onto the onside. There's never going to be two there though, as Roman Walker comes in and fields. It's just a singles off the last 8 deliveries. Sussex have taken 8 runs, and that required run rate is just sneaking up all the time. It's 12.8 and over. Leicestershire bowl very well here, Richard, in the last 5-6 overs. And Lewis Hill has, I mean, the bowlers are bowling to their field, which has been very much the key. Salisbury again in and bowls, driven down the ground. There's going to be a boundary to Tom Haynes. It's going to shot that's going to take him to 98. That's a good shot. Drilled away by Tom Haynes. Super shot. He goes within 2 of 100. It will be his second list day 100. Top score of 123. Well, that's one of the boundaries Sussex need. They do need a couple more like that. Haynes to 98 off 91 balls. A welcome return to form for Tom Haynes, who's been a little out of sorts in this competition. And whilst he'll be keen to get to 100, he'll be thinking primarily about whether Sussex can do enough to win this game. The long off has now gone back, and the third man has come up inside the circle. As Salisbury is in. Around the wicket bowls to Haynes. Haynes places onto the onside. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2, but there isn't 2. Roman Walker was in very, very quickly from the cow corner, deep mid-wicket to field. 1 more to Haynes. He goes to 99. And Sussex to 245 for 4. Run rate required 12.8 and over. The Leicestershire backroom staff all gathered down below us, sitting on the advertising hoardings, just away to our right hand side. Sussex could do with a 6 here, or a 4. In comes Salisbury, bowls. Simpson pulls around to the leg side, and it's going to just be a single fielded by Roman Walker, who's, well, been kept busy in the action here. Is that the end of the over? No, 1 more ball to go, I'm sorry. 246 for 4. Simpson to 32 off 28 balls. That brings Tom Haynes on strike.
50 partnership.
In 40 balls and 29 minutes between Haynes and Simpson, the 2 left-handers. Haynes waits. And in comes Salisbury. Bowls, and Tom Haynes clips that away on the leg side, and that's the single that brings up 100. A second list day 100 for Tom Haynes. He's played really well here. He takes off his helmet, he mops his brow and raises his bat. 100 in 93 balls in 176 minutes with 9 4s and 2 6s. He gets congratulated by John Simpson. The Sussex players on the balcony applaud, but Tom Haynes, very businesslike, puts his helmet back on, has a chat to John Simpson, because there is much work to be done here for Sussex if they're to win this game. They need to score 13 and over in these final 9 overs, which is a big ask.
It is.
At the same time, Leicestershire were 275 for 3.
Scriven is going to continue from the Cromwell Road end. Standing up to the stumps is Cox. So Scriven is in to Haynes, who drives it out through the offside. Trescothick dives athletically to his left to make the stop on the boundary. Saves 2 runs. Gets his throw away. Haynes, as I say, just picks up a couple. Javaskis hasn't been at his best with the ball in terms of bowling, but he's got through an awful lot of work in the field out there on the boundary in front of the pavilion. Scriven turns, casting a long shadow now, runs in and bowls. Haynes drives, slaps it out into the covers, stopped at extra cover by Lewis Hill, who's moved across for once from mid-off into extra cover. Haynes takes 1, moves on to 103, brings Simpson down on strike. Scriven 7.2 overs now, none for 41. Bowled a bit better than that probably, and he goes, bowls to Simpson, who pulls him into the leg side. Good work out there on the boundary by Ben Mike. There's 1 or 2 shouts from the hospitality mark. He's suggesting his feet might have been over the ropes there, but I don't think so, because both feet were kind of in the air. He was down on his knees.
Yeah, it's a bit unnecessary if there's something being said over there. I mean, when you're he just gave around and gave a glance, didn't he, Ben Mike?
In goes Scriven, bowls. Haynes looking to work it away through the offside. I was just trying to catch the replay on that one. He's only going to pick up a single. Didn't get that one at all. So already the run rate has clipped up to, or the rate required is up to 13.4. Scriven yet to go for a boundary in the over, runs in and bowls. Simpson might go for a boundary there. He's clubbed it back past the bowler, but good work on the boundary, running up the ropes. Means that it is just 2 instead of 4. It's a long way away from us. Who was up there at long off, ran across all the way almost to longer on to make the stop.
I'll tell you what, Richard, the Leicestershire ground fielding has been high quality here. Very, very good indeed. Very few mistakes. The drop by Ben Mike early on, but that aside, there's so many runs have been saved in the field.
Scriven is in, bowls clubbed, but only as far as wide long on by John Simpson, and on that occasion it'll be just the 1. So from the over, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which under normal circumstances would be pretty good, but none of them were boundaries. So as a consequence, the required rate is creeping up towards 14 now. 255 for 4, 8 overs remain. 100 and
well, they need, what do they need? 364.
So 108 to win from 8 overs at 13.6.
Yeah, it's a lot of runs. At the same time, after 42 overs, Leicestershire were 282 for 3, which gives you an idea of just how far they are ahead. Sussex desperately need a real, they need a 22 over, such as Leicestershire picked up. But at the minute, hard those Simpson and we always knew this, although Sussex were up with the score up to about the 25th over, Leicestershire scored 180 in the final 20 overs. They were going at 9 and over. So Sussex really needed to get themselves ahead of the rate if they could. But it's not done just yet. In comes Salisbury around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who plays slightly across the line. He's going to get a single. Roman Water very quickly in again. Just dares them to come back for the second run. John Simpson looks frustrated, looks at his bat. One more to Simpson. He goes to 37, 256 for 4. Salisbury wanders back to his mark. In comes Salisbury again, bowls to Haynes, who lost that. That's going to be 6 runs. Oh, went to the corporate hospitality. Don't often see that from Tom Haynes. Stepped away to the leg side and heaved the ball away over extra cover for 6 runs.
Good shot.
It was a good shot. And there'll be a bit of a delay while they get the ball back. Good shot by Tom Haynes. He goes to 110. That's Sussex to 262 for 4. Elsewhere, well, Nottinghamshire are going to beat Surrey. Surrey 269 for 9 in the 43rd, needing 110 to win in 7 overs. So you'd think that's not going to happen. So Notts will have 3 wins. And Warwickshire have beaten Gloucestershire by 6 wickets in Bristol. And Glamorgan on the brink of beating Essex at Chelmsford. At least I'm assuming that's at Chelmsford. Let me just have a little look. Yes, it is at Chelmsford. Glamorgan made 283, Essex in reply 215 for 9, so needing 69 to win in 7 overs. So that will mean that Glamorgan have 10 points, Warwickshire have 10 points, 5 wins out of 5 for both. A Leicestershire win here will carry them to 6 points, and Nottinghamshire will have 8 points, but will have played a game more. So it's all very tight in the group. The ball has been returned. Tom Haynes to 110. His top scorer this day cricket is 123 against Middlesex from memory. I'll check that stat in a moment. Yes, here at Hove in 2021. And comes Salisbury bowls, and Haynes this time pulls the ball on the leg side. They've taken one, that's all it'll be. Fielded out in the distance in the outfield by Roman Walker. Single taken. Ben Cox comes running down the wicket and has a little word to Matt Salisbury. Lewis Hill is trotting in from mid-off, or long off I should say, to join the conversation. 8 off the over so far. 283. Sorry, 263 for 4, I do apologise. Simpson on strike. Sussex need a couple of boundaries here to keep them in the hunt. Salisbury runs away from us. In and bowls to Simpson. Simpson plays the ball firmly down the ground. He's just going to pick up a single. They're thinking about coming out for the second. It really wasn't there. Good bit of fielding by Hanscom, who first thing he wanted to do was prevent the ball going for a boundary, then get in the throw, which he did. Just a single. 9 off the over. Tom Haynes on strike. Well, another 6 here would be useful, Tom. Run rate required 13.6 and over. Salisbury on his way. Around the wicket, bowls down the legs, pulled away by Tom. That's got all the way for Byes, or is it wides?
Byes, yeah.
Byes. Tom Haynes looking to pull that one away. It's eluded Tom Haynes, and it's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4 Byes. So 13 off the over.
Cox standing up, but kind of still feel he should have stopped that, really.
He seemed to go straight through him, didn't he? He's a fine wicket-keeper, Ben Cox. So that is surprising. But from a Sussex perspective, it's been a profitable over.
They've got the 13 off it.
Yes, they have.
So they still need a single off this last ball.
Yeah.
To be with the required rate.
They do.
Make it a big one, make it a 4 or a 6.
Yeah, boundary would be nice. Salisbury in bowls. And Haynes hammers that. That's going to go for 6 runs over the head of Rahane. And it's another 6 for Tom Haynes. So that's a very good over for Sussex. 19 coming off of it. 2 6s hit by Tom Haynes. Well, we said they needed a big over somewhere. And that takes the total to 274 for 4. Tom Haynes to 117. And the run rate required now is down to less than 13 and over, and it's prompted a bit of a chat between Ben Cox, the keeper, and Lewis Hill, the skipper, as to who's going to bowl next. Well, that's the big over Sussex needed, Richard.
It is. Got themselves not exactly back on track, still a formidable task ahead of Simpson and Haynes, but still in there slugging. And Leicestershire have gone back to Ben Mike. Well, this could be make or break, because Ben has bowled a really good first 8 overs, but as we've said a few occasions, he can be expensive as well, and every chance of picking up wickets, but every chance of going around the park as well. He's going to come around the wicket to Tom Haynes, approaching a list day career best. In goes Mike, bowls to him. It's worked a little awkwardly off the back foot, off stump, out towards long on. Rahane is the field. It is just a single.
He's had a long day, Tom Haynes, hasn't he? He's been out in the field. He's been out there for what? 93 overs today. So he's a fit young man. He's only 25. I thought he looked a bit weary when he got into his 70s, but he seemed to have had a bit of a second win, Richard.
He does. 117 off 100 balls as in goes Mike and bowls to him. He's hit that one a high over extra cover. It's going to bounce short of boundary. The fielder runs past it and it goes not for 4. Not for 4. It stopped. It was as well, perhaps, that it was sort of going uphill and running around the boundary up. I'm not sure who it is out there.
Chris Wright, or?
No, I think he was moving a little bit too fast for Chris, with respect to Chris. It sounds rather rude, but the fielder sort of overran it, didn't he? And
he did. It was right under the nose of the Sussex lads on the balcony, so I'm sure they'd have let him know if it had gone for 4.
Could be right. In goes Mike and bowls outside, off stump, hit out into the offside, in the air, but only as far as Travaskis. It runs along the ground to him outside the pavilion there, and one is taken. So Simpson on to 40, Haynes has 120. 5 off the first 3 balls of the over. Is it Walker out there? I think it is. Mike is in, bowls outside, off stump, driven. Not much foot movement from Tom Haynes, so he's going to have to settle 4-1 as Travaskis again is the fielder. It looks like a sort of prop 4-1, doesn't he, or second row, so it probably is Roman.
Yes. Yes, was it Grand National weekend that we were up in Leicester? I seem to remember we were talking about the Grand National, and he had a story about a horse race training when we were up there.
Did he?
Yeah. He was very entertaining.
Mike around the wicket to John Simpson, outside off stump, chipped over backward point, and that's going to go between third man and point on the boundary for 4 more. So Simpson, as ever against Leicestershire, playing an impressive hand. He's moved on to 44. So this charge is coming.
10 off the over.
And there is still a ball to be bowled. So if this one goes to the boundary, it'll be the second consecutive over that Sussex have scored more than they need to in terms of the rate required. Mike turns down the slope, he comes, bowls. Simpson pulls in the air. It's going to go for 6.
No, 4.
No, just short of the backward square boundary. But it's the 4. That makes it 14 off the over, and again up with the rate. So how many now? We have 6 overs to go.
Yeah.
70.
Crumbs, Richard. So 12 plus 64. 76.
6 needed to
off
win.
6 overs.
Of 6 overs at 12.7 with 6 wickets in hand. That is very doable.
It is. And all of a sudden, and these two have put on, Richard, they came together when the score was 196. So they've put on 88 in very quick time, because they came together when Hudson Prentice was out in the 34th over. So 88 in 12 overs? No, less than that. 10 overs.
Less, yeah.
They're rattling along at about 8 and over. So Tom Scriven coming back into the The crowd have been royally entertaining. We're going to get the best out of 700 runs here, you know, Richard. Another nail biter between these two sides. In comes Scriven to bowl to Tom Haynes. Haynes pulls it away on the leg side. Is he going to be caught? Oh, he's been put down! Put down by Liam Travaskis. Well, he got there, and he can't believe he hasn't caught that. He picks up his cap, which he lost in the process. It was pulled away onto the leg side. I thought he had it. Or maybe he should have had it. Haynes gets a life.
He overran it.
Onto 121.
Had to put on the brakes very hard and reach to his left. He was running to his right. Overran it. Got 2 hands to it. Burst through his hands, and didn't just burst through his hands. It crossed the ropes. So 4 to Haynes.
Scriven on his way around the wicket. Bowls. Haynes with a play and a miss outside of the off stump. There is no run. He's had a couple of chances. Tom Haynes, he was dropped on 68, a difficult caught and bowled to Matt Salisbury, and put down there by Liam Travaskis. Some terrific games in the One Day Cup today. Just very quickly look at the game at Taunton Somerset against Derbyshire. Derbyshire were 90 for 5 and have ended up 317 for 9 to beat Somerset. Anuj Dal making a century. What a game that was, and what a game we've got here. In comes Scriven down the leg side. Good bowling, just firing it into the pads of Tom Haynes, who must have got a little nick on that. No, he didn't. It's a leg by. So the over starts with a 4. Then a ball, now a leg by. So 5 off the over. For the last 2 overs, Sussex have got the runs that they've needed. Will they do the same here? Scriven back to his mark. And runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and Simpson plays on the onside down. They'll be looking for 2 here. Tom Haynes running to the danger. There was never 2 there. I think he'd have been run out by a country mile had he...
He does have a list day best then now. It was 123, as you said.
Well done, Richard. Yep, now up to 125. That was against Middlesex. So it's all very tight. In comes Scriven around the wicket to bowl to But Haynes, who hammers that down the ground. They've taken one, that's all. It'll be Lewis. He'll make sure he gets everything behind that and prevents the ball going any further than for a single. Gets in the throw. From a Leicestershire point of view, this has been a decent over because there's only been 7 runs come off it so far. The run rate up to 13.3, but Sussex have shown that they can score 13s and 14s. Scriven turns in front of us. And he's on his way round the wicket bowls. Clipped away by John Simpson. It's going to be just a single. Travascus round quickly. They're going to come back for the second as the throw comes in. Good pressure by John Simpson. He was running, well, Tom Hames actually running to the danger end. And 50 for John Simpson. We said he needed to bat well in this game, and his remarkable run of form against Leicestershire continues this season. 392 runs before today without being dismissed. Add to that 51, you get to 443 runs, and Leicestershire haven't got him out. But a remarkable record. And the 100 partnership between the pair as well. 101 in 65 balls in 47 minutes. So the 100 partnership of 50 is one of these games, Richard, it always happens with you and I, that there's stats coming out your ears and you can't keep up with it. I can't keep up with it anyway. So, what have we got now? 5 overs remaining. 297, is it, yes, 297 for 4. 297? Yes.
It is, yeah. So 64?
Yeah.
No.
3 and 67. 67 off 5. Right. Well, in a T20 game, you might think, well, got half a chance.
Well, and you would think it in this game as well.
Yeah.
And maybe more than half a chance, with 2 men very established at the crease. If a wicket falls, it might become an issue, but at the moment, these 2 have brought up their century partnership. Mike, to finish his spell, round the wicket he bowls, straight just outside off stump. Haynes tries to swing it over mid-wicket, misses. It goes between bat and off stump, and Cox takes it. Dot ball.
The cut-off time, which I think gets adjusted throughout, throughout the innings, is showing 18:41. So Leicestershire, and indeed, all that happens, as Richard was saying, you just have an extra man inside the circle, so it's not a runs penalty or anything like that.
It isn't. Mike in again to Haynes outside off stump. Haynes has to reach for it. He cracks it away out to the offside boundary, but Travascus is in place, so it is just a single. Required rate creeps over 14 now. 298 for 4. 66 needed off 4.4. So 28, 66 off 28 balls. That's a lot, surely.
Yes, it is. They need to clear the ropes a couple of times. Run rate over 14 and over.
Mike is in and bowl straight, clipped in the air for 4 between the 2 men behind square on the leg side. A really clever shot, very nicely played there by John Simpson, who moves on to 55. 300 up for the Sharks. Are they going to pull off an extraordinary win here at Hove?
665 runs so far today we've had. Great value. If you've paid a tenner to get in today, or whatever it was, 20 quid, that's pretty good, isn't it?
You would say that was value for money.
Yeah.
Mike back over the wicket. Bowl
Oh!
swung high over mid-wicket for 6. A massive 6 that clears the stands over the driveway and probably bounces into the garden. So Sussex are in this, and in this big time now. 308 for 4. Simpson on to 61 off just 41 balls. And, well, off this over so far, 11 from the first 4 balls. Mike a little despondently walking back to his mark. I think Brenda is... It is Brenda.
Brenda has been called upon. Brenda Lower is being called.
Oh, hang on, the ball's back.
Oh, is it? There we go. Brenda has to go back into her seat. You know, well done, Brenda. You're not needed. The umpire says, thank you very much. That's a big blow by Simpson. That would have been a 6 on most grounds.
It was absolutely in the slot. He stepped across his stumps. It was a length delivery, and it was a beautiful swing of the bat, like a sort of golf swing.
It was, wasn't it?
Beautiful piece of timing from John Simpson, whose flaying of Leicestershire this season continues.
Yeah.
Can Mike get any sort of revenge? 2 balls to go in his spell. Bowles, full toss outside off stump, chopped away by Simpson, but only as far as Travaskis on the point boundary, so it's just a single. 309 for 4.
Well, an over that's produced 7, 11, 12 runs.
54 needed from 4.1 overs. 54 off 25 balls. Sounds doable that way, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
No, are they? Here we go. Ben Mike is in. Bowles, and it's hit straight back over his head. Chipped, though, rather, by a slightly weary-looking Haynes. Walker gets to the ball quickly. Throws wildly wide, but it was always going to be 2 in those circumstances. So, 2 from the final ball of the over. 311 for 4.
This is
4
great stuff,
overs
isn't it?
to go. And Mike picks up 3 wickets. The last 2 overs, rather expensive. And I suspect at this stage, Lewis Hill was probably hoping that the game would be not finished, but the run rate required would be so high that he'd be pretty safe.
Well, when Finn Hudson-Prentice was out, 196 for 4.
It looked like that was it.
It did, yeah. And John Simpson, we said it was very reliant on these 2. And certainly the skipper, who's come in and played a terrific cameo here, 62 or 42.
53 needed from 4 overs.
Yeah. Well, as they say, you never know. In comes Scriven around the wicket to bowl to Simpson. Simpson hammers that away. That's going to go many a mile. That's going for 6. Pulled away into the southwest corner. Terrific blow by John Simpson, who's leading from the front here. 317 for 4. Lewis Hill looks a little anxious as he comes up to have a word with Tom Scriven. Well, it's ridiculous, really. These 2 have added 14, 114, 131 in 12 overs.
47 off 23.
2 a ball. Scriven around the wicket. Bowles to Simpson. Simpson, oh, good stop. Very good stop down the leg side. That's 4 runs. It's not given as a wide. It probably flicked the pad. John Simpson.
It went inside. It went
inside him.
Yeah, between the batter and the stumps.
Good stop though, wasn't it? Because that would have. It was. And interesting now that Cox is standing back rather than up to the stumps, where he conceded buys in the previous over.
47 off 22.
Scriven in again. Bowles to Simpson, who forces this through the outfield. They pick up a single. Simpson goes to 69 off of just 45 deliveries, 318 for 4.
46 off 21.
Brings John Simpson on strike. This is, in comes Scriven. Round the wicket, Bowles to Haynes, pulls it away. That's gone many a mile. Is it going to be caught though? He's underneath it. His Hanscom, and he takes the catch. And a tremendous innings from Tom Haynes comes to an end. He gets a pat on the back from John Simpson. Good catch. I thought it was going to carry all the way for 6 runs, but it didn't. And Tom Haynes is out. A wonderful innings of 129 off 110 balls. He's going to be applauded all the way back to the pavilion, I'm sure. 10 4s, 4 6s, and that's just delighted listening to the applause. Well, he's a very popular figure here, is Tom Haynes. He's been out of touch in this competition, but, well, he showed today that he's a fine player. He's gone. Jack Carson, I imagine, will be the new batter coming out. That partnership between the 2, Richard, was worth 4. 104 plus 18. Is that right? Yes.
122.
Right, okay, so it's not quite the record for Sussex for the 5th wicket, which was 163. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, it's 146 between Goodwin and Hopkinson, so very nearly. So Jack Carson, the new man in, and he can give it a tap, can Jack, but he hasn't got much time to adjust to the situation.
Need 46 off 20 balls.
So, 3-1.
Still the favourites, but
yeah,
massively so.
Good catch by Hanscom, wasn't it? You know, he had a long time to stand and think about that.
And yeah, he was getting plenty of encouragement from
Yeah, to
the
drop
seats
it.
behind him. Well, he did turn.
When he hit it,
He
I thought it was going for 6.
So did I. I thought it was going to go deep into the. Is it the optimised stand? I don't know. What
Yeah, I mean, I just call it the southwest corner.
Southwest corner.
Yeah.
Splendid permanent stand. It is a good. I like that stand.
I sort of forget what to call it, so hopefully southwest corner doesn't upset anybody. Scriven comes into bowl to Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson lofts the ball down the ground. Is it going to be caught? No, it just dropped short of Lewis Hill. So single to Jack Carson. He's done his job. He's giving the strike to the skipper.
45 off 19.
One more ball remaining in the over, and John Simpson has shown a real liking for hammering the ball over wideish mid-wicket, and there are now 3 fielders on that leg side boundary. Simpson 69 off 45. It's been a real captain's innings. Final ball of this, the 47th over. Scriven is in. Round at bowls to Simpson, wide, hammered away by John Simpson. That's going to be 4. Too much width from Tom Scriven. Well, it wasn't a 6, but it was a 4, and that makes it 12 off the over, I think, for Sussex. Let's wait for the score to confirm. 323. Yeah, 12 off the over. And Simpson goes to 73 off 46.
41 from the last 3 overs. That's very gettable.
Very gettable, yeah. 13 and over, well, nearly 14 and over. Now, who's going to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end? It's going to be Matt Salisbury.
It is.
Whose figures so far are 8 overs, 0 for 64. Chris Wright has only bowled 5 overs.
Yeah, and he's been off the field for a long time as well.
Right, okay.
So whether he's got an issue remains to be seen. Roman Walker's been on for, what, the best part of the last... Well, Wright he bowled 4 overs and he bowled 1 over, and he pretty much went off at that stage, so may have an issue.
So who's going to bowl here? Salisbury's got 2 to bowl.
Yep.
Mike is bowled out. Holland is bowled out. Travaskis has got umpteen to bowl. He's got 6 to bowl. Or someone else, they're going to find, if Chris Wright isn't on the field,
Might have to be Travaskis.
it might have to be Travaskis. Yeah.
Which will be a tricky one. Salisbury is in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowles hits him on the pad, but Carson, which was going a long way down the leg side, absolutely no chance of the leg before.
No.
The appeal was probably as much about sort of keeping Carson in his crease. He tried to pull it away, but didn't get any bat on it. Bounces off the pad, 41 off 17.
He got very excited there, Matt Salisbury, didn't he? This reminds me of Jack Carlston saying a T20 game where he clipped one over the stand of the Spenkama.
He just wants to get a bat on it, really.
Yeah, he does.
Get Simpson down. Don't worry about hitting it for 4. Get Simpson on strike.
Well, there's plenty of gaps on the leg side. I mean, there's no one in front of square saving ground on the leg side.
His job is to get his captain on strike. In goes Salisbury, bowls to him, swing and a miss. It's not good.
No,
that's Carlson.
No, that isn't good. He needs to get. I agree with you. Just get in line, play it onto the leg side, get the skipper on strike, because the skipper, who's left-handed, will be hitting towards that short edge.
Exactly that. Exactly that. Whereas Carson is swinging to the long boundary, trying to fetch it from outside off stump. Simpson hasn't been down for a word, but 2 dot balls to start the over. As Carson has swung and missed at both. In goes Salisbury and bowls. He connects with that one, but not cleanly. It bounces out towards mid-wicket. Travaskis picks up and throw. Oh, that's going to be run out. That's a brilliant piece of work by Cox. No, says the umpire. Cox had to move away from the stumps to field the ball. Did so, flicked it backhanded at the stumps, hit them. For me, Carson's bat was still in the air, but the umpire standing back at square leg disagrees. He says Carson had made his ground. So he picks up 2, but it's not really what Sussex need. 39 off 15.
I think if Jack Carson hits a couple of 6s here.
Got to. Run rate required is up at 16s now. In goes Salisbury. Now that is clubbed out towards mid-wicket, but again it's not going to go. A good stop running along the ropes by Travaskis. Walker completes the fielding. Carson picks up 2 more. So he's doing his level best and swinging and connecting, but it's a long boundary out there. Travaskis is struggling a little bit. Just
has he hurt himself? Yeah, he is. He's hobbling.
Yeah, seems to be okay again now. So 37 off 14. Just the 4 runs from the 4 balls of the over so far. Salisbury is in. Carson steps across. Salisbury bowls full. All he can do is jam it out to mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, the shame here for Sussex is that John Simpson's only going to face 1 ball in this over, and with 5 off the over, he probably feels he needs to hit this for 6, or at least reach the boundary.
73 to Simpson. So I'm laughing because of that number of runs. 205 not out, 187 not out, and now 73 not out.
Ridiculous,
John
isn't
Simpson
it?
Against Leicestershire this season.
Yeah, it's bonkers, isn't it?
Can you get it?
He couldn't make it up, really.
It's going to get best part of 500 runs without getting out.
Yeah. Well, he's surveying that leg side boundary, isn't he? I'm surprised they've got a man. They have got a man now at Cow Corner, but that last one, you'd have needed an extension ladder to catch that one.
Yeah. And he's going to go around the wicket. Full outside off stump is my guess. In goes Salisbury and bowls full outside off stump. It's actually a full toss in the end. Walker sprints around, slides, picks up and throws, and it'll be just 2 to John Simpson. So in the end, a pretty good over from Matt Salisbury. He conceded just the 7 runs from it, and it means that Sussex need to score 35 to win the game off 12 balls.
Well, it's still possible. I mean, Jack Carson can hit a long ball. He's now headed towards that short edge. I just felt from a Sussex point of view,
sorry, 34.
Without being disrespectful, that they could have probably done with John Simpson being on strike for more than the 1 ball in that over.
Yeah.
But the advantage now is that Jack is hitting towards that, and it is going to be Liam Travaskis. Wow.
Has to be.
There's no one else.
Just looking around, really. Otherwise, it's just a sort of bit part bowler with right off the field.
So this is Sussex will perhaps feel this is their opportunity with no disrespect at all to Liam Travaskis, who's bowled 4 overs for 38.
Right, Jack Carson, you've got a short boundary on the leg side.
Yeah.
One imagines Travaskis will fire it in outside off stump as full as he can to try and stop Carson getting underneath it.
Well, you'd imagine they're going to stack this leg side field, wouldn't you? I mean,
I'd just have 3 men out on the leg side, everybody else pack the offside, and you fire it wide outside off stump full.
So there's a big debate. It's been a great game with the last game remaining, Richard. That's so often it are when we play each other. We always have great fun on the commentary. And anyway, 12 balls to go.
One of these days we'll have an ordinary.
Yeah, it'll be really boring one day. 12 balls to go, 35 needed to win. Liam Travaskis, the skipper Lewis Hill is coming down here to long on. So there are 2 men out on that leg side boundary. I guess they might have taken the view that if he's going to clear it.
Yeah, he's got 2 men in short behind square on the offside. Risky.
Travaskis in and bowls. Carson is going to get runs. A thick edge. It's rolling down towards the 3rd man boundary. They've taken 1. They've come back for 2. Oh, that's a very good stop down there. They're going to come back for a 3rd run. It's a good stop. Whoever chased that down there, but it's 3 runs to Jack Carson. He goes to 9. 333 for 5.
31 off 11.
I mean, you can't really set a field for that. And the good thing as far as Sussex are concerned is that John Simpson is on strike. 75 he's made off 47 balls. 11 balls remaining. They're taking an awful long time to set their field. Well, you can't blame them. They're fine in terms of timings. Now there are 1, 2, 3, 4 men right back on the fence on the leg side. And it's always the way now, isn't it? And now Lewis Hill's going to come back to long off. So the 4 men who are up inside the circle are all sort of guarding that offside boundary, or trying to. Everyone's got an opinion in this situation, haven't they? So Lewis Hill's the man who makes the decisions. And Liam Travaskis has got the weight of the world on his shoulders here.
No sweeper on the offside.
No. 4 men out on the leg side. In comes Travaskis bowls. Simpson swings that away. Where's that gone?
It's gone for 4 leg byes, I think.
It has.
Oh, he got an inside, he got a bottom edge.
Bottom edge.
Yeah.
So 7 off the first 2 balls. I didn't see where that had gone at all.
27 off 10.
Well, it's on. Simpson goes to 79 off 48. This remarkable record that John Simpson has against Leicester. Can he get Sussex over the line?
700 runs for the day we've gone past.
Wow. Travaskis in again, bowls to Simpson, swings away on the leg side. It's going to be another boundary for John Simpson. Is it going to go? Yes, it is going to go. 11 off the over.
23 off 9.
Well, we did say his options were really restricted, were Lewis Hill. He had to bowl Liam Travaskis, and Sussex saw this as their opportunity.
The field hasn't been right for me. But
And now there's a big debate. They just haven't got enough fielders, have they, here? 341 for 5. So as Richard says, 23 needed off of 9 balls. Come on, Sussex, someone in the crowd says.
we're going to have a chorus of Sussex by the Sea, surely, at some stage.
Brilliant game.
If they get across the line, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, Travaskis, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to John Simpson. Down the leg side, it's a wide!
Has to be. 22 off 9.
Well, the pendulum hasn't quite swung to Sussex, but I reckon it's even Stevens at the moment. Lewis Hill is just counting how many fielders are inside the circle. So, Travaskis again. Around the wicket. Bowls to Simpson, who drills that out into the offside. They've taken one. I reckon they'll come back for 2 here because the fielders are right on the boundary edge. John Simpson goes to 85. 344 for 5. 21 needed to win in 8 balls.
20 off
20,
8.
20 off, I'm sorry. Come on, Adrian, get your maths right.
20 off 8.
Simpson waits. Travaskis in, bowls to Simpson, who's bowled! And Travaskis spearing it in at the leg stump. And John Simpson's innings comes to an end. And that's a wonderful effort by the Sussex skipper. It's the first time this season that he's been dismissed by Leicestershire. Wonderful effort. He's made 397, 487 runs, I think that comes to. Only dismissed once, and what a knock by the Sussex skipper. 85 in 51 balls in 69 minutes. 8 fours, 3 sixes. Terrific effort. Let's listen to the applause. Wow. What a knock that was. And I think, had he stayed, I think Sussex might have won, I mean, they still might win.
It is not over yet, but 20 now off 7.
Yeah, that's
7 balls.
I make that 377 runs, John Simpson. Oh, no, more than that.
487 runs.
Yeah, he scored.
To make it.
Yeah. For Sussex against Leicestershire this season. He's just been out the once.
For once out.
So the new man in is, who's it going to be? Daniel Ibrahim. Who's going to, I need to make a note of when that wicket went down. 344 for 6. What a knock, though.
Indeed.
A partnership between him and Jack Carson. 18 to 26.
balls, I think.
Wow.
8 fours and 3 sixes. Travaskis still has a ball to bowl.
He does. It's
Could
not
be
all over
Ibrahim.
for Sussex.
No.
But he's, I mean, I'd imagine he'd be looking to give the strike here to Jack Castle, but there's only 1 ball to go in the over. In comes Travaskis bowls. He's been pulled to the right to the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. Good shot by Ibrahim off the first ball of the over. He pulls it away for a boundary, and we're going right to the wire. Oh, what a surprise in a game against Leicestershire.
16 off 6 then.
348 for 6. Well,
15 for the tie. Is that right? We go down to
yes.
wickets.
I think a tie is a tie.
Okay.
I think.
It'd be a point apiece, would it?
Yeah.
So 15 for the tie. 16 to win. 6 balls.
Well, it was always the danger over there, wasn't it, for Liam Travaskis? I mean, in the end, picking up the wicket of John Simpson, but there was 18 off the over.
And Matt Salisbury is going to bowl the last over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
What a game.
Long on, long off, mid-wicket on the boundary, backward square on the boundary, and cover on the boundary. Nobody on the boundary behind on the offside. Salisbury is in to Jack Carson, who clubs it out to mid-wicket. It's going to bounce short of the man running in. Liam Travaskis throws long. Ibrahim dives to make his ground. The throw was slightly wide anyway. Didn't really, I beg your pardon, Carson dives to make his ground. Probably Ibrahim did as well at the other end, and Carson didn't really need to do that, but he picks up 2. Brings up the Sussex 350. 14 off 5 wins the game.
713 runs in the day. Wow.
Can Carson, he hasn't quite fully connected yet. Can he do so? Can he clear the ropes? Salisbury is in. Carson steps across, tries to swing it away. Got it probably in front, away across in front of off stump, I would imagine, and hit him outside the line.
I mean, it looked a good shout, didn't it? I mean, I think from a...
Too far wide. For me, it was hit him outside the line. But he missed it. And we should say it was just a leg by. So just a single taken from the over. And it's 13 needed off 4.
Wow.
Legitimate deliveries.
Come on, Dan Ibrahim, an opportunity to make a name for yourself.
Well, he's 4 for 1 at the moment, or 1 for 4 if you like. He hit his first and only ball 4-4. What can he do against his second? Salisbury is in and bowls. He steps away, clubs it away, but it doesn't time it. It runs out towards deep mid-wicket.
They've got to run.
Travaskis comes in. They're going to make it 2. The throw comes in. It's run out. Ibrahim is run out. Good work by Cox. Travaskis' throw was slightly wide, but it wasn't too wide. It was quick, it was hard, it was fast. Ibrahim struggling to make his ground. Cox took it and behind his back with one glove knocked down 2 stumps, and Ibrahim has to go. So just the single from the ball means that 12 needed off 3 balls.
Sorry, I was only laughing there, Richard, because as the Ibrahim went to hit that, the Leicestershire flag was being lowered down the mast. I'm not entirely sure who was doing that. Yeah, so Ibrahim goes. And the new man in is going to be Ari Carvalhos, who can hit a long ball, can Ari?
Well, waiting for him. Carson's going to have a word. He's going to be on strike. Ari Carvalhos is going to be on strike.
Well, it feels like the scales have tilted the way of Leicestershire.
12 off 3. He's got a ball in hand and 2 sixes.
2 sixes, yeah.
You can have a look at one if you
Well, he can still hit a long ball, Canary, but he's I mean, the crucial wicket was that of John Simpson, wasn't it? If Simpson stayed, I think Sussex may well have won.
Well, given
and they might still.
You've had 2 very, very, well, 3 close finishes in this.
Yes, we have.
Haven't you? This is going to be another.
Yeah, two one-wicket defeats, and potentially a defeat when scoring, over 350, batting second. Remarkable.
Salisbury into Carvalhos. Bowls. Carvalhos down the wicket. Caught at backward point. Carved it away towards backward point. Budinger took it casually away to his left, and that is surely that. Salisbury picks up his first wicket. He's taken a lot of punishment in this game. Carvalhos made room for himself, carved it away, couldn't get it wide of Budinger, who made a tricky catch look fairly straightforward. And suddenly Sussex need 12 off the last 2 balls. Got to hit them both for 6 to win the game. 352 for 8 now all of a sudden.
Yeah. Yes. And Archie Lenham is coming out to bat. I mean, I was thinking, when he hit that, I was thinking it was past the field. I thought, well, there's 4 of them. but it was a good catch. And had Buddington not caught it, it would have gone for 4. But it didn't. Well, 2 6s, Archie.
Well, you could write yourself into Sussex folklore here, young Mr. Lennon, if you can clear the ropes twice. You will. They will raise a statue to you on the. You will join the luminaries on the promenade at Hove, I suspect. Queen Victoria and all the rest.
I think that's looks like Paul Farbrace over by one of the corporate hospitality or the private boxes over there. I think he's chatting away to Peter Hanscom. That looks like Paul Farbrace.
It does. But it's.
Well, it's been
Scriven out there, I think.
Oh, is it Scriven? Well, it looks like Leicestershire are going to win the day, but it's been a monumental day's cricket. You know, we've been here since 11 o'clock this morning. It's now 7:15. We've seen well over 700 runs in the day, and it's been terrific entertainment.
Well, Salisbury 1 for 74. Runs in and bowls to Lenham, who's trying a reverse sweep. He's Q-ended it and it dribbles out into the offside for 1. So that is that, unless of course Salisbury were to overstep, but surely not.
I think I would just come in and bowl off sort of 2 or 3 paces, make sure I didn't bowl a no ball.
11 off 1 legitimate delivery. 353 for 8. Carson will be on strike for that final ball. Salisbury wanders in and bowls. Carson clubs in out towards long off and is caught by Rahana out there. So in the end, Leicestershire get across the line by 11 runs. But what an epic day's cricket. Not the first time we have said that after days of cricket involving these two sides in recent years. We've had some epic days cricket, and that is another wholly admirable effort by Sussex to chase down a formidably high score. They came pretty darn close to doing so. In the end, Leicestershire's more experienced side prevailed, but what a day's play here at Hove. I hope you've enjoyed it, because you jolly well should have done.
Well, it's been a brilliant game, hasn't it? What was the winning margin? Was it 10 runs?
10 runs in the end, yes, because 353 they finished on. Yes, because it was 11 needed off the last ball.
So 10 runs, the players shake hands. So Sussex involved in 3 pretty close finishes. What a game of cricket. I mean, credit to both sides. I mean, a wonderful 100 from Peter Hanscom, 84 from Sol Bullinger, 65 from Ian Holland. But in reply, Sussex really made me go for it. Tom Clark dropped on naught, made 72. Tom Haynes, 129. John Simpson, probably the innings of the day, to be honest. 85 in just 51 balls, 8 fours, 3 sixes. In the end, it wasn't quite enough. Congratulations to Leicestershire. They've won 3 out of 4. The holders defending the crown.